Chapter 1341. The Strongest Senior Brother in History 1341. The curtains were pulled open and the drums sounded. Fuluazi and the others approached together with the white deer demon. "You're updating so fast." The two people on the auspicious cloud stood up and cupped their hands. "You're here. Daoist Rui, Daoist Huanshan, sorry to keep you waiting." Fuluazi and the others greeted them as well. The middle-aged man who ruled over the auspicious cloud was a true dragon. His name was Ao Huanshan, also known as Dragon King Huanshan. The dragon race was once at its peak during the ancient era. It was one of the strongest races among the 10,000 ancient races. However, after entering the ancient investiture of the gods era, the dragon race gradually declined. Although there were many demon immortal experts, they lacked top-notch bigwigs. During the middle journey to the West era, the dragon race's rise was relatively limited. However, after entering the new era, the dragon race went into hiding and recuperated. Now it was showing signs of revival. It was naturally incomparable to the ancient era's peak. However, in the current Astro Mountain Starry Sea, it was considered to have a place. Ao Huanshan's age was younger than the great demons present. Hence, he was rather low-key and didn't speak much. He quietly listened to the conversation between the white deer demon, Fuluazi, and the others. However, the other golden-robed Taoist was different. He was the younger brother of the great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King. He was also a great demon that ruled over a region during the journey to the West era. In some historical legends, his name was written as True Immortal Ru-I. In this world's history, he had changed his title to Great Immortal Ru-I, when he had just pushed open the immortal door and became a demon immortal. Sometimes he was also known as Taoist Ru-I. He looked at Fuluazi and the others and said expressionlessly, "Fellow Taoists, are you here to have a share? I wonder if the great sage who pacifies heavens will make a move?" Taoist Hundred Eyes stared back at him and asked. Taoist Rui snorted, "My elder brother has his own plans." Then he pondered, "I wonder which great sage ordered the three of you to come here?" Taoist brother Fulua, "I remember that your father was the leader of the battle against the Western Buddhist lands this time, so he shouldn't have the time to take care of things here. Could it be that he has already returned? The war has yet to end, so it's only natural that my father hasn't returned." Fuluazi smiled. "However, the nine-headed great sage will take action this time." Taoist Ru-I frowned slightly. "The nine-headed great sage has come out of seclusion?" Fuluazi nodded, "Yes." The white deer demon and Dragon King Huanshan looked at each other. Their gazes were a little complicated. There was joy and worry. "Now that the nine-headed great sage has come out of seclusion, our chances of success have increased by a lot." Taoist Ru-Yi's furrowed brows quickly relaxed as he calmly said. Fuluazi said, "Of course. With the current situation, the few Taoist heavenly venerables are more relaxed. Who knows, one of them might make a move. With more great sages on our side, our chances of success will naturally be higher. Although we don't want to act recklessly, the longer the pill hall ends up in someone else's hands, the worse it will be for us. Not to mention the fact that the other party's control over the pill hall is getting deeper and deeper. Even the treasured spiritual medicines and spiritual pills stored within the pill hall are about to be consumed. We have no choice but to be anxious." Fuluazi sighed. "According to the time in the Taoist cosmos, about 20 years have passed, right? It's been a long time. The longer we drag this out, the lower our rewards will be." The profound frost fairy said, "Indeed. A long night is fraught with dreams. It's better to act sooner rather than later. Although the heretics are currently fighting against each other, and have dragged us and the Western Pure Lands into it, the two heretics will definitely not be able to take care of this side. Our competitors will also be reduced by 2, and the situation won't be as chaotic." She solemnly said, "In comparison, don't forget about the Western Buddhist lands. They are the same as us and still have some strength to spare." Fairy is right. We don't intend to start another war against the Western Buddhist lands here. Fuluazi said, "This is the reason why we are here." Taoist Ru-I asked, "What do you plan to do, Taoist Fulua?" The white deer demon said, "Previously, Taoist Fulua mentioned to me that within the Taoist cosmos roving jade heavens, one of the prime clear lineages is related to the jade clear lineage's Yen Zhaoga, who controls the pill hall." Taoist Ru-I and Dragon King Huanshan instantly understood. They want to attack the roving jade heavens and lure Yen Zhaoga and the pill hall out? That's right. Fuluazi explained, "Don't target the entire roving jade heavens. Just target a few people who are related to the jade clear lineage's descendants. If the incongruence Divine Mother is alerted because of this, The nine-headed great sage and the great sage who pacifies heavens will deal with it. Taoist Ru Yi quickly started calculating in his heart. At this moment, Dragon King Huanshan said slowly, if we want to use this chance to lure the Pill Hall out from the void's outskirts, we'll have to give them some time to travel. If we drag this out for too long, the Western Buddhist lands will react to it and send more manpower over. Fuluazi chuckled and turned to look at Taoist Hundred Eyes. As such, we shouldn't show our faces for now. Especially Taoist White Deer and Taoist Ru Yi. Taoist White Eyes will be the vanguard. Taoist Huanshan, you'll hold the fort in the name of helping your friend. Dragon King Huanshan looked at Taoist Hundred Eyes with a surprised expression. Although his strength was outstanding, he was a wild demon in the past. Later on he was subdued by someone and became a guard. After he escaped, he occupied the mountain and became a king. He rarely interacted with the dragon race like this. Dragon King Huanshan was more familiar with Fuluazi, the White Deer Demon, and the Profound Frost Fairy. He wasn't even familiar with Taoist Ru Yi, let alone Taoist Hundred Eyes. Taoist Hundred Eyes also turned a blind eye to his gaze. Before the Great Calamity, before Taoist Hundred Eyes entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, a disciple that you liked died in the hands of a prime clear successor. Fuluazi smiled and said, that person was a direct disciple of the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Yes. Within the Tao universe, the person with the highest seniority in the roving Jade Heavens seems to be called Practitioner Zeding? He seems to be the grand disciple of Taoist Hundred Eyes' enemy. Fuluazi said, Taoist Hundred Eyes is here to seek justice for his disciple. The Western Buddhist lands might think that the Pill Hall might be lured here. By then they would send reinforcements over. We'll just have to think of a way to slow them down. After pausing for a moment, he added, I have some ideas. We might be able to give it a try when the time comes. The demons looked at each other and nodded. If that's the case, let's take action now. As they were speaking, a few rays of brilliance flashed past from afar. When they arrived in front of everyone, a few mighty and majestic armored men appeared. The one in the lead was the same as Dragon King Huanshan. His entire body was overflowing with dragon might. He was a true dragon. After he arrived, he didn't greet the White Deer Demon and the others. Instead, he reported to Dragon King Huanshan, Father, there's a commotion. We've discovered the whereabouts of the Jade Clear successor, Qin Xuanzong. Chapter 1342. Stand up and reply, said Dragon King Huanshan. Qin Xuanzong? Fuluazi said, Jade Clear's Qin Xuanzong is indeed of the Jade Clear lineage. Although he's inferior to Sua Mingzhang who ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, he's still one of the top figures amongst the three clear lineages after the Great Calamity. Previously, when Yan Zhaoga and the others entered the void's outskirts, I heard that this person left the Tao universe together with them. After thinking for a while, he continued, tracing back to his lineage, he should be from amidst clouds lineage. The White Deer Demon said, it can't be wrong. This person must be related to the Pill Hall. Traces of him had appeared before and he contacted the Prime Clear lineage. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop him. Dragon King Huanshan looked at his son and asked, where is this person now? The man in armor bowed and answered, Father, he's currently in the universe where the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall first appeared. The group of great demons looked at each other and muttered in their hearts, this is interesting. The Pill Hall was already in their hands. Why would they return? Could it be that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall still has something special about it? In order to completely refine and control it, those Taoists encountered some obstacles. That's why they returned to the old place to search for clues and methods? Said Dragon King Huanshan hesitantly. Great Immortal Ru Yi looked at the White Deer Demon. This is possible, right? After all, the Pill Hall's original Hall spirit actually developed its own intelligence. This is unprecedented. After the Hall spirit perished, it fell into the hands of the three clear lineages. Something might have happened during that time. The White Deer Demon pondered for a while and said, I'm not sure. However, Taoist Ru Yi's words aren't unreasonable. Great Immortal Ru Yi said, if that's the case, you're saying that the entire Pill Hall might have moved to that universe to hide, and send people out to search for clues? The group of demons said in unison, it's possible, but we can't be sure either. How about this? Let's send one Taoist to take a look. As for the others, let's proceed according to our original plan. Fuluazi said, of course, we have to inform the nine-headed great sage and the others. This idea isn't bad. If we really discover traces of the Pill Hall, we'll quickly contact them. We'll abandon this place and rush over together. The demons looked at each other. However, who's going? Fluazi was the first to speak. I won't be going there or over there. I'll be waiting for the monks from the western Pure Lands. If they send reinforcements from afar, I might be able to obstruct them with my little tricks. This way it'll be more convenient for you. Taoist brother Fulua is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. We admire you. The demons nodded in unison. Taoist Hundred Eyes and Taoist Huanshan will definitely stay here and attack the roving Jade Heavens. Fluazi explained, as long as the two of you make a move, the other party will only think of it as a personal grudge and not the Pill Hall. The White Deer Demon had participated in the fight for the Pill Hall back then. Since the Bull Spirit had entered the Pill Hall with him back then, Great Immortal Ru-Yi couldn't reveal himself for the time being. Otherwise, others would immediately think of him. Especially when Great Immortal Ru-Yi revealed himself so early. It would be easy for others to think of the great sage who pacifies heavens behind him. They would subconsciously be on guard and alert. The profound Frost Fairy was also from the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. Once she revealed her background, others would also easily think of the Pill Hall. Excluding Fuluazi, only the 100-Eyed Demon Lord and Dragon King Huanshan were suitable to reveal themselves and seek trouble with the roving Jade Heavens. It's better for Taoist Ru-Yi to stay behind as well, said Fuluazi. He looked towards the White Deer Demon Lord and the profound Frost Fairy. Fellow Taoists who will have to make a trip? The White Deer Demon and the profound Frost Fairy knew that Great Immortal Ru-Yi had to stay behind in the Tao universe. Otherwise, if the conflict between the Taoism escalated and caused the incongruence Divine Mother or even more Taoism Heavenly Lords to appear, other than the nine-headed Great Sage, the Great Sage who pacifies heavens would have to make a move. Although they weren't sure if the Great Sage who pacifies heavens would come. This old man has been roaming around that area for a long time. Let this old man make this trip. The White Deer Demon took the initiative and said, I'll have to trouble the Taoists here. If they discovered anything they would inform everyone to come over. If they didn't discover anything they would just return home. On the other hand, a real battle was about to break out. If the incongruence Divine Mother and Sua Mingzhang, that killing god, were to appear, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. Among all the demon race experts, it was hard to say who had the deepest understanding of the incongruence Divine Mother's strength. However, if one were to ask who understood Sua Mingzhang's strength the most, the old white deer would definitely do it. Hence, even though he was unwilling to leave after guarding this place for so many years, the old white deer still took up another task and temporarily left this place. It wasn't that he wanted to avoid the battle, but he wanted to split up. If there were any benefits after the battle, he wouldn't be lacking much. Then I'll have to trouble you, said the profound Frost Fairy with a smile. The others also said, thank you, Taoist White Deer. The White Deer Demon immediately turned around and left, disappearing into the endless void. Let's do it too, said Fuluazi. Even if Taoist White Deer sends back news that there's a problem, many of us are here to hold the line. It won't be hard for us to leave quickly. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord immediately said, Taoist Fulua, you're right. I'll go now. He turned around and looked at Dragon King Huanshan. Although both of them were slightly incompatible, he still said, I'll have to trouble you to hold the line. You're too polite. Please, said Dragon King Huanshan simply as he nodded. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord immediately took the lead and entered the Tao universe. Dragon King Huanshan swept the auspicious cloud beside him, and the Dragon Sun and the soldiers followed closely behind. They hid in the cloud and entered the Tao universe. The group of great demons traversed the universe, and their demonic aura soared into the sky. They passed through layers of space and arrived near the roving Jade Heavens. Under the invasion of the powerful aura, the roving Jade Heavens instantly showed signs of unrest. The sharp aura that leaked out from the green duckweed mountain became sharper and sharper. The entire roving Jade Heaven's spatial boundaries seemed to have turned into the edge of a sword, and it continuously shot towards the universe outside. Taoist Chuan He's disciples and grand disciples, come out. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord ignored them and his gaze was filled with disdain. Taoist Chuan He, you killed my disciple in the past. Today your retribution shall be on your disciples and grand disciples. His voice directly transformed into a yellow-colored visible halo, which pressed towards the roving Jade Heavens, suppressing the dense sword chi that was produced by the roving Jade Heavens boundary. Within the roving Jade Heavens green duckweed mountain, the Vine Sovereign had already exited her cave manor. Under her feet, the grand formation expanded. With the green duckweed mountain's radius of billions of miles as the center, it spread outwards, covering the entire roving Jade Heaven's 9 regions. A pillar of chi rose from the green duckweed mountain's main peak. As if it was a heavenly pillar and a sharp sword, it pierced through the clouds. The sword chi produced by the roving Jade Heaven's spatial boundaries instantly became stronger, and it defended against the external enemies. The Vine Sovereign's expression was solemn. Her opponent was merely speaking the truth and activating the sonorous voice of the great Tao. He hadn't even made a move yet. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had already returned to the green duckweed mountain. He frowned and looked towards the sky. The demon race? Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1343. Although they were isolated from the roving Jade Heavens, those whose cultivation reached a certain level could roughly feel the rumbling demonic chi. The Vine Sovereign formed a sword seal with one hand and swiped the void with her other hand, causing a projection to appear. Only those on the green duckweed mountain's main peak, Mount Yuyu, could see the projection. The sound was also limited to the mountain peak. Daoist Chuanhe's disciples, come out. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the old man was dressed up as he wore a bright red crown, a black robe, a pair of green cloud shoes, and a yellow ribbon tied around his waist. His face was like a melon and his eyes were like bright stars. He looked like someone who had attained enlightenment. However, his demonic aura made one's heart palpitate. This outfit. Yan Zhaoge felt that he looked familiar. However, he couldn't recall who he was just by looking at his appearance. He turned around and looked at Gao Shuebua and the others beside him. What he said, Gao Shuebua's expression turned solemn as he looked towards the sky. Feeling Yan Zhaoge's gaze, he didn't turn his head around. Instead, he explained, Grandmaster Chuan, he was one of our sect's grandmasters before the Great Calamity. He had already passed away a long time ago. From the looks of it, an old enemy has come knocking on our door. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, pondered for a moment, and her expression turned even more solemn. She looked at the Taoist in the projection and asked, could you be the 100-eyed demon lord of the past? Yan Zhaoge instantly came to a realization. However, after coming to a realization, his brows furrowed even more. So it's this old demon. Yan Zhaoge had naturally heard of the 100-eyed demon lord before. Only it had been too long and he had never interacted with him, which was why he couldn't recall it. This demon had already attained enlightenment during the middle journey to the West era. He was one of the top experts among the rogue great demons of the same cultivation realm, and he was extremely strong. Later on, he was subdued and became someone's guard. However, he managed to escape by accident and became a king once again. Compared to the old white deer, the 100-eyed demon lord was an even more terrifying and powerful demonic immortal. He had cultivated a special demonic technique. Even those with higher cultivation than him might not be able to do anything to him. Daoist Chuan, he was the Grand Master of the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. In the past, he had killed the 100-eyed demon lord's disciple. Due to the incongruence Divine Mother, the 100-eyed demon lord couldn't take revenge and could only suppress his anger. After that, the 100-eyed demon lord entered the Astro Mountain's starry seas and disappeared from the Great Thousand Worlds. Later on, Daoist Chuanhe himself passed away, but his disciples still knew about this grudge. Back then, no one had paid much attention to it. But after the Great Calamity, everything had changed. The Tao sect had suffered a calamity, and everything had to be rebuilt. The enemies that seemed to be insignificant in the past now had to be careful. When the Vine Sovereign saw the other party's appearance, she could roughly guess the 100-eyed demon lord's origin. Demon King 1000. With Sect King Saint. The 100-eyed demon lord said unhurriedly, Daoist Chuan, he owes my disciple a life. Now that he is dead, you will pay for his life. As the yellow light, the Emperor, Tian, Dragon Demon of Sea, the Dragon, and Demon, the God, became Yan, sovereign of Yan Zhaoge, and the others looked behind him and saw a boundless golden sea of clouds that spanned across the cosmos void. Dragon roars resounded from within the sea of clouds. Dragon silhouettes rose and fell within the sea of clouds, faintly discernible. The dragon's might was so strong that one could even feel it through the roving Jade Heaven's spatial boundaries. Within the clouds, other than the silhouettes of true dragons, one could also see majestic banners that fluttered without wind. They were filled with majesty. Drum beats resounded from within the clouds. The drum beats were dense, causing one's blood vessels to expand. However, it didn't suppress the 100-eyed demon lord's voice. Instead, it served as a contrast, making the 100-eyed demon lord's words even more oppressive. Yan Zhaoge and the others felt their hearts sinking. The world of chaos and troubled times had truly arrived. The situation in this world had truly begun to undergo earth-shattering changes. In the past there were heretics who threatened them. However, with the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus restraining each other, the Tao universe was still able to deal with them. However, from 20 years ago, the peaceful Tao universe was no longer as peaceful as before. More and more calamities came knocking on their doors. They wouldn't perish, but the environment would undoubtedly become much worse. If they couldn't adapt to this and deal with it appropriately, they would inevitably be impacted by the changing world situation. Is that the dragon race? The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, raised his brows slightly. Although his tone was filled with doubt, his gaze was filled with certainty. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, and then looked at the dragon's might. Are they here to assist the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord? Are they here purely for revenge, or are they here for the Pill Hall? Are they planning to attack the roving Jade Heavens to lure me and the Pill Hall out? Yan Zhaoge's thoughts instantly flashed across his mind. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord was extremely strong. However, if the incongruous Divine Mother were to descend, he would most likely be in trouble. Since he dared to appear today, it meant that he had something to rely on. At least, he didn't have to worry about the incongruous Divine Mother taking action. However, if he wasn't here purely for revenge but for the Pill Hall, there might be more than one great sage expert behind this demon race small saint. Otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. The latter meant that the enemy had already arrived at the border with a huge army. They had already set up a trap and were waiting for Yan Zhaoge and the Pill Hall to enter. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything else. He silently observed the situation. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord didn't seem to be in a hurry. He kept increasing his strength, pressuring the roving Jade Heavens and the Vine Sovereign. It seemed like a cat toying with a mouse. However, it seemed like he was waiting for something. Behind the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, as the golden sea of clouds unfolded, numerous silhouettes appeared. The one leading the group had a human form. He looked like a dignified middle-aged man. He was Dragon King Huanshan. Dragon King Huanshan didn't make any moves. He only sat quietly on the auspicious cloud. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate this dragon race small saint, who wanted to compete against the Taoism's grand virtual immortal heavenly monarch. He was more than happy to sit by the side and watch the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord make his move. However, as he revealed his figure, the pressure and danger he brought to the roving Jade Heavens became more and more intense. Indeed, they seem like they're waiting for the Pill Hall and me to appear. Yan Zhaoge's eyes flickered. They're leaving enough time for the roving Jade Heavens to contact me, and for me to return from the void's outskirts. It seemed like they were only targeting the Vine Sovereign, and they didn't surround the roving Jade Heavens. Actually, they were also leaving an opening for the prime clear martial art practitioners who wanted to contact Yan Zhaoge to leave safely. Arriving at the right time is better than arriving early. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. Fortunately, the roving Jade Heavens' basic preparations are more or less done. It wasn't that he didn't expect the enemy to come to the roving Jade Heavens and surround them. However, it was still out of Yan Zhaoge's expectations for them to suddenly make their move. Yan Zhaoge also had some surprises for the uninvited guests today. The Pill Hall that they were longing for wasn't within the void's outskirts. Instead, it was within the Tao universe. Chapter 1344. 20 years had passed. While Yan Zhaoge had yet to completely refine and control the Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoge was currently very clear about many of the changes that had occurred within the Pill Hall. Previously, the boundary of the Pill Hall was blurry. It kept expanding outwards, gradually forming a universe. Not long ago, the Pill Hall converged inwards once again, and revealed its outer appearance once again. As for the worlds within the Pill Hall's internal cosmos, it was much more crowded between the overlapping space-time boundaries. However, it was still stable. The Pill Hall no longer had the scenery of the outerverse. The original appearance of the Divine Palace's main hall had been restored. Its whereabouts had become even more secretive. It was also convenient for him to enter the Tao universe. The wall between the two universes wouldn't be squeezing against each other, and it wouldn't alarm the White Deer Demon and the others who were monitoring this place. Currently, the Pill Hall had concealed its tracks and was floating within the Tao universe. It wasn't far away from the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge had already made most of the preparations in the roving Jade Heavens. He had originally intended to make his move in the near future. Now that the enemy had unexpectedly sent a large number of troops to the border, the plan had more twists and turns, and the chances of success were undoubtedly much smaller. However, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord and the other great demons also didn't know much about Yan Zhaoge's situation. This was the chance for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Senior Uncle Gao, Senior Uncle Long, notify Her Majesty, Senior Uncle Long and the others. We'll make a move right away. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone swiveled his head to look at Gao Xuebua, Long Xueji and the others. The other party is likely not just seeking revenge. If it's not just a simple revenge, then it means that they must have other experts waiting in ambush. Gao Xuebua's expression was solemn. Apart from the 100-eyed demon lord and the Dragon King Huanshan, if there were other great demons of such a level waiting for them, the roving Jade Heavens might not be able to repel their enemies even if they persisted in their defense. Yan Zhaoge said, "That's right. Let's just make a move now," catching the other party off guard. Go inform your grandparents as well as the Cloud Emperor and the others." Gao Xuebua nodded and said to Yu Yi, "Yes, uncle." Yu Yi, who was watching the Vine Sovereign's attack, regained her senses. After answering, she transformed into a sword light and flew away. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone roared, "Rise!" He stomped on the ground, and with the mountain under his feet as the center, lines of runes appeared and began to spread in all directions. In the roving Jade Heavens, the mountains and rivers of the 9 prefectures, and the billions of miles of the world, all lit up at the same time. One after another, great arrays rose from the ground and floated above the roving Jade Heavens. Then they resonated with each other and gradually formed a great array that seemed to envelop the entire roving Jade Heavens. Just like the migration of the world beyond worlds in the past, streams of light soared into the sky and exited the roving Jade Heavens. They intertwined with each other and traversed through the Tao universe. Under the Vine Sovereign's control, the roving Jade Heavens' dense sword chi wasn't affected at all. Both sides seemed to be unaffected and went their own ways. In the void of the universe beyond the roving Jade Heavens, a brilliance lit up. Endless purple mist suddenly appeared and filled the universe. At the center of the purple cloud sea, a white jade palace that was flickering with thousands of golden lights appeared beside the roving Jade Heavens of the Tao universe. When the 100-eyed demon lord, who was slowly suppressing the roving Jade Heavens, and Dragon King Huanshan, who was helping to hold the line, saw this, they were instantly shocked. This. The 100-eyed demon lord subconsciously turned to look at Dragon King Huanshan. Could this be the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall? Dragon King Huanshan stared at the white jade palace and murmured, "It should be right." It was inevitable for a veteran to think too much. After the 2 great demons recovered from their initial shock, their first thought was to suspect if there was a trap laid here, waiting for them to jump into it. Were the few Taoism's grand heavenly immortals already waiting here? However, after thinking for a while, they didn't think so. The orthodox Taoism was currently recuperating. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't take the initiative to set up a trap. However, the pill hall that they had been searching for was actually hidden right under their noses. When they saw it, the 100-eyed demon lord and the other great demons couldn't help but feel that it was unimaginable and filled with doubts. However, when they saw the light pillars connecting the roving Jade Heavens and the pill hall, they were shocked. Is this world being taken away as well? Immediately informed Fuluazi and the others. On the golden auspicious cloud, Dragon King Huanshan, who had been sitting on it, suddenly stood up and ordered a scarlet flood dragon to inform the others. The scarlet flood dragon quickly rushed out of the Tao universe. Fuluazi, Great Immortal Ru-Yi, Profound Frost Fairy, and the other demon race bigwigs were also shocked by the connection between the Pill Hall and the roving Jade Heavens. However, they didn't know what was going on. They sent someone to investigate, and coincidentally met the scarlet flood dragon along the way. They quickly brought it back. After hearing the scarlet flood dragon's report, the 3 demons were shocked. That was close. They almost escaped. Great Immortal Ru-Yi said furiously. "Let's quickly go and help Taoist 100-eyed and Taoist Huanshan. Be careful of the others who are monitoring this place," said Fuluazi. A group of great demons outside of the Tao universe, who were located in the boundless void, rushed towards the Tao universe. On the other side, the other forces that were monitoring the Tao universe also gradually noticed the commotion. They were bewildered and rushed towards the Tao universe to investigate. For a moment, a storm was brewing here again. It was just like the gathering of heroes 20 years ago. The entire Tao universe's space-time started trembling. At this moment, near the roving Jade Heavens, the flames of war immediately escalated. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. The 100-eyed demon lord's expression was as cold as steel. He suddenly increased his strength and attacked towards the roving Jade Heavens. Dragon King Huanshan ordered someone to report to the Pill Hall. Then he immediately jumped off the auspicious cloud and walked towards the Pill Hall. Above the Pill Hall, layers of golden light flew out. Dragon King Huanshan snorted. His fingers formed into a claw and grabbed onto the golden light. At the same time he said, Xian Tsang cut off the connection between the pill hall and the other world. Next to him, his first son answered, We obey father's orders. Prince Xian Tsang, who was wearing heavy armor, led a group of demons out from the golden auspicious cloud. They executed various techniques and slashed towards the streams of light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hall. At this moment, within the roving jade heavens, countless sword lights shone at the same time. The sword chi that was added onto the roving jade heavens space-time barrier suddenly became extremely vigorous. The 100-eyed demon lord raised his eyebrows. He immediately noticed that the opponent in front of him was no longer the Vine Sovereign. At this moment, within the roving jade heavens green duckweed mountain, a green-clothed woman took over the Vine Sovereign's position on the roving jade heavens main peak. Sword chi surged around her. Other than the Vine Sovereign, Long Xingquan and Taoist Cloud Conquest were standing beside the green-clothed woman. Long Xingquan's expression was still as carefree as usual. He didn't seem to care about anything. However, a sheathed long sword appeared in his hand. While the roving jade heaven sword chi was temporarily obstructing the 100-eyed demon lord, his figure flashed and arrived outside of the roving jade heavens. Chapter 1345. Long Xingquan transformed into a sword light and flashed out of the roving jade heavens, arriving within the Tao universe's void. In front of him was Prince Xian Tsang leading a group of demons. They were attacking the streams of light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hall. Long Xingquan held onto the sword sheath with one hand and the sword hilt with the other. He slowly unsheathed the sword. As he unsheathed the sword, his entire aura changed. His expression was still lazy and unchanging, but a terrifying aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate was suddenly released. Prince Xian Tsang, who was slashing at the streams of light, was startled. His gaze turned cold as he turned around to look at Long Xingquan. Long Xingquan slowly unsheathed the sword. Although his movements seemed slow, the demons were terrified. Tranquil profound immortal. A tranquil level immortal sword? Prince Xian Tsang pondered. The sword's name was Rushing Abyss. It wasn't Long Xingquan's personal sword. His young dragon spring was a leakless level immortal artifact. Due to the limited time, he didn't have enough time to gather the materials to forge a tranquil level immortal sword. The Rushing Abyss sword in his hand was the sword of his wife, Profound Sovereign Gao Qingxian, after she ascended to the Profound Immortal Realm. Long Xingquan and his wife had interacted a lot with sword arts and martial arts. Now that the sword was in his hands, it was as if it had entered a second owner's hands. He didn't even need to nourish it. As Long Xingquan unsheathed the sword, brilliant sword lights erupted from the sword sheath. The sword chi that seemed even sharper and stronger than the roving jade heaven sword world filled the entire Tao universe. When Long Xingquan unsheathed the sword, everyone felt as if they were hallucinating. The world in front of them seemed to have returned to the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. As Long Xingquan unsheathed his sword, the first ray of light appeared and broke through the darkness. It was as if a primordial scene had been created, and the world was stabilized. A world of creation had finally appeared in the world. Although Prince Xian Tsang felt that Long Xingquan's aura was extraordinary, he was still filled with confidence. Although he was Huanshan's son, he was gradually surpassing his father. Within the dragon race he was viewed as a rising star with even more potential than his father. Currently, Prince Xian Tsang was already equivalent to a human profound immortal sovereign with 4 chis. He was only a step away from becoming a human virtual immortal demon race small saint. Other than his father, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other small saints of the demon race, Prince Xian Tsang was the undisputed #1 expert among all the demon race experts present today. When he saw Long Xingquan draw his sword, his first reaction was to attack. Even Crown Prince Xian Tsang did not dare to underestimate Long Xingquan's sword. However, Long Xingquan had yet to cross the river. He wanted to make the first move while Long Xingquan was accumulating power. He wanted to destroy Long Xingquan's seemingly astonishing sword attack. No matter how strong the attack was, it would only be effective if it could hit the opponent. Prince Xian Tsang thrust his spear at Long Xingquan. He was confident that he was faster than Long Xingquan. Dragon King Huanshan, who was originally dealing with the pill hall, turned his head around in shock. Upon seeing this scene, his expression changed drastically. Xian Tsang retreat. Dragon King Huanshan hurriedly let go of the pill hall's radiance. He turned around and pounced towards Long Xingquan and Prince Xian Tsang. He cultivates in the prime clear sheath edge nurturing sword art. This is the first sword after unsheathing its edge. Prince Xianzong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was a top-notch expert who had ascended to the demon immortal realm for thousands of years. He had experienced hundreds of battles. He naturally knew that after a prime clear martial art practitioner nurtured their sword, the first sword after unsheathing its edge would far surpass the normal standard. It was already too late to retreat. Prince Xianzong could only strengthen his will and unleash his full strength. He didn't care about anything else. However, although Long Xingquan's speed of drawing his sword seemed slow, the speeding abyss sword in his hand had already been unsheathed when his enemy's attack was about to reach him. The concept of time and the definition of fast and slow were all blurred at this moment. There was only an absolute sword standing proudly in the sky. A sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens flashed across the void. The spear in Prince Xianzong's hand broke apart. In an instant, his vision was filled with white. He was completely occupied by the resplendent sword light, and he couldn't see anything else. In the cosmos, Dragon King Huanshan arrived at this crucial moment. He clawed at the void, and rays of golden light condensed into the shape of a dragon, blocking between the sword light and Prince Xianzong. The sonorous voice of the great Tao and the nine heavens dragon roar resounded at the same time, intimidating the surroundings. However, Long Xingquan's sword broke through all obstructions. It surged forward with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. The resplendent sword light silently pierced through the golden dragon formed by Dragon King Huanshan's strength. The brilliance around the golden dragon that seemed to be spanning across the universe instantly dimmed, as if it had been slain. After the sword light slayed the dragon, its momentum didn't stop. It continued forward and slashed towards Prince Xianzong's body. Prince Xianzong let out a blood-curdling scream. As the flowing light transformed, he was forced back to his original form. A huge black dragon appeared in the void. Its head was like a mountain and its body was like a river. However, it was already slashed apart at the waist, and only half of its body was left. Dragon King Huanshan finally arrived. He blocked in front of the black dragon and forcefully received Long Xingquan's sword. It was hard for profound immortals to injure the body of Five Chi's unification. Even so, the sword light that had already fought 2 rounds consecutively and was almost at the end of its tether still caused Dragon King Huanshan's body to sway. He was both shocked and furious. He first turned around to look at the dying black dragon behind him. The other demons were all shocked. After regaining their senses, they temporarily ignored the flowing light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hall, and quickly surrounded Prince Xianzong. Dragon King Huanshan turned around and glared at the person in front of him. Long Xingquan pointed his sword at Dragon King Huanshan. With a sword in his hand, his expression was no longer casual and lazy. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with concentration, piety, and even fanaticism. Concentration towards the martial Tao, fanaticism towards the sword Tao. Dragon King Huanshan roared furiously. His figure shook, and he split into 9 golden dragons which surrounded Long Xingquan. With the art of sheath edge and nurture sword, the first sword after unsheathing its edge was unstoppable. The sword intent that had been hidden for thousands of years was completely released. After that, it would return to its normal state. Currently, Long Xingquan's body was circulating with strands of immortal qi. They transformed into immortal aura, which moved along with his sword and fought against the dragons. Righteous qi, transforming qi, clear qi, and bright qi. Currently, Long Xingquan was clearly a 4 qis fused aura. After being stuck at the true immortal realm for several thousand years, one would shock the world with a single brilliant feat one day. If he took this step forward, he would be at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. It wasn't as if Dragon King Huanshan had never fought against a profound immortal with 4 qis fused aura before. However, the Long Xingquan before him had the speeding abyss sword in his hand. Sword lights circulated, splitting and merging, intersecting with each other. Dragon King Huanshan's attack was actually repelled. This caused the furious Dragon King Huanshan's mind to clear up, allowing him to re-evaluate his opponent before him. Even though Long Xingquan had already unleashed the unparalleled sharpness of the first sword, he still couldn't be underestimated. The 9 golden dragons merged into one, and Dragon King Huanshan's face turned gloomy. He calmed his mind and attacked again. He didn't use any transformations and his attacks were straightforward. He wanted to suppress Long Xingquan with his cultivation level and force him to face him head-on. At the same time, in the roving jade heavens, the Vine Sovereign Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the other experts flew out one after another and arrived at the cosmic void. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1346. Uncle Master Long has nurtured his sword for thousands of years. Now that he's out of seclusion, his radiance is shining across the universe. Within the pill hall, the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei was full of praise. As Yan Zhaoge's main body controlled the pill hall, he said, "Indeed." When senior apprentice Granduncle Long unleashed his first sword after attaining the profound immortal realm, most grand virtual immortals would have to evade his attack. Otherwise, even if they weren't injured, they would still be beaten to a pulp. Most people only cared about the fact that Long Xingquan was inferior to his wife, Gao Qingxian. They even treated it as a joke. Long Xingquan did not care about this. He was usually lazy and carefree, living in seclusion. It was easy for others to look down on him. However, if one were to think about it, how could a person without any temper or ability, as a successor of the Jade Clear lineage, possibly run to the prime Clear Jade roving heavens to compete in the sword back then? It was fine if the ignorant were fearless. The problem was that Long Xingquan's sword arts had swept across the roving Jade heavens, causing Zhang Buxu, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the other prime Clear experts to be utterly humiliated. He was only defeated when Gao Qingxian made her move. According to the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei's words, Long Xingquan was usually carefree and lazy. However, when he was fighting someone with a sword in his hand, his fanaticism and stubbornness towards victory was even greater than Yan Xintong's. Exchanging pointers was one thing, but if it was a battle with an enemy, the sword would either kill or injure, and there would be no mercy. Yan Zhaoge's previous understanding of this had not been sufficiently direct. However, after witnessing Crown Prince Xianzong's fate, there was no need to say anything more. As for Long Xingquan's strength, Yan Zhaoge had praised the Cloud Conquest Emperor when he was searching for the Pill Hall. Among the true immortal experts that he knew, the Cloud Conquest Emperor could be ranked within the top 3. At that time, the strongest true immortal in Yan Zhaoge's eyes wasn't Chen Qianhua, who had just ascended to the immortal realm, Long Xueji, who had shown off his abilities, or the famous female Emperor Jie Mingkong, who had shocked the world. It was this martial granduncle who had kept a low profile and nurtured his sword for thousands of years. In the eyes of a few people, he had become a joke. The Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan. I'll leave this to Zhaoge and the others. I'm going to help as well. Although he wasn't on good terms with the roving Jade Heavens Vine Sovereign, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the other experts, Yu Jinbei temporarily put aside his personal grudges and left the Pill Hall. Within the cosmic void outside of the Pill Hall, Long Xingquan was facing the demon race's little saint, Dragon King Huanshan, who was equivalent to the Taoism's heavenly monarch. At this moment, Dragon King Huanshan was no longer impatient. He fought steadily, advancing step by step. He wanted to suppress his opponent with his cultivation realm. At that moment, although Long Xingquan's eyes were filled with excitement, his movements were still calm and orderly. While resisting the suppression caused by the sonorous voice of the Great Path when his opponent attacked, he changed his sword light from hardness to softness to contend with his opponent. On the other side, the Vine Sovereign and Taoist Cloud Conquest from the roving Jade Heavens, as well as the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei from the Pill Hall, were fighting against the other demons. Other than Prince Xianzong, there were still many strong demons here. But now they too had to face Taoist Cloud Conquest, who had nurtured his sword for thousands of years. Although his momentum was inferior to Long Xingquan's, Taoist Cloud Conquest's sword was unstoppable. A Taoist profound immortal stage demon immortal with immortal chi fusion aura was sliced into two by Taoist Cloud Conquest sword. The sword light didn't stop there. It formed a sweeping momentum and stirred up a wave of blood. Dragon King Huanshan was forced into a corner. He temporarily abandoned Long Xingquan and was forced to take on the attack for the other demons. On the other side, Long Xingquan's sword light surged as he seized the opportunity to counterattack Dragon King Huanshan. Taoist Cloud Conquest also brandished his sword light and created several sword formations, trapping Dragon King Huanshan and Long Xingquan within. With a wave of his hand, a stream of light enveloped Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua and flew towards Yu Jinbei. Then Yu Jinbei sent them into the Pill Hall. Although the sonorous voice of the Great Path released by the demon race Small Saint had suppressed the two true immortals, they were still safely sent into the Pill Hall after being transmitted. A furious dragon roar resounded. Dragon King Huanshan quickly tore apart the sword formations and charged out. Under his command, the remaining demon clan powerhouses attacked in unison and launched a counterattack. Long Xingquan, Yu Jinbei, and the others' expressions remained unchanged. They took on the attacks and contended with the demons. On the other side, the hundred-eyed demon lord was both shocked and furious as he witnessed the roving jade heavens being connected to the pill hall. At this moment, the sword chi of the roving jade heavens sword domain that was fighting against him previously started weakening. However, a green-clothed woman walked out from within. As she strode forward, the illusory and profound sonorous voice of the Great Path resounded, continuously neutralizing the pressure brought by the hundred-eyed demon lord and dragon king Huanshan. Today, the former profound sovereign had taken the final step and successfully passed the profound origin tribulation, achieving the five Qis unification physique, and stepping into the grand virtual immortal realm. After Sua Mingzhang, she was the second heavenly monarch among the new Taoism martial art practitioners since the Great Calamity. Roving Jade Heavens sword reversing two extremities, Gao Qingxian. She's also Daoist Chuan He's disciple. The hundred-eyed demon lord didn't hold back. He tapped his finger and a dark yellow sword light pierced towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxian didn't stop and continued moving forward. She immediately retaliated with her sword. The sharp and resolute green-green sword light slashed through the air and sliced the dark yellow sword light apart. Although it's the immortal extermination sword, her attainments in this sword art are very high. The hundred-eyed demon lord frowned and dispelled his belittling thoughts. Then, a radiance immediately lit up above his head. The hundred-eyed demon lord was a demon immortal bigwig who attained Tao during the journey to the West era. Although he still couldn't pass through the origin heavenly tribulation and become a demon race great sage, his strength was so strong that apart from Fuluazi, none of the demon race experts who came to the Tao universe were his opponents. Two radiances flickered above his head. With the duo flowers converged crown, the hundred-eyed demon lord's strength instantly skyrocketed. His body became even more indestructible and his strength was boundless. His five Qis unification immortal essence became even stronger. He unleashed another sword. The sword light was akin to a dark yellow heavenly river. It almost traversed across the entire Tao universe and slashed towards Gao Qingxian. Not only did the Grand Virtual Immortal Realm signify the Grand Virtual Immortal Realm's advancement, but it also signified the growth of his strength. Gao Qingxian, who had just ascended to the Virtual Immortal Realm, wasn't only facing a veteran demon race small saint, but also a duo flowers converged crown expert. Go. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged as she faced a powerful opponent. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside her without any signs. It was another Gao Qingxian. No matter if it was aura or appearance, it was the same as her original self. Standing here there were two Gao Qingxian. There was no difference between the real and the fake. Both of their actions were exactly the same. Both of them advanced forward and unleashed their swords simultaneously. The one on the left had a ferocious and tyrannical sword intent, capable of annihilating everything, destroying all techniques, and manifesting the end of creation. The one on the right had a supremely high sword intent, capable of cutting through thistles and thorns and manifesting the genesis of heaven and earth. Remember the mobile version, M. Chapter 1347. The two Gao Qingxian seemed to be doing their own thing. However, with one soul and two bodies, the twin swords fused together, forming a combined attack. One of them executed the head of the prime clear lineage's numinous treasure four swords, the immortal exterminating sword. The other one was using her husband Long Xingquan's jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The heaven-splitting earth-crushing sword and the heaven-destroying earth-extinguishing sword joined forces, resonating with each other. Although it wasn't like Yendi's creation saber, which transformed into a brand new peerless supreme martial art, Gao Qingxuan's dual swords amalgamation had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Her situation was special. She was blessed by the heavens with one soul and two bodies. When she made her move, it was as if she was a single person. This kind of tacit understanding was something that even a pair of twins couldn't achieve if they attacked together with their swords. Even if the other two had known each other for thousands of years, it would still be impossible for them to be so familiar with each other. As the sword intents from both sides intertwined, they actually vaguely formed the image of the beginning and end cycle of the world's creation. While it was not as unique and perfect as Yendi's creation saber, the sword chi and sword intent of her clone and her true self were united in resonance as it was virtually equivalent to the strength of two of them added together, being exceptionally vigorous. Gao Qingxuan's twin swords were unleashed with unstoppable momentum. Once again, the hundred-eyed demon lord's dark yellow heavenly river-like sword light was slashed apart. It's not an illusory fake body, but a clone that has reached the five Qis unification's realm like the main body? Even though the 100-eyed demon lord was an old demon with 10,000 years of experience, he was still shocked. And this sword technique, what exactly? He took another look at the pill hall and the roving jade heavens. He saw that the roving jade heavens had started to move under the guidance of the flowing light. The 100-eyed demon lord took a deep breath. He suddenly untied his belt and took off his black robe. After the great calamity, Taoist Chuan He's lineage had always been on guard against the 100-eyed demon lord, not knowing when he might come knocking on their doors. He had also investigated the characteristics of his abilities. Seeing the other party's actions, Gao Qingxian immediately recalled some related rumors. Sure enough, the white-eyed demon lord took off his clothes and raised his hands. There were 1,000 eyes on both sides of his body, and right now they emitted a yellow mist and golden light. Dense yellow mist, like clouds spurting out from the sides of his body, brilliant golden light, like 1,000 eyes on fire. Wherever the radiant mist went, it enveloped Gao Qingxian. Being enveloped by the radiant fog, Gao Qingxian felt like she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She couldn't even budge. She combined her two swords to open a path for herself. She regained her freedom and was able to move around in the mist of light. However, the mist of light was strange and unending. It broke and regenerated, but it still trapped her within. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged. Her main body and clone stood with their backs against each other. One was still using the immortal exterminating sword, while the other switched to using the immortal exterminating sword instead of the jade illusory heaven opening sword. Once again the two swords joined hands to attack. This time they didn't use any creation transformations. Instead they used all their strength to attack. It was as if the heavens were punishing them with an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. They forcefully pierced through the fog of light and escaped from within. Although Gao Qingxian rushed out of the radiant fog, when she looked back she saw the 100-eyed demon lord's thousands of demonic eyes still blinking continuously. The vast radiant fog engulfed the heavens and earth, continuing to chase after her. At the same time, in the void outskirts of the Tao universe, great immortal Ru Yi and the other great demons had also arrived. However, other powerful auras also descended. As the clear glazed light emerged, a golden bodhisattva appeared. Although his entire body resembled glass and flickered with faint radiance, it wasn't the Buddha radiance commonly seen by the Buddhist Bantis in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This radiance originated from the bodhisattva himself. It was a great bodhisattva from the Western Pure Lands, an orthodox Zen cultivator who attained the Tao. His aura was the strongest. Other than him, the auras of other people also appeared. Among them, the 9 underworlds' demonic chi could be vaguely felt surging. Fuluazi and the other great demons exchanged glances and immediately acted according to their plans. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the profound frost fairy held a pestle in her hand and went against the Western Pure Lands Banti. Fuluazi, on the other hand, intimidated everyone else. At the same time he drew a talisman in the air. The talisman projected radiance and expanded into the distance, gradually forming into a net. Upon seeing this, the Buddhist Banti from the Pure Lands frowned. Although he wasn't sure what the radiant net's function was, he had already contacted his Pure Lands reinforcements. However, as the radiant net expanded, it seemed to have shrunk the chaotic space. As a result, those who approached the net would end up crashing into it. The net seemed to be targeting the outside world but not the inside world. The Buddhist Banti had the intention to dispel it. Unfortunately, the Jade Rabbit Demon and the Profound Frost Fairy interfered with him and fought against each other. On the other side, Great Immortal Ru Yi led a group of demon race experts and rushed into the Tao universe. They were heading straight for the Pill Hall. The 100-eyed demon lord held a grudge against the roving Jade Heavens, but he didn't. The Pill Hall was Great Immortal Ru Yi's true target. You should still take it easy. Currently within the Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunxing beside him. Continue suppressing the seal. Don't relax until the current situation stabilizes. Otherwise, if you blindly take another step forward, the devilish chi would increase and we might not be able to deal with it. I know. Feng Yunxing wore a white robe and held a black saber. If things really escalate to that stage, I might even become a signpost for existences like the Wood Devil to find me. As she spoke, her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already outside the Pill Hall. Currently, Great Immortal Ru Yi was rushing towards the Pill Hall. When he saw Feng Yunxing he was stunned. Human, or devil? He was slightly stunned. Then, he recalled a piece of news that he heard before. You're the person who was tainted by the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority? Feng Yunxing didn't answer. She swung her ponytail, and the cold sun divine saber in her hand roared as it rushed out of its scabbard. The vicious and ominous black devilish chi transformed into a horrifying blade, and slashed towards great immortal Ru Yi. 20 years ago, the horrifying aura that seemed like the end of the world had arrived, and caused the Dao universe to faintly show signs of withering had arrived once again. Moreover, it was much stronger than 20 years ago. Feng Yunxing didn't hold back. On top of her head, an illusory radiance condensed and manifested. However, it was different from Sua Mingzhang and Gao Han in the past. It was also different from the current 100-eyed demon lord. The radiance that Feng Yunxing condensed on top of her head was darkness. Great immortal Ru Yi didn't dare to underestimate the horrifying aura. He immediately took out his Ru Yi golden hook, and the duo flowers converged crown appeared on top of his head. His entire aura and strength skyrocketed. He swung his hook. It was violent and sharp, and it was extremely ferocious. It was like a divine bull that could carry the heavens on its back, fiercely swinging its horns at this moment. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm and her eyes were focused. She raised the blade high above her head and brought it down with a force that could split a mountain. She completely ignored great immortal Ru Yi's golden hook. Wherever that terrifying black blade passed, the void of the universe seemed to split into two. Violent light flashed, and the cold sun divine saber clashed with the wishful golden hook. Great immortal Ru Yi instantly felt his hand tremble, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly tilted the hook in his hand and dodged to the side. Even so, when he took a closer look, there was already a chip on the golden hook in his hand. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1348. Looking at the crack on his golden hook, great immortal Ru Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. When their weapons clashed, he could even vaguely feel that Feng Yunxing was restraining her own strength. Just from this exchange, great immortal Ru Yi's heart trembled. The aura of the doomsday heavenly devil's authority is actually this terrifying? As he thought of this, he dragged his golden hook and didn't lunge towards the pill hall anymore. Instead, he turned around and lunged towards the streams of lights that connected the pill hall and the roving jade heavens. Although his target was only the pill hall, severing the streams of lights would cause the roving jade heavens to remain within the Dao universe. The pill hall might retreat on its own. However, great immortal Ru Yi believed that Yan Zhaoge and the others wouldn't give up just like that. If he missed this opportunity, everyone would know that they intended to take the roving jade heavens along with them. If they prepared an ambush, Yan Zhaoge's chances of succeeding would be incomparably slim. Since he had made his move, he had to see the results today. Although great immortal Ru Yi's original form was that of a bull, he was extraordinarily agile. With a leap, he arrived near Dragon King Huanshan and the others. With a swing of his hook, he immediately hooked a stream of lights. However, Feng Yunxing pointed her jet-black saber and immediately chased after him. Useless fool. The 100-eyed demon lord cursed in his heart and flew towards Feng Yunxing. Then he opened his arms. Golden radiances and yellow mists gushed out from beneath his ribs and enveloped Feng Yunxing. Upon seeing this, Gao Qingxian, who was previously evading the light mists, immediately turned around and attacked great immortal Ru Yi and Dragon King Huanshan. Don't even think of leaving. As the 100-eyed demon lord sneered, the light mists permeated and enveloped almost half of the Dao universe. Wherever the light mists went, time and space seemed to be frozen. The dense yellow light mist surged everywhere, wanting to devour Feng Yunxing and Gao Qingxian. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunxing took in a deep breath and held the cold sun divine saber's hilt with her left hand. She held the saber with both hands and raised it above her head. Zha. Feng Yunxing let out a sound with unknown meaning. She slashed her saber downwards. Wherever the saber lights passed by, everything would collapse. In the face of the mournful dark saber light, the dense yellow fog of light was continuously disappearing at this moment. The 100-eyed demon lord glared at Feng Yunxing angrily. The dark yellow mist under its ribs kept surging and replenishing itself, forming a tug-of-war with Feng Yunxing. However, because of this, the mist of light that was originally covering the sky and earth was unable to continue spreading. Gao Qingxian didn't say much. Her main body and clone rushed towards great immortal Ru Yi and Dragon King Huanshan, respectively. After witnessing the battle between Gao Qingxian and the 100-eyed demon lord, Dragon King Huanshan didn't dare to be negligent. He turned around and faced Gao Qingxian, who he didn't know if she was her original self or clone. His opponent executed the clear lineage's numinous treasure 4 swords. His sword arts were superb, causing Dragon King Huanshan to be in dire straits. His back was drenched in sweat. On the other side, the duo flowers converged crown Great Immortal Ru Yi was facing the other Gao Qingxian with relative ease. However, against Great Immortal Ru Yi, Gao Qingxian wasn't as forceful as she was against the 100-eyed Demon Lord. She didn't use any of her other sword techniques and only used the Immortal Trapping Sword manual. A smear of red light flickered in the void. It was unpredictable. Even Great Immortal Ru Yi, who was known for his agility, couldn't capture its traces within a short period of time. Not only is she able to switch between various sword arts at will, but she's also able to grasp the essence of various things after switching to a single sword art. It's truly exquisite. Great Immortal Ru Yi felt a slight headache. The incongruence Divine Mother's lineage has produced an impressive junior. His foundation was much more solid than Gao Qingxuan's, allowing him to take the initiative in their battle. Great Immortal Ru Yi intended to attack the Pill Hall, Long Xingxuan, the Vine Sovereign, and the others. However, Gao Qingxuan's speed and agility weren't any inferior to his, making it hard for him to escape. On the other side, Long Xingxuan, the Vine Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and Taoist Cloud Conquest were fighting against the other demon race experts. 4 sword lights traversed the universe. Despite being outnumbered, they weren't at a disadvantage at all. They even chased after the group of great demons, forcing them away from the light stream connecting the roving Jade Heavens and the Pill Hall. The 4 of them were all sword cultivators. Their attacks were ruthless and their attacks were sharp. In just a few moves, their opponents were already suffering casualties. Currently, the White Jade Palace, which was enveloped by the purple chi and golden radiances, remained calm. Through the cable-like light streams, it started pulling the entire roving Jade Heavens closer to itself. The palace's door was already opened. Outside and within the door there was a universe. The entire roving Jade Heavens started transforming into light streams. The huge world transformed into light streams and entered the Pill Hall's cosmos through the door. Such a huge commotion shook the entire Tao universe. No matter where it was, it could be felt. Outside of the Tao universe, Fuluazi and the Jade Rabbit Demon, who were closer to the other forces, had a solemn expression on their faces. Anxiety couldn't help but appear within their gazes. The changes happening within the Tao universe clearly indicated that Yan Zhaoge's plan to sweep away the roving Jade Heavens was progressing smoothly. The 100-eyed Demon Lord and the other great demons couldn't stop it. The light net extended by Fuluazi's hand was already densely stacked together, gradually forming a humongous bird's nest that contained countless spaces. Within the bird's nest, there were already several rays of golden radiances flickering. They were all Buddhism bigwigs from the Western Pure Lands who received the news and rushed over to provide reinforcements. They traversed through space and rushed over to the Tao universe. However, the paths in front of them were all connected to the bird's nest. They wouldn't be able to break through within a short period of time. Fuluazi, who had temporarily obstructed the Western Pure Lands reinforcements, couldn't escape. He had no choice but to stay where he was. He sighed, "Fairy, go and help me." As he spoke, radiances surfaced above his head. Then he helped the Jade Rabbit Demon to obstruct the Buddhism Bodhisattva. "Thank you, Taoist." The Jade Rabbit Demon didn't say anything else. She immediately held onto the medicine-pounding pestle and rushed into the Tao universe. After entering the Tao universe and rushing near the roving Jade Heavens, the Jade Rabbit Demon's gaze swept through the situation. She was shocked. Her gaze fell upon the Pill Hall. The roving Jade Heavens had already transformed into light streams and was slowly being guided into the Pill Hall. Shadows appeared within the void. One world after another appeared. At this moment, the boundaries of the territories became clear. Those were worlds similar to the Eight Extremities world, Vast Ocean world, Floating Life world, and others. They were the lower realms that belonged to the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge and the others wanted to migrate the roving Jade Heavens. Naturally, the lower realms and their inhabitants would have to be brought along as well. Upon seeing this, the Jade Rabbit Demon immediately rushed towards the Pill Hall. Gao Qingxuan's clone, who was fighting against Dragon King Huanshan, frowned. She temporarily forced Dragon King Huanshan back with her sword and obstructed the Jade Rabbit Demon. Although Dragon King Huanshan was temporarily forced back, he quickly rushed forward again. Gao Qingxian and her clone unleashed the Immortal Trapping Sword and obstructed him. However, with 3 demon race small saints advancing together, Great Immortal Ru Yi managed to find an opening. He shook off Gao Qingxian and rushed towards the Pill Hall. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1349. While Dragon King Huanshan and the Jade Rabbit Demon were busy with Gao Qingxian, Great Immortal Ru Yi freed himself and rushed towards the pill hall. Seeing this, Feng Yunxing waved her cold sun divine saber, dispelling the dark yellow radiant fog and chased after Great Immortal Ru Yi. However, the 100-eyed Demon Lord went all out. A sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it towards Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing blocked it with her saber. The thousands of eyes beneath the 100-eyed Demon Lord's ribs shone together, and yellow fog filled the sky, obstructing Feng Yunxing's path. Long Xingquan Yu Jinbei and the others went forward to obstruct Great Immortal Ru Yi. However, the other demon race experts that followed the Jade Rabbit Demon into the Dao universe had also rushed forward. Even the group of demons that had suffered heavy casualties under Dragon King Huanshan's hands pounced forward once more under Dragon King Huanshan's howl. Great Immortal Ru Yi swung his golden hook. Like a bull's horn, it repelled Long Xingquan's sword light. Then he rushed towards the vicinity of the pill hall. Rays of golden light soared into the sky from the pill hall and shot towards him. Great Immortal Ru Yi swung his golden hook in a circle, sweeping away the rays of golden light. Then he extended his hook. The sharp blade that was flickering with golden radiance instantly became gigantic. It sliced apart the purple clouds and landed on the white jade palace. After hooking the pill hall, Great Immortal Ru Yi immediately pulled it back. One end of the Ru Yi golden hook was tiny, and it landed in Great Immortal Ru Yi's hand. The other end of the sharp blade hooked onto the colossal pill hall that was as huge as a city in the divine world. However, as Great Immortal Ru Yi pulled it, the huge pill hall started shaking and approached him. Gao Qingxian pointed her sword at him. The sword sovereign instantly transformed into thousands of streaks of light, rushing towards Dragon King Huanshan. Dragon King Huanshan's figure transformed into light and split into 9, evading Gao Qingxuan's sword momentum. Red radiance flashed around Gao Qingxuan's body, and she immediately disappeared. Without any delay, when the dark red sword light flickered again, she had already caught up to Great Immortal Ru Yi and slashed down. Great Immortal Ru Yi wielded his hook with one hand, while his other hand turned around and attacked Gao Qingxian. With the twin flowers converged crown above his head, his strength and vitality far surpassed that of ordinary demon race small saints and Taoism heavenly monarchs. Even if his other hand was contending against the pill hall, his other hand still managed to block Gao Qingxuan's sword momentum. After Gao Qingxuan's attack missed, Dragon King Huanshan had already made a comeback and ruthlessly attacked Gao Qingxuan's back. The extremely tough and sharp true dragon claws were akin to indestructible spears. They were about to pierce through Gao Qingxuan's chest. Gao Qingxian didn't evade. Her index and middle fingers formed a sword. Other than the streaks of black sword lights, traces of white qi and faint green radiances were also present on her fingerty. The tip of the sword pointed at Dragon King Huanshan's claw. The firm and fierce dragon claw suddenly trembled. The pale golden demon essence that flickered on the dragon claw immediately began to disintegrate upon contact with the azure sword ray. It scattered into golden dust and vanished in the wind. When the deadly white gas landed on the seemingly indestructible dragon scales, the dragon scales immediately exploded. The black sword light crisscrossed and slashed at Dragon King Huanshan's flesh. Then it wrapped around him and spun around. One of his claws was instantly sliced off by Gao Qingxuan's sword. Dragon King Huanshan let out a deep groan. Gao Qingxuan's ruthless sword edge didn't stop there. After slicing off Dragon King Huanshan's finger, the sword edge continued descending, slashing towards Dragon King Huanshan. This dragon race small saint, whose strength was equivalent to a Taoism heavenly monarch, suddenly flipped his body and opened his mouth. A black current gushed out, instantly turning into a vast ocean that filled the void. As the pitch-black ocean obstructed Gao Qingxuan's sword edge, Dragon King Huanshan also turned into a stream of light and sank into the ocean. With the help of the water escape, he managed to evade Gao Qingxuan's attack. At least, his dragon claw wouldn't be sliced off by his opponent. Gao Qingxian didn't plan on chasing after him after forcing him to retreat. Instead, she turned around and continued searching for Great Immortal Ru Yi. However, the boundless ocean had already set off monstrous waves that covered the heavens and covered the earth as they crashed towards her. Most of the demon race had their own innate abilities. When fighting against humans, they could be of great use. For example, the 100-eyed demon lord's innate abilities were extremely useful. To a certain extent, they even surpassed his supreme martial arts. Although Dragon King Huanshan's abilities weren't as tyrannical as the 100-eyed demon lord's 1,000 eyes golden light, he had his own unique abilities. Gao Qingxian wasn't afraid of him at all. However, she was annoyed to be entangled by him. In the current dangerous battle situation, in just a few breaths of time, there were thousands of changes. Great Immortal Ru Yi made use of the opportunity of the other great demons delaying Feng Yunxing, Gao Qingxian, and the others to attack the pill hall. One of his hands held onto the Ru Yi golden hook and hooked onto the pill hall, preventing it from moving or retreating. He extended his other hand, which instantly transformed into a sky-covering palm and clawed towards the pill hall. Within the pill hall, within the purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge was nowhere to be seen. Only Yan Di, Nye Jingshan, Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, and Mars Halbert, who had manifested his human form, were present. The five of them sat in a formation. Yan Di sat in the center while the other four stood at the four corners. The formation they formed was the formation used to subdue the hall spirit, awakened sky, during the fight for the pill hall. Although the members had changed, the newly joined Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua were already familiar with the formation's transformations. They could even coordinate with the other three. Above Yendi's head, a huge pill furnace floated. It was the profound sky purple golden furnace. Within the profound sky purple golden furnace, Yan Zhaoge sat quietly. His eyes were closed and he didn't speak or move. It was as if he was in a deep slumber, and also as if his soul had flown away. Currently, the person suppressing the situation within the profound sky purple golden furnace seemed to only be a shell. He seemed to have no thoughts or thoughts. My opponents outnumber me. I have no choice but to take a risk. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded within the purple divine pavilion. However, it didn't originate from within the profound sky purple golden furnace. His voice seemed to have spread throughout the entire purple divine pavilion and the entire pill hall. Only the 5 people within the pavilion could hear his words. When I make my move, the pill hall will inevitably tremble. I have no choice but to request the 5 of you to form a formation and suppress it for me, said Yan Zhaoge. It would have been fine if the inner hall's universe did not contain so many worlds, but now it seemed to be carrying countless shackles and burdens. If they wanted to unload their burdens and break out of the encirclement, they naturally couldn't destroy the peace of many worlds, let alone abandon them here. However, this was not a problem for Yan Zhaoge. The 5 people in the formation smiled and said, "Just do it." Good. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly, and his laughter resounded throughout the entire purple divine pavilion. Outside the pill hall, just as Great Immortal Ru Yi's palm was about to land on the top of the White Jade Palace, the White Jade Palace suddenly shone brightly. An unprecedentedly powerful aura emanated from it. Then, an unimaginable scene appeared in front of everyone outside. The radiance emitted by the pill hall changed from pure gold to purple gold. The purplish golden radiance condensed into an arm. It raised its palm towards the sky and caught Great Immortal Ru Yi's hand. As Great Immortal Ru Yi was startled, radiance condensed above the pill hall. A second arm extended out of nowhere and slammed onto his forehead. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1350. These 2 palms came too suddenly and caught Great Immortal Ru Yi off guard. The second palm landed on Great Immortal Ru Yi's head, causing him to see stars and his head to bleed. As the world spun, his figure rolled backwards. He couldn't even hold on to the Ru Yi golden hook that was hooked onto the pill hall. After rolling on the ground, he finally regained his footing. Great Immortal Ru Yi's eyes were filled with stars, and he raised his head with difficulty. Above the pill hall, purple gold radiance was shining non-stop. Other than the 2 arms, a more complete humanoid body was starting to appear. The facial features couldn't be distinguished yet, but the outline of the head was gradually becoming clearer. At first, only the upper body was visible. The waist seemed to have sunk into the pill hall below. Then, the huge body started growing taller, and the purple gold radiance condensed its lower body. In the end, it became a giant that stepped on the void and stood above the pill hall. Pill hall's hall spirit? The jade rabbit demon from afar was shocked. Didn't they say that it perished? Even if it reincarnated, it shouldn't be this fast. Great Immortal Ru Yi stared at the pill hall angrily. It's just a silver spearhead. It looks good, but it's useless. He let out a low roar and his figure flashed. He instantly appeared in front of the pill hall, and struck towards the purple gold giant with his palms. Although Great Immortal Ru Yi's face was covered in dirt from that palm strike, he knew that it was mostly because his opponent had caught him off guard that he was at a disadvantage. Although the palm was ruthless, he was sure that his opponent's strength was still limited. Otherwise, he would be in a worse state after suffering that blow to his head. This time, Great Immortal Ru Yi was fully focused and attacked with both hands. One hand was like a hammer walking in a straight line. It was ferocious but not reckless. It could change at any time, alternating between real and fake. The other hand was like a hook, walking sideways and in an arc. It looked gentle, but it was also a sharp killing move. It could reach its target at any time. As the melody continued, it surrounded the giant formed by the purple-gold radiance in the center, forcing his opponent to have nowhere to run. He could only receive his attack head-on. Great Immortal Ru Yi wanted to force his opponent to fight him head-on, and suppress his opponent with greater strength. However, in the next moment his eyes widened. The human figure formed by the purplish-gold radiance looked frail at first, but after it stabilized, more purplish-gold radiance gathered. Rays of light intertwined and condensed, turning into a purple-gold full-body armor that covered the giant's body. First it was the back armor and the breastplate, then the abdomen armor, the leg suspenders, and the knee skirt hanging on the left and right sides of the waist. As the giant raised his hands, the purple-gold radiance condensed, and the armbands that protected his shoulders and arms also appeared. He raised his hands, one palm striking and the other chopping, accurately parrying Great Immortal Ru Yi's attacks from both sides. His palm was the flipping sky seal, and his fist was the sky-splitting halberd. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of Great Immortal Ru Yi, another protection appeared on the giant's body. His head was covered by a hood, and the radiance on his chest reached its peak. Finally, it transformed into a heart-protecting mirror. After donning the battle armor, the purple-golden giant's figure expanded rapidly, turning into a towering giant. His figure was even bigger than the celestial city-like Pill Hall itself. Overseer of Heaven, awakened benevolent guardian deity. This was the true form of the awakened Sky Palace's Hall spirit manifesting itself to protect itself and fight against external enemies. In the past, the Hall spirit, awakened Sky, was damaged by the Great Calamity and couldn't manifest such a form. Now it had reappeared on Jianghu. Great Immortal Ru Yi was the first person to experience it after the Great Calamity. Not only did it reappear, but it was also different from before the Great Calamity. The Pill Hall didn't have its own consciousness, and could only be operated mechanically. Now, under Jianghu's control, he had successfully fused his understanding of martial arts into it. This purple-golden giant was formed by the fusion of Jianghu's soul and the Pill Hall. The powerful palm and fist not only intercepted Great Immortal Ru Yi's attacks, but also rotated the cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, causing Great Immortal Ru Yi's right hand to change direction, and collided with Great Immortal Ru Yi's left hand. This guardian deity freed his right hand and punched Great Immortal Ru Yi's head again. It was the same punch, but the power contained within it was much more vigorous and violent than before. Great Immortal Ru Yi's entire body rolled backwards. As he was rolling, he lost his human form and reverted back to his original form. A giant bull the size of a star was sent tumbling backward. When the 100-eyed demon lord, Dragon King Huanshan, and the Jade Rabbit demon saw it, their hearts trembled. When they looked over, they saw the guardian deity's entire body flickering with purple-golden radiance. His facial features were slowly becoming clearer. It was no longer ethereal and unpredictable. It was clearly Jianghu's appearance. The Overseer of Heavens, awakened benevolent guardian deity appeared and exchanged a few blows with Great Immortal Ru Yi. The Pill Hall's main body shook violently. The various worlds within the Hall's cosmos started becoming unstable as if they were reverting back to their original form and rushing out of the Hall. The roving jade heavens and the various lower realms that were being absorbed into the Hall's cosmos were shaking as if they were reverting back to their original form and no longer entered the Hall's cosmos. However, at the center of the Pill Hall's cosmos, countless rays of radiance flew out from the purple divine pavilion's nebula light cluster. They were like chains that connected the various worlds. After being connected by these chains, rays of purple golden radiance were emitted from the purple divine pavilion. After the various worlds were coated with a layer of purple golden radiance, they became stable once again. The various worlds within the cosmos regained their tranquility. As for the roving jade heavens and the other worlds, they resumed their advancement and were absorbed into the Pill Hall in an orderly manner. Within the purple divine pavilion, the formation continued to take effect, allowing the Pill Hall to maintain its fragile balance while Jianghu was fighting. Within the profound sky purple golden furnace, Jianghu's body was still sitting in a lotus position. He didn't speak or move, nor did he release any aura. His soul was currently reversing the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit reincarnation technique, temporarily replacing it and transforming into the Hall Spirit, manifesting as the overseer of heavens, awakened benevolent guardian deity. The tall giant donned a full body armor as if he was a heavenly general. He stood above the pill hall and struck the Jade Rabbit Demon with his palm. The Jade Rabbit Demon was currently fighting against Gao Qingxian. Upon seeing this, she could only evade. Once Gao Qingxian found an opening, she immediately retaliated. While she was proficient in the Immortal Trapping Sword, her previous opponents, Great Immortal Ru Yi and the Jade Rabbit Demon, were also proficient in space-time shifting. Their movements were nimble and they couldn't be underestimated. Previously, in order to obstruct the few demon race small saints that were besieging the pill hall, Gao Qingxian and her clone could only act separately in order to expand the defensive perimeter. Now that Yan Zhaoge had finally completed the ritual and manifested as the pill hall's guardian deity, Gao Qingxian no longer had any worries. Her main body and her clone stood on the left and right, combining their swords and attacking the weakest of the three demon race small saints, Dragon King Huanshan. The Heaven-Opening Sword and the Heaven-Exterminating Sword appeared once again. They transformed into a surging torrent that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, pressuring towards the enemy with an unstoppable momentum. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1351. Dealing with Gao Qingxian alone had already exhausted Dragon King Huanshan. Seeing two Gao Qingxian rushing towards him, Dragon King Huanshan had no choice but to flee. He opened his mouth, and a boundless black sea gushed out once again. Then he rushed into it and escaped with the help of the water. Even so, Gao Qingxuan's overwhelming slash still forcefully split the Black Sea apart and injured him. If Dragon King Huanshan didn't retreat without hesitation, he would have lost half his life even if he didn't die. After succeeding, Gao Qingxian didn't continue pursuing him. Instead, she immediately turned around to assist Feng Yunxing against the strongest demon here, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. As expected of the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's strength, the 1,000 eyes beneath his ribs continuously spewed out golden radiance and yellow fog. It didn't show any signs of weakening, as if it was unending. This innate ability of his was even more useful than everything else he had learned. However, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord was also grumbling in his heart. Feng Yunxing's Doomsday Saber was even more sinister, bizarre, and tyrannical than his innate ability. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord could still hold on and continuously unleash his abilities, releasing golden radiance and yellow fog. However, as Feng Yunxing slashed down with her saber, the golden radiance would regenerate and replenish itself. The range of her attacks didn't seem to be shrinking at all. However, this ability's effects of freezing time and space and injuring one's mental state were faintly deteriorating. The quantity didn't decrease but the quality did. Compared to the golden radiance being dispelled, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord felt even more terrified and heartache. That meant that his innate divine ability was actually being weakened and disintegrated from its foundation. Although the speed wasn't fast, it seemed to be irreversible. The horrifying saber edge that destroyed everything and ended everything caused the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord to be extremely fearful. What he was even more fearful of was Feng Yunxing's sharpness getting denser and denser. Her strength was actually showing signs of increasing. Although it was accompanied by an unstable state of losing control, even if she lost control, he was still the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's first target. Thinking about this, a hint of ferocity flashed through the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's eyes. He spread his arms and continuously circulated the golden radiance and yellow fog. At the same time, the sword in his hand trembled and was tossed up. Then, it turned into a majestic sword light that descended and slashed towards Feng Yunxing. The golden light seal began to condense further, focusing on Feng Yunxing and loosening its control over the surroundings. As a result, Feng Yunxing's saber gleams sliced through the smoke and clouds and slashed towards the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord did not evade. Instead, he met her attack with an attack. He wanted to heavily injure Feng Yunxing here and now so that he could not delay any longer. This great monster who had previously roared arrogantly through a region in the last great era was now acting viciously towards his enemy, and viciously towards himself. He only wished to defeat Feng Yunxing with a full-force strike. If Feng Yunxing were to defend herself with her saber, it would fall into his trap and he would be able to seize the initiative. Feng Yunxing could feel the changes in the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's attacks, but her expression did not waver. She met the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's attacks head-on. As the sword and saber clashed, she had already injured the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. There was a golden light under the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord's ribs. The saber finally landed on his shoulder. Immediately, black gas overflowed and a blue-black demonic flame ignited. It was hard for the 100-eyed demon lord to extinguish it even when he circulated his demonic primordial energy. On the other side, the guardian divinity formed by Yan Zhaoge's soul fusing with the pill hall was still standing in the skies above the pill hall. He struck his palm out from afar. The purplish-golden radiance streaked across the cosmic void and landed by Feng Yunxing's side. The golden radiance and yellow fog that filled the skies collided with the purplish-golden radiance. Although it didn't shatter, it shook for a while. Under the envelopment of the golden radiance and yellow fog, Feng Yunxing couldn't move at all. She had already tilted her body slightly and was prepared to receive the 100-eyed demon lord's attack. As the fog shook, her figure instantly loosened. In the nick of time, she changed her position, and the dark yellow sword light that resembled a silver river brushed past her. The 100-eyed demon lord wasn't willing to let it go. With a thought, the sword light that flew out of his hand changed its direction and continued slashing towards Feng Yunxing. However, with this pause, Feng Yunxing had gained sufficient time to block the sword light with her saber. The 100-eyed demon lord let out a long sigh towards the sky. He turned his head around and saw Gao Qingxian retreating after repelling Dragon King Huanshan. She pointed her sword at the jade rabbit demon again. Sword lights covered the skies and surged like raging tides. In the skies above the pill hall, purplish-golden radiance flickered. A giant that resembled a heavenly deity sat in the center. He launched another attack from afar, assisting Gao Qingxian in attacking the Jade Rabbit Demon. Although the Jade Rabbit Demon's strength surpassed Dragon King Huanshan, she could only retreat helplessly. On the other hand, Great Immortal Ru Yi, who was previously beaten into his original form by Yan Zhaoge, let out a furious roar filled with pain. This old bull demon was both hurt and enraged. His eyes were completely bloodshot. As he let out a deep and furious roar, his original form, which was already humongous to begin with, grew even bigger. It was as if he was an eternal divine mountain that suppressed the heavens. Heavenly law's embodiment. The colossal bull lowered its head, and aimed its two horns towards the pill hall. Its four hooves galloped forward, and with a momentum that could shatter the cosmos, it slammed towards Yan Zhaoge's overseer of heavens, awakened benevolent protector. At this moment the entire Tao universe seemed to be trembling. The void was violently trampled by the bull's hooves. The colossal bull instantly arrived in front of the purplish-golden heavenly general. The purplish-golden heavenly general, who had the same appearance as Yan Zhaoge, let out a loud roar. He extended both of his hands again, and accurately grabbed onto the bull's two horns. The violent impact caused the overseer of heavens, awakened benevolent protector, to tremble. The pill hall beneath trembled even more. The purple divine pavilion's grand formation almost couldn't suppress the changes within the hall's cosmos. Fortunately, the roving jade heavens and the many lower realms that it ruled over had already been absorbed by the pill hall. The white jade palace's door slammed shut. Although the pill hall's cosmos was still in chaos, the trembling of the entire pill hall finally calmed down a little. The purplish-golden heavenly general that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into also stabilized his footing. He didn't move an inch and stood within the void. He was as steady as Mount Tai, and firmly blocked the colossal bull's footsteps. The frenzied bull's hooves kept on trampling, but it couldn't move forward any further. The guardian divinity that was flickering with purplish-golden radiance let out another roar. He unleashed the cyclic heavenly seal's power with both of his palms, as if it could twist the entire cosmos. At this moment, the entire Tao universe seemed to be slightly distorted. Countless tiny stars were destroyed. The colossal demon bull couldn't control its body anymore. It was flung to the side by the armored purplish-golden giant, and its body flipped over. As the demon bull cried out in pain, its strength weakened. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't let go. The purplish-golden giant held onto the bull's horns tightly with both of his hands. Then he started exerting his strength in another direction. The third roar that shook the entire universe resounded. Yan Zhaoge directly broke off one of the bull's horns. The purplish-golden giant tossed the mountain-like bull's horn to the side. His left hand was still holding onto the remaining horn of the colossal bull. He lifted his right hand that was freed up, and slammed his palm towards the colossal bull's head again. Remember the mobile version, M. Chapter 1352. The palm of the overseer of heavens, awakened benevolent protector that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into, landed on the head of that massive bull. Great Immortal Ru Yi's Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth was forcibly shattered by him. The giant bull's body shrunk rapidly until it was even smaller than its original form. It kept rolling on the ground and one of its horns had been broken off. Great Immortal Ru-I didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and staggered as he fled madly. On the other side, the 100-eyed demon lord also couldn't hold on any longer. With a feint, he used the golden light under his ribs to protect himself and escaped far away. The armored purple-gold giant raised his head slightly. He could feel the tremors of the Tao universe rapidly calming down. The situation was somewhat abnormal. Currently, Yin Zhaoge had fused with the Pill Hall and transformed into the Pill Hall's guardian divinity. His strength was almost equivalent to a top-notch heavenly monarch. His thoughts moved and his senses were unprecedentedly strong. He could vaguely feel a shadow looming over his heart. It wasn't an illusion. Although the Bull Demon King and the Nine-Headed Great Sage were wary of the few Taoism heavenly venerables and the top experts of Buddhism who might rush over, they might also be paying attention to this side. If they had the chance to make a move, it would be hard to avoid adding variables to today's trip. Fortunately, the roving Jade Heavens had already entered the Pill Hall's cosmos. His side's plan for today had already succeeded. The gigantic purple-gold giant began to disintegrate at this moment. Gao Qingxian, Feng Yunxing and the others didn't chase after him. The Overseer of Heavens, awakened benevolent guardian god, was the Pill Hall's guardian god. Their range of activity had to be within the Pill Hall. At this moment, the Overseer of Heaven, awakened benevolent guardian god had disintegrated. Even if they chased after him, they wouldn't have the advantage. They might even be intercepted by the Bull Demon King and the others. After meeting up with Long Xingquan, Yu Jinbei and the others, everyone returned to the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall regained its golden radiance, and the surrounding sea of purple clouds became denser and denser. It swept up the Pill Hall and shuttled through the Tao universe. Then it broke through the barrier of the Tao universe and re-entered the void's outskirts. In the boundless void of the outer realm, space and time were in a mess. It was difficult to determine the direction, and it was impossible to distinguish between up and down. If they didn't agree on a specific location beforehand, it was possible for them to go in different directions when they came out from the same place, and the distance between them would be unknown. But it was also possible that they would come out from different directions tomorrow and coincidentally bump into each other. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge and the others were quite lucky. After leaving the Tao universe, they didn't encounter Fuluazi and the others. As such, they disappeared within the vast space. As for the other half, the 100-eyed demon lord, Immortal Ru-I, Jade Rabbit Demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the others regrouped with Fuluazi with much difficulty. After regrouping, the group of great demons rushed into the Tao universe again without bothering to block the Western Pure Land's Buddhist experts. Without Fuluazi's obstruction, many Buddhist experts started to gather and descended into the Tao universe. Unfortunately, this place had long since been deserted. The roving Jade Heavens, which had existed here for thousands of years, had disappeared along with the many lower realms under the roving Jade Heavens. Currently, only the world beyond worlds and a few lower realms were left in the Tao universe. The few great demons, whose heads were bleeding, were panting heavily, and their eyes had turned blood red. The 100-eyed demon lord and the Jade Rabbit Demon were still fine, but Great Immortal Ru-I and Dragon King Huanshan were both heavily injured. They were almost unable to continue fighting. But the more it was like this, the more restless the rage in their hearts became, and they wished for nothing more than to kill indiscriminately. The 100-eyed demon lord's expression was ugly as well. He felt vexed and resentful. The immortal pill that was already in our mouths escaped. The 100-eyed demon lord was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Fuluazi's expression was solemn. He sighed, "We underestimated them and didn't prepare enough." The few great demons were resentful. They looked around the Tao universe with hostile gazes. When their gazes swept through the world beyond worlds, they couldn't help but pause for a moment. "It's useless. We might even cause trouble. It's not worth it just to vent our anger." Fuluazi waved his hand and pulled everyone away. "Now isn't the right time to start a second battlefield with the Western Pure Land of Buddhism. However, all of you are injured. We can't guarantee that they won't try to take advantage of us. Let's leave quickly." The group of demons remained silent. However, they gradually calmed down and left the Tao universe. The Western Pure Land's Buddhist bigwigs were eyeing them with hostility. However, a greater conflict didn't erupt in the end. Currently, in the world beyond worlds, on the top of the Kunlun Mountain's southern peak's Chilan Cliff, an old man had his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was distant, as if it could penetrate through the boundaries of the world beyond worlds. Behind the old man, a few people stood in groups of twos and threes. They were also looking at the sky like him. "Earthly sovereign, "It seems like this tribulation has ended," said a black-clothed old man softly. He was the encompassing emperor. The old man standing in front of everyone was the exalted earth luminary, the earthly sovereign Jianghu. He looked at the faraway void and didn't turn his head. "That's right. It has ended." Due to Yan Zhaoge removing a lot of lands from the world beyond worlds, Jianghu had spent most of his time in the world beyond worlds to improve and adjust everything here. He wanted to ensure that the spirit chi circulation here was more stable. Although the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even the Western Pure Lands war against the demon race was extremely intense, the earthly sovereign and the others were mostly staying in the world beyond worlds and didn't venture out. Stabilizing the situation and eliminating the influence caused by Yan Zhaoge and the others was their top priority. Because of this, everyone happened to be present at the right time and witnessed the short yet intense battle that erupted within the Dao universe. Although Jiang Shen's cultivation was suppressed by Sua Mingzhang, he still retained most of his techniques and eyesight. Since he was in the same Dao universe, Jiang Shen was the first to notice such a huge change happening within the roving Jade Heavens. Currently, the higher-ups of the world beyond worlds had also received the news and gathered at the Qilin Cliff. When they knew that many great demons were surrounding them, they thought that Yan Zhaoge and the others had walked right into the trap and were about to die. However, the result shocked them once again. Just like 20 years ago. In the past, Yan Zhaoge swept away half of the world beyond worlds. Now he swept away the roving Jade Heavens. And this time he didn't only sweep away a portion of it. Instead, he swept away the entire roving Jade Heavens. "Did they really bring away the roving Jade Heavens and the many worlds under it?" asked the Western Exalt, Lang Qing. Jiang Shen nodded. "That's right. Other than a few lower realms that might be connected to the land of Tranquil Stream, those that could be moved away were all moved away." Everyone fell into silence after hearing his words. Jiang Shen also stopped talking. They seemed to have witnessed the end of an era. In the past, the Kunlun 9 luminaries opened up the world beyond worlds, and the roving Jade 7 Scions opened up the roving Jade Heavens. After that, they gradually formed the Dao universe. When the boundary barrier was completely stabilized, a wall was erected. Now the scenery within the wall was no longer there. The roving Jade Heavens had left, and most of the world beyond worlds had disappeared. After the great calamity, Taoism had risen again. The Dao universe that had rested for thousands of years felt a little empty at this moment. It was as if a broken wall was in ruins. The end of an old era seemed to signify the arrival of a brand new era. Chapter 1353. Yan Zhaoge controlled the Pill Hall and left the Dao universe. He flew far away and disappeared within the boundless space's outskirts. After everything had settled down, Feng Yunxing, Yu Jinbei, and the others returned to the Purple Divine Pavilion. In the pavilion, the profound sky-purple golden cauldron slowly descended from the air and landed on the ground once more. Yan Di and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as they looked at the profound sky-purple gold furnace, looking at Yan Zhaoge who still had his eyes closed within the furnace, seemingly completely unaware. Right now they did not dare to relax. Yan Zhaoge used his own soul to transform into the new Pill Hall spirit, and used it to manifest the Overseer of Heavens, awakened benevolent guardian divinity. He battled against the group of demons and caught them off guard. This unexpected move allowed them to successfully repel a group of great demons, allowing them to safely migrate the roving Jade Heavens and retreat before more enemies arrived. However, with this, while the others were safe, it was still not time for Yan Zhaoge to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning himself into the Pill Hall's Hall spirit was only a temporary measure. Everything would be fine if he could return to his original self. Otherwise, he would have to relive his experiences from before the great calamity. Within the profound sky-purple gold furnace, streams of golden light and purple smoke floated unceasingly. Under their contrast, Yan Zhaoge's body suddenly shook slightly. Then, in the void above the cauldron, streaks of light appeared, forming a mysterious talisman. Enveloped by the formation talisman, radiance condensed before shining on Yan Zhaoge's body. Roiling streams of light poured down in torrents. Bathed in a rain of light, Yan Zhaoge slowly opened his eyes. Quick! With a light shout, he let out a long breath of impure air and leaped out of the profound sky-purple golden furnace. He smiled at everyone and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail my mission." The others also heaved a sigh of relief, and they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. "Then I will begin the next step." Yan Zhaoge sat down in the meditative position by the side of the profound sky-purple gold furnace, then extended a hand and pressed it on the furnace. After the profound sky purple golden furnace trembled, many tiny dots of light began to float in the entire purple divine pavilion like fireflies. As the number of fireflies increased, they eventually filled the entire purple divine pavilion. Order! Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded. With the purple divine pavilion as the center, it spread throughout the entire pill hall's internal cosmos. It resounded in every corner of every world within the cosmos. Looking from the outside of the pill hall, the silhouette of the white jade-like immortal palace gradually became blurry. Then it started expanding outwards continuously. The boundaries of the pill hall continued to expand outwards. The boundaries gradually became blurry, and the cosmos within the pill hall seemed to have suddenly expanded. Compared to the original universe within the hall, this expansion caused many empty spaces to appear. It was dark and gloomy. Affected by this, the originally stable universe within the hall became restless. The worlds contained in it lost the fragile balance they had previously maintained. They gradually turned into streams of light and moved away from the purple divine pavilion. At this moment, within the purple divine pavilion, one of Yen Zhaoge's hands was pressing on the profound sky purple golden furnace, while the other hand's fingers were clasped together. His palm was like a saber and he slashed forward. An invisible blade seemed to have appeared within the pill hall's cosmos. It was a blade that was omnipresent and omnipotent. Every place within the pill hall's cosmos was moving away from the purple divine pavilion. At this moment, every place seemed to be sliced by this blade. Where the blade reached, the boundless darkness was instantly torn apart. An extremely bright radiance was born from within. The chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind followed closely behind the radiance, and continuously surged forward. Within the pill hall's cosmos, most of the space was like boiling water. Layers of unstable spaces appeared. Then they popped one after another like bubbles. Following that, more bubbles floated up. At the same time, the spaces formed by the pill hall's buildings started moving closer to the purple divine pavilion under the guidance of the streams of light. Pill storage, medicine storage, various pill refinement rooms of various sizes. The east and southeast territories that were separated from the world beyond worlds were also moving closer to the purple divine pavilion. These worlds fused together with the nebula formed by the purple divine pavilion. Open. Yen Zhaoge unleashed his attainments in the heaven-opening scripture to the maximum and fused it into the pill hall's transformation. After the nebula formed by the purple divine pavilion fused with the various worlds, it suddenly expanded outwards. This radiance was like a tidal wave, and it quickly swept across the entire pill hall's cosmos. The chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind calmed down once again, and turned into a stable cosmos void. Then spots of starlight lit up and stars that belonged to them were born. At the original location of the purple divine pavilion, a space was independent, and turned into a brand new world. Between the heavens and earth, the clear air rose and the turbid air sank. Yin and yang intersected and then separated. It was as if the primordial chaos had changed in an instant. In this world, the former world beyond worlds' 5 territories were separated into 4 central directions. In the middle of the world, a chain of immortal mountains rose. From afar it looked similar to the Broad Creed Mountain in the past. However, it was many times larger. It wasn't any inferior to the complete new Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds in the past. Compared to the incomplete Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, it was even more majestic and vast. Taoism's East Peak, New Broad Creed Mountain. Within the Broad Creed Mountain range, the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain ranges Jade Capital Crag, Jade Sky Peak, Ingenious Flying Peak, Red Lotus Cliff, and other famous scenic spots, as well as the Immortals' cave residences, were all vivid in his mind. The main peak of the mountain range was the brand new Broad Creed Mountain. On the main peak of the mountain, a white jade palace stood tall. It was shining with golden lights and purple smoke was lingering around it. It was the pill hall that had shrunk a lot. Currently, the pill hall's interior wasn't a wonder of the universe anymore. Instead, it looked like an ordinary building. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yen Zhaoge pressed one of his hands on the profound sky purple golden furnace. His other hand slashed the void again. Open. The brand new world where the new Broad Creed Mountain range was located slowly stabilized. Outside of this new world, the lower realms that were originally connected to the world beyond worlds were also connected to the new world. Wounds of the sky were built one after another. The cosmos formed within the pill hall was also stabilizing. An invisible boundary barrier was formed, separating this cosmos from the boundless void's outskirts. Facing this new world, the roving jade heavens that had just migrated into this cosmos was also in the same cosmos. As the external cosmos environment stabilized, the roving jade heavens operations were gradually returning to normal. The lower realms under it were also in the same state. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yen Zhaoge looked at everyone and smiled. This cosmos originated from the heavenly court's divine palace's awakened sky hall before the great calamity. Let's name it as the awakened sky cosmos. In the past there was the world beyond worlds. Now I'm living in the sky beyond skies. I'm willing to revive my Taoism's three clear lineage and add a new atmosphere to it. After saying that, Yen Zhaoge stood up from the ground and leaped into the profound sky purple golden furnace beside him. The furnace's lid closed and the furnace's flames burned. It started tempering Yen Zhaoge's physical body. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm and he sat within. Although he mainly relied on the pill hall's convenience, personally establishing a world or even a cosmos allowed Yen Zhaoge's comprehension of the world's Tao to reach an unprecedented level. Currently, the furnace was tempering his physical body, and the final tempering of his physical body. The timing was perfect. Today, no matter if it was humans or this world, they were going to split the heavens and earth apart, and a brand new scenery would appear. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1354. The difference between humans and immortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. Once he took this step, he would have an immortal body. From then on, he would no longer have a mortal body. Since ancient times, there have been countless people who wanted to cross this natural chasm, but those who succeeded were few and far between. This had been the case even in the flourishing age of martial arts before the Great Calamity. Today, however, looking at himself, Yen Zhaoge felt that he could already clearly see the existence of that formless door, only waiting for him to push it open. Yen Zhaoge simultaneously cultivated in the three purities. From the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage to the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the Human Exalt stage, he required a supreme martial art of the Jade Clear, Grand Clear and Prime Clear direct lineage. Now, if Yen Zhaoge wanted to push open the immortal door, he would need a supreme martial art of the three clear lineage. The Jade Clear supreme martial art this time was the heaven opening scripture. The Grand Clear supreme martial art was the second of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. The Grand Commencement divine finger after Grand Simplicity inherited the profundities of the Grand Cosmos Chi. The Prime Clear Supreme Martial Art was newly learned from Gao Qingxuan's Dragon Han Tribulation Scripture due to the migration of the roving Jade Heavens. Among the 5 calamities of an era, the Dragon Han came first and was known as the Dragon Han Primitive Calamity, also known as the Dragon Han Opening Calamity. It was the beginning of everything, the moment when heaven and earth were split apart. The Dragon Han Tribulation Scripture contained the true intent of this world. It was the first scripture of the Prime Clear 10 scriptures. After Yen Zhaoge utilized the Pill Hall's benefits to establish the awakened sky cosmos and the sky beyond skies, the insights and feedback he received were helping him comprehend the Prime Clear Supreme Martial Arts profundities at a speed that others couldn't achieve. His current comprehension of Heaven Opening Book, Grand Primordium Divine Finger, and Dragon Han Calamity Sutra was something that few strong practitioners who had already pushed open the gate of immortality could reach. They had reached an extremely profound level. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those who had the ability to split open heaven and earth needed to have a sufficiently high cultivation base. For those whose cultivation realm wasn't high enough, how many of them would be able to obtain the Pill Hall's help today? It was precisely due to Yen Zhaoge's meticulous planning that he had managed to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with Yen Zhaoge's capabilities, it would be hard for him to simultaneously cultivate in the three purities. Even if he wanted to cross the publicly acknowledged gap between the human and immortal realms, he wouldn't be able to do so within a mere 20-odd years. And today, everything was ready, and the east wind was strong. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's mind and fleshly body had completely merged as one, illusory and real merging as there was no distinction between the two. He took a step forward, but his body did not seem to move. However, the distance to the illusory and formless door was getting closer and closer. When Yen Zhaoge arrived before this great door, he did not hesitate in the slightest as he reached out and pushed it open. Then he felt an endless storm gushing out from the door and engulfing him. Meanwhile, this storm also seemed to originate from within as it split into two, emerging from the soles of Yen Zhaoge's feet and the top of his head, passing through his body. Immortal Mortal Tribulation. When immortal Qi entered the body, it was not just a simple absorption of the profound essence of spiritual qi, but a true change in the physique of the body of a martial artist. If he could pass this trial, he would be able to enter a whole new world. If he couldn't, he would die and turn into ashes. From martial grandmaster to martial saint, it was called transcending mortality and entering sanctity, which was to surpass the ordinary. At this moment, from the martial saint realm to the immortal realm, this path of transcendence had finally come to an end, and it would welcome the final transformation. It would eliminate the flesh and blood of mortals, ascend to the immortal realm, and be ranked amongst the ranks of immortals. Yan Zhaoge was currently facing this tribulation head-on. All sorts of scenes from his past cultivation surfaced in his mind. Various martial arts' true intents appeared as one. In the past, all of these were the foundations of Yan Zhaoge's extraordinary strength. Now they had become his obstacles. The various concepts that were once smooth became messy again, and even showed signs of collapsing bit by bit. Any tiny flaw could become his own obstacle, and it would even affect other existences, causing the flaws to become bigger and bigger. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's body, which had gone through countless tempering and could be said to be the strongest later heaven physique in history, was experiencing the baptism of immortal qi at this moment, which was much more difficult than others. All of these made Yan Zhaoge's difficulty in pushing open the immortal door much higher than others, and it was also easier for him to perish under the tribulation. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge's accumulations were too deep. Jade clear heaven opening, grand clear grand commencement, prime clear opening tribulation. The three supreme martial arts were all pushing Yan Zhaoge forward with the momentum of opening the heavens and splitting the earth. Breaking the old to welcome the new, carrying on the past and opening up the future, all sorts of big and small flaws from yesterday seemed to have become insignificant. Streams of clear qi continuously surged within Yan Zhaoge's body. They existed in every single inch of his body and they were everywhere. Yes, among the 5 types of immortal qi, the immortal qi that Yan Zhaoge chose to become a true immortal was the plainest clear qi. Generally speaking, when fighting against others, those who cultivated evil qi and those who cultivated qi were the most effective. Clear qi was the most ordinary, mediocre, and even mediocre qi among the 5 qis. In terms of a martial art practitioner's actual cultivation, the advantage of clear qi was that it was easier for it to fuse with the second type of immortal qi, allowing the duo qi's fused aura to break through to the profound immortal realm. At the same time, objectively speaking, using clear qi to baptize oneself was the easiest way to pass the immortal mortal tribulation. For example, no matter what type of martial arts the heretic true immortal emperors cultivated, they would basically use clear qi as the first type of immortal qi. However, to Yan Zhaoge, choosing clear qi wasn't to reduce the difficulty of his tribulation, even if it was much harder for him to break through the immortal mortal tribulation while cultivating the 3 clear daos. If he was only considering the difficulty, he would rather delay his breakthrough and wait until he was more prepared. Yan Zhaoge chose clear qi because this was the path that was most suitable for him. Clear qi was mediocre and peaceful. It was like the connection point, the center point, or even the fulcrum. It harmonized and circulated the other 4 qis. It was the world's original qi, the foundation of the 5 qis. It was in line with Yan Zhaoge's path of cultivating the 3 clear daos at the same time. If Yan Zhaoge cultivated clear qi in the true immortal realm, he would obtain strength stronger than other types of immortal qi. This was a special case for him. Those who cultivated other martial arts couldn't imitate it. When the immortal qi circulating within his body finally rose up and gathered within Yan Zhaoge's Naiwan palace, his figure suddenly shrunk. Not only did his physical body shrunk, but his soul shrunk as well. His entire essence, qi and spirit were gathered at a single point, and held within the Naiwan palace. As the immortal qi circulated, Yan Zhaoge's physical body also underwent a change. It shrunk rapidly and disappeared in the end. In the past, Yan Zhaoge could change the size of his body by circulating his flesh and blood. However, no matter how small he shrunk, he still existed. Now, his entire body disappeared within the profound sky-purple golden furnace. Only a single point seemed to be left of everything. It was hard to describe, hard to fathom, hard to locate, hard to describe, and hard to describe. Because of this, there was no time, no position, no up or down. It was like the primordial infinity before the primordial chaos was split apart. All of a sudden, without any warning, this point suddenly expanded. As if the primordial chaos was broken apart, and the primordial chaos was revealed. From this point, it turned into an indescribable and blurry darkness, as if it was a cluster of clouds with unfathomable boundaries. From within the cluster of clouds, Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared. He sat in a lotus position and opened his eyes, which were filled with different colors. The cloud-like primordial chaos suddenly opened up and transformed into all things in the world. Then, the changes of creation led to the path of extinction. After the extinction, only Yan Zhaoge was left. Then, the primordial chaos was reborn and the cycle repeated itself. The profound sky purple golden furnace opened up, and countless rays of light flew out from within. The people waiting outside stared at the furnace. They felt that facing the rays of light, they were shocked like worshipping the three clear grand masters during a sacrificial ceremony. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1355. Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly ascended from the profound sky purple golden furnace. The boundless chaos had already disappeared. However, 3 illusory halos of lights were still lingering behind his head. Seeing the 3 halos of lights, those who had limited understanding of Yan Zhaoge were jolted awake. 3 clear lineages simultaneously. No wonder. This is the first person to cultivate the 3 clear lineages and push open the immortal door, right? Gao Shuebo muttered to himself. Not only did he push open the immortal door. Long Shueji said softly, according to the records, those who cultivate the 3 clear lineages simultaneously can only reach the 6th level of the martial saint realm at most. No wonder he's interested in the Dragon Han tribulation scripture. Gao Shuebo clapped his hands and praised, today wasn't wasted. On the same day he witnessed the majestic scene of the roving jade heavens migrating along with the lower realms. He witnessed the creation of the awakened sky cosmos and the sky beyond skies. He even witnessed the birth of the first martial art practitioner who cultivated the 3 clear lineages simultaneously and ascended to the immortal realm. This day was a memorable day for the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity, and for the entire creation world's history. This day was destined to leave a mark in the annals of history. What made people even more excited was that this was only the beginning. The young man in front of them was constantly creating miracles. His future was still bright and his potential seemed to be boundless. Yu Junbei looked at Yan Zhaoge and then at Yan Di. His master, Yan Xintong's silhouette seemed to appear in front of his eyes. At this moment Yu Junbei felt an unprecedented joy. A rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. However, the smile disappeared in an instant. Then he solemnly said, "Congratulations on returning to the 9 heavens." Nye Jingshan smiled as well. He solemnly cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "Congratulations on returning to the 9 heavens." Mars Halberd praised. He also cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations on returning to the 9 heavens." Gao Shuebo was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said in unison with Long Shueji, "Congratulations on returning to the 9 heavens." Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan, who came along with Yu Junbei and Feng Yunxing, looked at each other. Expressions of joy appeared on their faces as well. "Congratulations on returning to the 9 heavens." Long Xingquan, who was swordless Long Xingquan, smiled and congratulated Yan Junbei. Gao Qingxian slowly nodded, "Halberd, Yan Junbei." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di too was all smiles as he felt a great sense of comfort. Feng Yunxing blinked at Yan Zhaoge and said smilingly, "Congratulations to the fallen deity for returning above the 9 heavens." Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile before he quickly retracted his smile, his expression similarly solemn as he cupped his hands towards them. "Seniors, you speak too seriously. Yan Zhaoge thanks you here." After returning the greeting, he bowed to Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan once more. "I've never had the chance to meet you in the past, and I had no choice but to visit you two through my clone. Now I can finally meet Martial Granduncle Long and Senior Gao in person." Senior apprentice brother had already made arrangements in the past. It was extremely difficult for me to find his descendants. When I received the news, you had already arrived at the world beyond worlds. However, you and your father have already surpassed your father. Senior apprentice brother would definitely be happy if he knew about this. Gao Qingxian didn't say anything. Instead, she quietly looked at Yan Zhaoge and his son. Yu Junbei and Long Xingquan could see Yan Xintong's shadow in them. At this moment, she also recalled her closest junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. At this moment, the usually quiet Gao Qingxian said, "Now that we've met, I have no regrets. My wish is fulfilled." Everyone regretted not meeting each other earlier. As they conversed, many sighs could be heard. Yan Zhaoge landed beside the profound sky purple golden furnace and pressed his palm onto the furnace. While conversing with Yu Junbei and the others, He continued controlling the pill hall and felt the cosmos transformation. Although the pill hall had expanded completely, and the cosmos within the hall had become the cosmos outside, the pill hall was still the root. As such, this cosmos still possessed some of the pill hall's marvelousness. For example, he could still drift in the endless void of the outer realms and wouldn't be easily found. Under Yan Zhaoge's manipulation, the awakened sky cosmos started migrating on its own. It was as if an unparalleled divine warship was sailing on its own within the roving jade heavens, the sky beyond skies, and many other worlds. Senior Qin is still lost outside. Let's go look for him, said Yan Zhaoge. Everyone nodded in agreement. In order to attract and divert his opponent's attention, the exalted water luminary Qin Xuanzong left the pill hall before the roving jade heavens officially migrated. He went to the place where Yan Zhaoge and the others had obtained the pill hall in the first place. He created a false impression in order to create a diversion and lure the tiger away from the mountain. The plan could not be said to be a failure. It had indeed played a role in confusing the enemy. Only, the group of great demons happened to be contacting each other recently. They were preparing to besiege the roving jade heavens and lure Yan Zhaoge and the pill hall to appear. In the end, while the white deer demon and a portion of the demon race's experts were lured away by the illusion created by Qin Xuanzong, there were still other great demon race experts that arrived. As a result, the final battle was still rather dangerous. Still, the plan of Yan Zhaoge and the others still succeeded in the end. Now that they were at the final stage, they naturally had to think of a way to bring Qin Xuanzong back. The 100-eyed demon lord, Fuluazi, and the other great demons were naturally dissatisfied after suffering such a loss. The higher-ups of the demon race vaguely knew that the Elder Lord was still around. Unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't kill the three clear lineage and exterminate them. However, they definitely wouldn't mind killing a certain person. Currently, Qin Xuanzong was alone outside. If he became the target of the 100-eyed demon lord and the others to vent their anger, it wouldn't be good. Although Yan Zhaoge knew that Qin Xuanzong wanted to use this chance to investigate Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily's whereabouts, he still decided to confirm their whereabouts first. By then, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't interfere with what Qin Xuanzong wanted to do. However, he could at least ensure Qin Xuanzong's safety, lest his enemies took advantage of him when he was alone. While walking, he invited his parents Yan Xintong and Xue Chuqing to the Purple Divine Pavilion to meet him. You know where Grand Master is buried? Xue Chuqing was a little surprised at first. Then she came to a realization, could it be? I feel that after everything calms down we can try searching for it. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he pointed his finger in the air. Then, a speck of radiance appeared on his fingertip. The radiance was neither bright nor dark. It was blurry. Then it expanded. Half of it was bright, while the other half was extremely dark. As if it was the boundary between light and darkness, a black iron wheel rose from within. It grew bigger and bigger and landed on Yan Zhaoge's hand. It was the dim radiant wheel that he had obtained from the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing had extraordinary eyesight. They immediately recognized that the dim radiant wheel was no longer the same as before. It was a true immortal artifact. Moreover, this immortal artifact seemed to be extraordinary. Chapter 1356. The embryonic immortal artifact in the past had finally become a true immortal artifact. The instant Yan Zhaoge became an immortal, Yan Zhaoge made use of that instant to complete the final transformation of the dim radiant wheel. As the dim radiant wheel was completed, more information hidden within flowed into Yan Zhaoge's mind. Among them, it might contain the whereabouts of Xue Chuqing's Grand Master, the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. In the past, when the heavenly essence stone fragment appeared, it coincided with the most intense battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yin Tianxia made use of this chance to secretly make his move and successfully snatched away the heavenly essence stone fragment. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and other Taoism heavenly lords were probably involved in this. Only they were too conspicuous and easily attracted attention. However, it was precisely because of this that the immortal court's higher-ups' limited attention was diverted, giving Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin an opportunity to obtain it. Not long after Yin Tianxia obtained it, the item was secretly transferred to the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. Similarly, Hu Yuexin was suspected and targeted by others. Perhaps the other party wasn't sure if the item was in Hu Yuexin's hands. However, they still tried their best to locate her. While hiding, Hu Yuexin accidentally entered an illusory danger zone within the void's boundless outskirts. As a result, she was trapped there for hundreds of years. After that, she barely managed to find a way to escape. However, very quickly the Immortal Court's people noticed her again. As such, Hu Yuexin imitated Yin Tianxia's method and used herself to attract the enemy's attention. Then she secretly passed the heavenly essence stone fragment to her disciple, Xue Chuqing's master. As the pursuit continued, Hu Yuexin disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts and never returned. Her whereabouts became a mystery. However, her successor possessed a unique technique. It could be confirmed that the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, had already followed the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's footsteps and perished. Only Xue Chuqing and her disciple couldn't confirm where she was buried. As such, this became a hope for Xue Chuqing and her disciple. Perhaps Hu Yuexin was still alive? Of course, they knew that the chances were slim. In the end, Xue Chuqing's master perished under the hands of the world beyond world's Eastern exalt, Taoism. Whether her Grand Master could return was unknown. The chances were slim. However, his master had already perished. No matter what, if I can find Grandmaster Grandma's whereabouts or her remains, it will naturally be a good thing. Xue Chuqing sighed and said, if Grandmaster could see the new atmosphere we have today, I'm sure she would be extremely happy. She, and everything they risked their lives for back then, they didn't let her down. Xue Chuqing's gaze had already become calm and resolute once more. The contributions of the dim Radiant Emperor and the Bright Connection Emperor in the past will be remembered for generations to come. All martial practitioners of our generation have benefited from them. Yin Di said, we should be bringing them back. Now that the dim Radiant Emperor is here, it is only right that we try to find the Bright Connection Emperor. Yin Zhaoge nodded, that's right. I will analyze the information contained within the dim Radiant Wheel in greater detail from now on, striving to find more clues. After today's ruckus, the other major powers will inevitably turn their attention to us again. We need to calm down for a while. Through the pill hall, he controlled the entire awakened sky cosmos to move within the boundless void's outskirts. After this incident is over, we can start searching for them. Within the boundless void's outskirts, space folded and intertwined with complex profundities. As they traversed within, the awakened sky cosmos slowly approached the place where the pill hall first hovered. Previously, the Astro-Sovereign Qin Xuanzong had purposely revealed himself to attract the enemy's attention, making others think that the pill hall had returned to this area. Now, the white deer demon who had rushed over should have received the news and knew that he had been tricked. As such, Yin Zhaoge did the exact opposite and decided to meet up with Qin Xuanzong here. The reason was the same as how places that had been searched would rarely be searched a second time. Unless Qin Xuanzong was accidentally captured, that would be a different matter. Although the possibility of that happening wasn't high, Yin Zhaoge didn't rush to reveal the awakened sky cosmos out of caution. Instead, he observed for a long time. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he tried contacting Qin Xuanzong. After a while, Qin Xuanzong's message came. After quietly observing for a while, Yin Zhaoge went to meet up with Qin Xuanzong. I'm afraid we can't rush Senior Xie and Senior Chu's matters. Please don't worry, Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge said, after this incident is over, we'll try searching for them with more people. Indeed, we can't force them. I understand this logic. Qin Xuanzong stood at the peak of the broad Creed Mountain and looked at the mountains and rivers of the sky beyond skies. Some things have to be faced. However, compared to those, I hope that they're safe. It didn't matter if they weren't willing to return. At least they would be safe. His gaze fell upon the west of the broad Creed Mountain range. That was the location of the Jade Sky Peak after moving to the sky beyond skies. Qin Xuanzong looked in the direction of the Jade Sky Peak and remained silent. Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything as well. After a long time, Qin Xuanzong retracted his gaze and turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. I haven't congratulated you for pushing open the immortal door. Opening the heavens and earth, surpassing the immortal door. Such a magnificent feat, I dare not say that it's unprecedented. However, as far as I know, it's the first one to do so. Qin Xuanzong sighed and said, within 20 years you and your father ascended to the immortal realm. That alone was enough to leave your name in history. With your magnificent feat of opening the sky beyond skies, you're truly a legend. For someone of Qin Xuanzong's status and cultivation, the word legend that he mentioned wasn't a legend that was spread in a lower realm like the Eight Extremities world. It wasn't a legend that was spread in the world beyond worlds or the sky beyond skies either. In fact, it wasn't a legend that was only spread in the current world. Instead, it was a true legend that illuminated the entire world of mortals. Even if 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer had passed, people would still be able to appreciate his brilliance and praise his name. Congratulations to the fallen deity for returning to the 9 heavens. A smile appeared on Qin Xuanzong's face. However, with a solemn tone, he cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge returned the gesture. You flatter me, Astro Sovereign. There's one more thing that I'd like to tell you. After congratulating him, Qin Xuanzong continued, another legend asked me to pass a message to you. He wants to meet you. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? Which one? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. After hearing Qin Xuanzong's answer, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned slightly serious. Qin Xuanzong nodded. Previously when I came here, I attracted the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Lord Longevity God's Mount, the White Deer Demon. I also attracted the heretics as well as the Western Pure Lands Buddhist experts. After that, Taoist Ling came as well. He mentioned that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor wished to meet you face to face. Chapter 1357. The Taoist Ling mentioned by Qin Xuanzong was naturally the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Needless to say, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was referring to one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Upon hearing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's name, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Just like what Qin Xuanzong had said, this person was naturally worthy of being called a legend. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also known as the Jade Clear True Monarch. His full name was the Supreme Divine Firmament Jade Clear True Monarch Longevity Emperor Heaven Origin Sage Heavenly Venerate. They had always been known as the 4 Imperials of Tao along with the Great Emperor of the Purple Tenuity Polaris, the Great Emperor of the Sky Bearing Efficacious Virtue Great Earth Empress, and the Great Emperor of the North Star Upper Palace. Moreover, among the 4 Imperials, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could be said to be of the most authentic 3 clear lineage. He was the personal disciple of the Jade Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Dating back to the ancient investiture of the gods era, when he had yet to enter the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and was still studying under the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, he was known as the South Pole Immortal One. The South Pole Immortal One was different from the South Pole Old Man traditionally. The South Pole Old Man was Lord Longevity God's nickname. After the investiture of the gods era, the Southern Extremity Immortal Hermit entered the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and became the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the days following the Great Calamity, there were many things that needed to be done for Orthodox Taoism. The various branches of their legacies had all withered away with only a few of them remaining. After many years of development, their legacies had finally shown signs of revival. For example, Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, Yu Jinbei's master, Yan Xintong, was the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. The Astro-Sovereign Qin Xuanzong's master could be traced back to the famous virtuous immortal Yun Zhongzi of the Jade Clear lineage. The exalted earth luminary Yijiang Shen's world beyond world's new Kunlun Mountains Qilin Cliff lineage was a branch of Guang Qingzi's lineage. The Red Sea lineage that the northwestern exalt Lien Zilin controlled could be traced back to a branch of Master Red Essence's lineage. In the past, one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Candle Sunlight Emperor, who had perished in the hands of Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd, belonged to the lineage of the clear illusory virtuous true lord. As for Yan Zhaoge's mother Xue Chuqing, her great-grand master Xiao Juanwang's lineage, the world beyond world's northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu's Green Sky Mountains Grave Thunder Palace, and the remote Cloud Mountains Clear Light Locale's lineage of Misty Cloud's former eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven's lineage, they all originated from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage. The exalted solar luminary Yi Gao Han and the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing originated from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. They had also been taught by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Due to this, martial practitioners of the 3 clear lineage would treat the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor with utmost respect, regardless of whether they agreed with him or not. As such, Qin Xuanzong was willing to help Yan Zhaoge convey the message. Although the 2 sides had clashed during the migration of the world beyond worlds, with the passage of time, there weren't any obvious conflicts between them anymore. Strictly speaking, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others were on the same path as Yan Zhaoge and the others. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge still had to decide if he was willing to go or not. Since the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor is summoning me, I'll go, answered Yan Zhaoge after pondering for a while. Although there weren't any obvious conflicts or irresolvable enmity, Yan Zhaoge still kept his guard up against the exalted solar luminary Yi Gaohan. Otherwise he might be betrayed by him at any time. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, it was also possible. Almighty powerhouses of that level, not to mention anything else, just the disparity in the amount of information they had in their hands was enough to easily toy with people in the palm of their hands. However, Yan Zhaoge was more than happy to interact with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. This way he could better understand the current situation and understand the truth. Besides, he also had some questions in his heart. Perhaps he could obtain answers from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Since the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has summoned you, the rest of us wouldn't be able to replace him. Yan Di said, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor probably wouldn't purposely make things difficult for you. However, you have to be wary of others plotting against you in the dark. Xue Chuqing stood quietly by the side and didn't express any opinion. Strictly speaking, her lineage was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to support Yan Zhaoge's invitation. As such, she didn't say anything and let Yan Zhaoge decide for himself. You're right. I'm thinking about this as well. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di and Xue Chuqing and smiled. The exalted solar luminary's character is truly untrustworthy. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yunxing. Yunxing, just follow me. As long as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor doesn't make things difficult for us juniors, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, you have to be wary of the heretics, the demon race, and the Western Pure Lands people. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm as she smiled and nodded. Although the Pill Hall was operating under Yan Zhaoge's control and transformed into the awakened sky cosmos, Yan Zhaoge didn't have to stay within the Pill Hall all the time. Everything was already on the right track. As long as the rules were maintained, everything would be fine. If there were any changes, Yan Zhaoge would have to take action again. Normally, Xue Chuqing would maintain the formation and ensure that no changes would occur. After notifying Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others in the roving Jade Heavens, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing left the awakened sky cosmos. In the end, the Vine Sovereign still left. Along the way, Feng Yunxing let out a soft sigh. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Let her be. There's nothing we can do about it. He looked at Feng Yunxing. How about you? Are you still able to hold on? If I don't fight against others, I might be able to hold on for a few more years. Feng Yunxing's expression was filled with helplessness. Yan Zhaoge grinned. He also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While others wanted nothing more than to rush forward and climb higher, his wife was doing her best to slow down her rise. The two looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing chatted as they traversed through the void. According to the Astro Sovereign's guidance, they searched for the agreed location. Very quickly they found the foreign dimension. After entering, a woman was already waiting there quietly. She was the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing, whom Yan Zhaoge had met during the battle within the Tao universe 20 years ago. Greetings to you, exalted lunar luminary. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing greeted Ling Qing together. After Ling Qing returned the greeting, her expression remained calm. Her gaze swept across the two's faces. She didn't pay much attention to Feng Yunxing, who was somewhat related to her. Instead, her gaze lingered on Yan Zhaoge for a brief moment. Both of you please follow me. After saying that, Ling Qing retracted her gaze and flew up. She exited the foreign dimension and headed towards the depths of the void's boundless outskirts. Chapter 1358. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing followed behind Ling Qing and traversed through the void together. Here, the flow of time became chaotic and the changes were different. Yan Zhaoge could only rely on his control over time to determine the flow of time. He couldn't rely on the flow of time in the outside world as the only reference. Soon they left the universe. After advancing for a long time and traversing through many spaces, a large nebula appeared in front of them. The nebula was in the form of a vortex and it continuously revolved. Rays of starlight revolved around it and finally left the nebula. They flew towards the faraway void and instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knew what was going on. This should be the location where the two sides would meet up. Currently, the two heretic factions, along with the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism, were locked in a fierce battle. However, they were still paying attention to the Taoism heavenly lords. The same logic applied to the 9 underworlds. If the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor wanted to escape from his half-drifting and half-slumber state and return to the mortal world like the North Star Emperor, he would have to be wary of his enemies. The nebula in front of them was a decent disguise. At the very least, it could be used for a short period of time. "We're here." As expected, Ling Qing said after arriving outside the nebula. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing nodded and followed her into the vortex at the center of the nebula. The circulating starlights obstructed one's vision. When the radiance gradually dissipated, the three's vision was filled with a blur. The environment here was similar to the original nebula. However, there were some differences. The exalted solar luminary isn't here? Yan Zhaoge looked around and didn't see Gao Han's figure. Ling Qing said, "He isn't here and he won't be coming. If you want to meet him, contact him now. He won't be able to make it here in such a short amount of time." "That's a pity. I still want to thank him." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "My wife holds the Extreme Yin crown and was fated to be with the exalted lunar luminary. However, I've also obtained the Extreme Yang seal. Along the way I've borrowed your help more than once. I should be thanking the exalted solar luminary. If there's a chance in the future we'll meet again. When that happens you can just discuss it in detail." Ling Qing didn't seem to care about this at all. She didn't continue the conversation. Instead, she stood by the void and waited quietly. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing also waited quietly where they were. However, they were conversing privately via voice transmission. Ling Qing might be able to sense their conversation, but she wouldn't be able to know the details of their conversation. Gao Han does have some self-awareness. Yan Zhaoge shook his head and said with a smile, "Previously, the matter of him digging a trap for others was merely a legend. After experiencing the incident with the exalted concealed luminary, everyone knows what kind of person he is." Feng Yunxing squinted at him. "If he doesn't show up, will you let your guard down?" "Of course not," said Yan Zhaoge without any hesitation. Then he smiled. He knew that we wouldn't. The only reason he did this was to express his sincerity and goodwill. He wanted to tell us that he didn't join hands with the exalted lunar luminary to trick me into coming here. Instead, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had truly summoned me. As he spoke, his heart suddenly stirred. Feng Yunxing didn't say anything either. Thunder boomed in the nebula. At this moment, the nebula the three of them were in seemed to transform into primordial chaos. And at this moment, a clap of thunder rang out. It was like the first sound. Along with the clap of thunder, the primordial chaos split open. Time and space transformed, the five elements circulated, myriad existences birthed, yin and yang intersected, and day and night alternated. Thunderbolts were incomparably violent powers. However, they were currently in a subtle and stable equilibrium, forming a tranquil world. Within this world, an extremely majestic will manifested, as if it was the ruler of creation. Jade Clear disciple Yan Zhaoge greets the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yan Zhaoge stood within the Thunderbolt's world and bowed towards the empty void. Although he didn't show himself, his identity was obvious. One of Taoism's four imperials, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He controlled the weather of the four seasons, could summon the wind and rain, and could command the ghosts and deities of thunder and lightning. He was also the Lord of Divine Thunder that controlled the fate of myriad existences. As such, he was also known as the Thunderbolt Cult Master, the Thunderbolt Assisting Heavenly Lord. Jade Clear disciple Feng Yunxing greets the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Feng Yunxing bowed towards the void as well. Ling Qing also bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." Her personality had always been strange and cold. Others wouldn't be able to guess her thoughts. However, at this moment she seemed to be sincerely convinced. He wasn't like Jiang Shen, Qin Xuanzong, Yan Xintong and the others who were of the Three Clear lineage. Before the Great Calamity, Ling Qing was a member of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. She had even received the personal guidance of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Strictly speaking, the two of them were half a master. Only, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had done it casually back then. After the Great Calamity, Ling Qing had survived and returned to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's side to listen to his teachings. As a result, the two of them had gotten closer to one another. When the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor parted ways, Ling Qing had naturally stood on the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's side. In the void, a strange sound of thunder rang out, forming into indecipherable syllables. However, it was extremely natural, as if it was the truth of heaven and earth. After adjusting the syllables slightly, Yan Zhaoge and the others began to understand the meaning within. You may dispense with the formalities. The voice was dignified yet calm. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first, said Ling Qing. The voice of thunder in the void said, It's fine. You may stay. Ling Qing bowed, As you command, Your Majesty. After saying that, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she stood by the side quietly like a statue. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunxing didn't try to avoid it. She remained silent and stood by Yan Zhaoge's side. Jian Shenhua acted on her own accord and took a risk. In the end, she ended up in a state of neither survival nor death. The voice of thunder in the void continued speaking. He didn't mention the pill hall, the sky beyond skies, or the roving jade heavens. Instead, he mentioned the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's hearts tightened. Stealing the doomsday heavenly devil's authority. You're too reckless. It's only natural for you to suffer such a fate. Only you've suffered on behalf of others. Feng Yunxing vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring at her from the void. The voice of thunder continued, I have a treasure that I'll temporarily bestow upon you to prevent the 9 underworlds from spying on you. Feng Yunxing turned her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. The two looked at each other and exchanged glances. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Yunxing bowed towards the void. Within the tranquil world formed by the violent thunderbolts, a ray of lightning descended from the sky and struck the void. After the lightning dissipated, a delicate black jade bottle appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Upon seeing the black jade bottle, Feng Yunxing's heart jolted slightly. She went forward and kept it. May I know what instructions do you have for me, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor? Asked Yan Zhaoge. If it was only for the sake of Feng Yunxing and the Doomsday Heavenly Devil, he could have asked someone to deliver this black jade bottle to her. Since they were meeting, there should be other reasons. You've been to the blessed lands of the White Lotus before, right? The voice of thunder resounded within the void again. Chapter 1359. After hearing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's question, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. In the past, when he had just obtained the profound sky-purple golden furnace, he accidentally entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and came into contact with some people. However, he didn't purposely kill anyone he saw to keep it a secret. However, back then his cultivation was still too weak and he didn't attract much attention. How did the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor learn about this? While pondering, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained unchanged. Without any hesitation he answered, Indeed. At that time, I didn't know that the Western Pure Lands still existed. I thought that the blessed lands of the White Lotus was the only Buddhism inheritance left. The Western Pure Lands had always been in seclusion until recently. The thunder within the void said, However, they've always existed. Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. However, when you entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, which worlds did you visit? The thunder within the void suddenly asked. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge reported the names of a dozen worlds. In the past, he accidentally entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and continuously tried to find his way back. Among them, the obscured way world that he was still concerned about was included. However, in front of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yan Zhaoge didn't mention his suspicions. He only mentioned that the obscured way world was mixed among the dozen or so worlds, as if nothing was amiss. Do you still remember the location of the obscured way world? Can you find the way there? Whether it was within his expectations or not, after hearing Yan Zhaoge's reply, the thunderclaps amidst space had specifically mentioned the obscured way world. Yan Zhaoge calmly answered, I can find it. Does the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor have any instructions for me? The thunder resounded, that obscured way world space is unique. It leads to a place before the Great Calamity which was completely preserved. It's called the Two Boundaries Mountain. If my information is correct, an existence is suppressed there. Yan Zhaoge nodded and didn't continue the conversation. He calmly waited for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's next words. If you're free, why don't you make a trip to the obscured way world? As expected, the thunder continued. Your Majesty, please allow me to report. This junior is definitely not trying to shirk my duties. It is just that while this Yan has always been rash and frivolous, I still have some self-awareness. Yan Zhaoge asked, I wonder who established that suppressive seal. With my current cultivation base, can I bear such a heavy responsibility? As he spoke, he looked towards the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing. Gao Han and Ling Qing are obvious targets. The voice of thunder didn't mind. With me, the North Star Emperor, Incongruence, and the newly arrived Taoist Su'a, it would be easier for the blessed lands of the White Lotus to discover us. You've been to the Obscured Way world before. It'll be a walk in the park for you this time. Now that your reputation isn't small and you're related to the Pill Hall, you'll surely attract attention. However, Gaohan, Lingqing and I will cover for you. We'll help you attract the attention of the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Currently, the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court was at its most intense. Even if they could divert some of their attention, it would still be limited. When the flames of war between them subsided, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity. The timing that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had chosen was indeed very suitable. I didn't ask you to go there for the seal. The voice of thunder resounded. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Then what do you want me to do? You only need to confirm the identity of the existence being suppressed beneath the Two Boundaries Mountain, said the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. As you command, Your Majesty. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment and said softly, Your Majesty, I've heard of the name Two Boundaries Mountain before. During the Middle Era, the demon race's great sage Equaling Heavens was suppressed. After being saved by the Arhat, he successfully obtained the scripture within the Western Heavens mystical mountain, leading the Western Buddhism to spread eastwards for the second time, resulting in the prosperity of the central blessed lands of Saha. After that, he immediately became a Buddha and became the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. The rumbling thunder transformed into words that humans could understand. His tone remained calm. This rumor is true. However, now that I think about it, there's something fishy about it. Coincidentally, I discovered an unknown existence being suppressed there. With the two corroborating each other, there's a need to verify it. Yan Zhaoge muttered in his heart. An incomplete truth was usually more deceptive than a fake lie. Yan Zhaoge didn't object to this logic. However, Yan Zhaoge felt that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor only discovered someone being suppressed beneath the Two Boundaries Mountain recently. It might not be the truth. As for why he was chosen, Yan Zhaoge felt that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't make this decision on a whim. There seemed to be some hidden reasons behind it. If the higher-ups were so concerned about this matter, why didn't they send someone to verify it before? Yan Zhaoge turned his head and looked at Feng Yunxing. The black jade bottle was undoubtedly the reward. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was very straightforward and immediately paid the deposit. Yan Zhaoge wasn't unable to reject it. However, he didn't want to. To be honest, he was very interested in the Two Boundaries Mountain or the Five Elements Mountain situation. Others might not be aware of it. However, Yan Zhaoge had personally visited the Obscured Way world and spent half a day outside the Two Boundaries Mountain. He had a strong intuition. There was a high possibility that the existence that was trapped under the mountain was the monkey that should have escaped long ago. In the past, his cultivation was still weak, and his reputation wasn't too prominent either. He wouldn't attract any attention even if he visited the blessed lands of the White Lotus occasionally. Now that he wanted to go there again, he would easily attract the attention of the blessed lands of the White Lotus top-notch bigwigs. It was rare for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gaohan, Lingqing, and the others to help him distract others. Without a doubt, this was the best opportunity. The matters regarding the awakened sky cosmos, the sky beyond skies, and the roving jade heavens had already been settled. There shouldn't be any major changes. He had just successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation. Cultivating in seclusion for a certain period of time wouldn't be of much use anymore. For the current Yan Zhaoge, it would be beneficial for him to accumulate more experience by going through more trials. At his current realm, there were many times when it was necessary to spend a lot of time and effort, but it was absolutely impossible for him to advance a step further by just relying on time and effort. If the monkey beneath the mountain was truly the monkey, his uniqueness might be related to the demon race, Buddhism, and even Taoism's secrets. To the current Yan Zhaoge, this was something far more valuable than any scriptures or treasures. The only thing he had to take note of was, Your Majesty, how much time do I have? Asked Yan Zhaoge. From the moment you stepped into the blessed lands of the White Lotus, within 2 hours, answered the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. For experts who had already stepped into the immortal realm, 2 hours wasn't a short amount of time, even including the time spent on the journey. However, who knew what was happening beneath the Obscured Way world's Two Boundaries Mountain? From the looks of it, 2 hours would pass in the blink of an eye. I still have to be wary of what if this is a trap. Yan Zhaoge muttered in his heart, however, it should be enough. Chapter 1360. Yin Zhaoge's thoughts raced. He cupped his hands and replied, "Since you've given your orders, I shall make this trip. Only I'm afraid that I'll fail you." The sound of thunder resounded. With the right timing, there's a possibility of success. "Can I return to prepare?" asked Yin Zhaoge. Within the void, the sound of thunder gradually faded. "It's fine. After you're done preparing, just inform Ling Qing." Yin Zhaoge nodded. Seeing that the southern extremity longevity emperor was about to leave, Yin Zhaoge suddenly spoke. "Take care, Your Majesty. I thank you for bestowing the Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art to me." The southern extremity longevity emperor didn't reply. Only the violent thunder gradually dispersed, and the nebula in front of him returned to its original state. Feng Yunxing looked at Yin Zhaoge with a surprised expression. "When did the southern extremity longevity emperor bestow our sect's supreme martial art? Ugh, could it be the life creation heavenly scripture and the hearts will thunder incantation that Grand Master obtained coincidentally? Was it the southern extremity longevity emperor's intention?" Feng Yunxing was first shocked. Then she slowly came to a realization. Right, that life creation heavenly scripture is the most orthodox primordial beginning direct lineage. When different people cultivated and comprehended the same martial art, they would have their own interpretation and understanding when they reached a profound level. Even if the disciples were taught by the same master, the comprehension of the same martial art between the disciples might be different. If they taught it to their own disciples, the differences would only grow bigger and bigger in the end. Even if one could tell that they came from the same sect, they would still have their own uniqueness. The most orthodox primordial beginning direct lineage was the records of the Jade Clear Grand Master, the primordial heavenly lord, personally giving a speech. Although they came from the same source, such a heavenly scripture's meaning wasn't fused with the interpretation of the later generations. It was closest to the primordial heavenly lord's interpretation of the great Tao. As for how to cultivate and comprehend it, it would depend on the later generations. Their results might not be better than others. However, such a heavenly scripture's meaning was undoubtedly the purest. It was the closest to the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord's interpretation. In the past, in the lower realm of the Tao universe's world beyond worlds, in the floating gate world, Yuan Jingfeng entered an ancient cave manor and obtained the life creation heavenly scripture. This meant that the relevant scripture records of the heavenly book of life and creation originated from someone who had personally listened to the primordial Lord of Heaven's lecture. Coupled with the hearts will thunder incantation, Yin Zhaoge had vaguely suspected that the person most likely to have left behind that cave manor was the southern extremity longevity emperor of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Immortal Thunder of the Myriad Heavens. Only, at that time, the information regarding the southern extremity longevity emperor and other orthodox Taoism bigwigs was limited. As such, Yin Zhaoge didn't think too much about it. Perhaps it was indeed a manor left behind by the southern extremity longevity emperor that year, coincidentally benefiting Yuan Zhengfeng and Broad Creed Mountain? However, it was very hard for Yin Zhaoge to think like this now. Currently he was mainly thinking about this. When did the Broad Creed Mountain, or rather he Yin Zhaoge, enter the southern extremity longevity emperor's sights? Before this, including the heavenly book of life creation and the hearts will thunder incantation, they might have just been casual chess pieces. An advance investment was better than nothing. Only now, with Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain having truly risen to prominence, had they officially come into contact with each other. But since when did the other party start paying attention to him? If it was someone else, they might not think so much. However, as the spirit of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository that year, Yin Zhaoge had been annihilated along with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, and only reincarnated after a long period of time. Facing the southern extremity longevity emperor, who was one of the few bigwigs of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in the past, he couldn't help but think more about it. This time, he had come to meet the southern extremity longevity emperor with the intention to investigate. Currently, his gains were even greater than what he had expected. Previously, I had my suspicions but I didn't have any proof. Yin Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunxing. However, from the looks of it now, it's highly possible. Although the southern extremity longevity emperor's attitude of neither admitting nor denying it might be trying to fool him, Yin Zhaoge's intuition told him that he would rather believe it. If he wanted to know the truth, he still had to investigate more things. The extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown were left in the Eight Extremities world a long time ago. At that time both you and I had yet to be born. While Feng Yunxing said so, her tone was filled with doubt, and the Rahu Saber's body that I obtained from the exalted Rahu luminary, Yin Zhaoge said, Right now, our knowledge is limited. Let's not rush to a conclusion. After the two ended their sound transmission conversation, Yan Zhaoge looked towards the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Ling Qing's gaze was also directed towards them. Her expression was indifferent and her aura was cold. "I'll have to trouble you in the future, senior," said Yan Zhaoge with a serious expression. "Before you leave, notify me. I'll contact the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han to distract the blessed lands of the White Lotus attention." Ling Qing nodded. Yan Zhaoge answered, "Of course." Feng Yunxing bowed towards Ling Qing. "Take care, senior." After bidding farewell to Ling Qing, their figures flew upwards and left the nebula. After exiting the nebula, the two flew back to the pill hall. While walking on the road, he naturally had to remain vigilant, cleaning up the traces he left behind to prevent others from following him secretly. Even if they didn't guard against the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, and the others, they still had to guard against their enemies. This vase seems to be a newly refined treasure by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yan Zhaoge received the black jade vase from Feng Yunxing and examined it. This vase isn't made from a single material. Instead, it's made from the fusion of various types of spirit soil and spirit soil. There's even 9 underworlds dark soil, profound devilish crystals, and 9 underworlds desolate spirit stones. TSK. There are at least 7 unique treasures of the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge shook his head lightly. Even with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's prowess, it's impossible for him to gather so many precious treasures within a short period of time. Especially after the Great Calamity, the 3 clear lineages hostile environment. This is a treasure prepared to support the exalted Rahu luminary? Feng Yunxing muttered to herself. After the exalted Rahu luminary succeeds, it'll come in handy. Yan Zhaoge said, "That's right." Only his original target was the devil of aged metal. Unexpectedly, Jian Shunhua acted on her own and attempted to steal the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority. As such, this black jade vase can only assist you from the side. It won't be the deciding factor. As such, you still have to be careful. Feng Yunxing said, "I understand." She retrieved the black jade vase from Yan Zhaoge and examined it carefully. "However, with this treasure's assistance, I'll be able to relax a little, and I'll be more daring." Chapter 1361. Yan Zhaoge looked at the black jade bottle and said, "Unfortunately, I can't help little June, his mother, and the Astro Sovereign. No matter if it was Jian Shunhua or the unpredictable Feng Yunxing, they weren't suitable reincarnations for the Doomsday Heavenly Devil or the Devil of Aged Metal. Their current state was the result of Jian Shunhua's plan with the help of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the others. The amount of effort and resources spent was uncountable. It wasn't possible to replicate them within a short period of time. No matter if it was Qin Xuanzong, Chu Lili, Shijun, or Ying Yuzhen, they were all passively enduring the devil's calamity. They were the most suitable reincarnations for the great devils to begin with. The Water Devil and the other great devils had their eyes on them, waiting for an opportunity. Previously, when Qin Xuanzong met Ling Qing and delivered a message to Yan Zhaoge, Ling Qing mentioned that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the exalted solar luminary Gao Han didn't have a solution to solve this problem. The exalted concealed luminary was Gao Han's clone. In the past, he had researched about Chu Lili for many years in the world beyond worlds. Although there were results, it wasn't enough to solve the root of the problem. Throughout these years, Yan Zhaoge and Qin Xuanzong had their own discussions. However, they still had to wait for the right time. This was something they had no other choice but to slowly plan for it. Now that they obtained the black jade bottle from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Feng Yunxing's crisis was alleviated to a certain extent. After returning to the awakened sky cosmos and re-entering the sky beyond skies, Yan Zhaoge met up with Yan Di, Yu Jinbei, Qin Xuanzong, and the others. After listening to Yan Zhaoge's narration, everyone couldn't help but ponder, such a thing actually happened? In the past, when Yan Zhaoge mistakenly entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he had mentioned it to Yan Di. As such, Yan Di wasn't that surprised. He only asked, "The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor seems to want you to participate in this trip? Could it be that he has other plans?" The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor seems to have other intentions. As for whether he has other plans or not, I can't say for sure. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yu Jinbei asked, "When do you plan to depart?" Yan Zhaoge had long since considered this. "We'll set off after making some preparations. I still need to make some arrangements." I will also be leaving this awakened sky cosmos to search for Mingkong and Lily. Qin Xuanzong said, this trip might take a long time. You don't have to worry about it. In recent years, Qin Xuanzong often went out to look for his two disciples, Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily. Although he had obtained quite a lot of clues, he always missed them. Previously, when the roving Jade Heavens was migrating, he had appeared to attract the enemy's attention and lure them away. On the other hand, he was indeed trying his best to find his two disciples. Now that the awakened sky cosmos had been completely stabilized and everything was safe, he didn't need to go into seclusion for the time being. Thus, he decided to head out again and continue his search. If Senior Qin does not mind, how about I travel together with you? Yan Di now said, we can look after each other and also lend a hand. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtfully at his father. Are you going to sever the lock? Not really. It's just that I do need to go out for a walk. Yan Di smiled slightly. 20 years ago, when Yan Zhaoge and the others left the Dao universe with the cave world's 5 territories and the various lower realms, Yan Di was already standing outside the immortal door, and the true immortal realm was within his reach. After that, he succeeded in taking that step and became a leakless true immortal, ascending to the immortal realm. For the next 20 years, Yan Di had been absorbing the various pill essences and the remaining pill chi within the pill hall. He had been accumulating his cultivation, and his strength had been increasing continuously. His improvement speed was shocking. Normally, the higher one's cultivation realm was, the slower the improvement speed would be, and the longer it would take. Experts who could push open the immortal door weren't easy to deal with. However, even if their potential wasn't fully used up, they would still need to accumulate a lot of effort in order to continue advancing after reaching the immortal realm. When an immortal realm expert cultivated, it was normal for them to stop for hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years in a single realm. No matter how outstanding a genius was, some paths had to be taken, and the price they had to pay couldn't be spared. However, Yan Di's situation was a little special. The changes of creation and the concept of surging forward had fused with every aspect of his body. Not only was it displayed when he was fighting against others, it also played an important role in his daily cultivation. Therefore, many difficulties that others might face could be forcefully pushed through by Yan Di. This was his unique advantage, and it was hard for his descendants to replicate it. However, this spirit also had its pros and cons. When Yan Di cultivated, he had to move forward with an indomitable will. He couldn't retreat and he couldn't suppress himself. All these years, father was actually a little tied down. Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart. After coming to the world beyond worlds, most of the time, the Broad Creed Mountain's top-notch experts were Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Limited by the environment of the world beyond worlds that year, they had many enemies and many friends. Therefore, for the sake of the sect's stability, if one of the father and son pair had to leave, the other would have to remain at Broad Creed Mountain as much as possible to guard against external enemies making use of this chance to invade. Due to various reasons, most of the time Yan Zhaoge went out while Yan Di stayed behind. As a result, before he reunited with Xue Chuqing, Yan Di couldn't even go out to look for his wife. This was his responsibility as the Broad Creed Mountain sect master. Yan Di didn't view this as a burden. Instead, the responsibility turned into motivation, which made him more dedicated. However, objectively speaking, this was indeed a formless restraint that was suppressing Yan Di. Due to the creation saber's intense uniqueness and cultivation, he couldn't be measured with common sense. As a result, Yan Di spent most of his time cultivating in the Broad Creed Mountain and rarely went out. Although he had many enemies over the years and he didn't lack actual combat experience, a martial art cultivator's cultivation was still lacking. If he were to cultivate in seclusion, he would never become a peerless expert. Now the situation was different. The awakened sky cosmos was hidden and independent. Theoretically speaking, without exposing its whereabouts, it would be hard for others to locate it without any top-notch experts guarding it. Besides, other than the sky beyond skies, the roving Jade Heavens was also present. Yu Zhenbei, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others were also present. Within the sky beyond skies, the Broad Creed Mountain was unrivaled. Even if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di left at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. Xue Chuqing had already returned, and the roving Jade Heavens matters had also come to an end. After being suppressed for so many years, Yan Di finally wanted to make a move. Those who were familiar with Yan Di's cultivation understood the logic behind it. Qin Xuanzong nodded lightly, of course. I believe you've already considered the sex matters, said Yan Zhaoge. Yan Di said, second senior apprentice brother is the same as master. In recent years he's also focused on his martial arts attainments. However, the younger generation has already grown up. They should be able to handle it properly. Chapter 1362. Hearing the words younger generation, Qin Xuanzong couldn't help but smile. Even the stern Yu Jinbei revealed a smile on his face. Yan Di also revealed a smile and looked towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Currently, the entire Broad Creed Mountain wouldn't treat Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing as juniors no matter what situation they were in. However, the two of them wouldn't inherit the sect. One had never displayed any talent in this aspect, while the other didn't have any ambitions. As such, when considering the successor of the sect master, they would naturally be excluded. Fortunately, the other younger generation disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain had gradually matured. Yan Di didn't have to worry about having no successors. Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, Fu Enshu, and the others could cultivate peacefully and explore the profoundness of martial arts. Most martial art practitioners who could reach a certain height would be willing to study and explore martial arts. Of course, the Broad Creed Mountain's position in the sky beyond skies and Taoism after the Great Calamity wasn't the same as before. If the younger generation wanted to take over the banner from Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others, they would need more accumulation. However, even if Yan Di didn't care about the sect's daily operations, it wouldn't be a problem. In truth, with Fang Zhuan having retreated behind the scenes, concentrating on his martial cultivation, the internal workings of Broad Creed Mountain were currently being maintained. The majority of its affairs had already been taken over by Xue Fei, who had been transferred to the first seat of the assignment hall, being handled in an orderly manner. After Xue Fei's transfer, the disciplinary hall's first seat elder's position was empty. The evaluation was still ongoing. In comparison, Xia Guang had the highest chance. He hated evil and had a strong and upright personality. Over the years, his temperament had gradually been restrained, and he wasn't as hot-tempered as before. Back when Broad Creed Mountain had dominated the eastern vast heaven territory of the world beyond worlds and faced off against Kunlun Mountain's Qilin Cliff, having gained sufficient confidence, Xia Guang had personally broken through 3-Foot Mountain and destroyed it, taking revenge for his family. His hatred and fury having been quelled, Xia Guang was no longer as inexperienced as he had been in the past when dealing with others. However, he still had a strong personality. As such, Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others were still evaluating whether he could take up the responsibility of a hall's first seat elder. However, overall, the Broad Creed Mountain was on the right track. It would be fine as long as it developed normally. His accumulated strength had gradually begun to manifest, and he only needed time to accumulate. I hope that we can find fellow Taoist Jie and fellow Taoist Chu on this trip, and also find a way to solve the problem of Jun and his mother, Yan Di said solemnly. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing similarly straightened their expressions. Qin Xuanzong nodded. After the preparations are done, let us set off. Everyone bowed and said their goodbyes. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di went to see Xue Chuqing together. With both father and son wanting to leave, Xue Chuqing too felt rather reluctant. Back then, due to circumstances, she had no choice but to separate from her husband and son, and this separation lasted for decades. Now they could finally reunite and enjoy 20 years of blissful time. While Yan Zhaoge had also gone out previously, her husband had at least remained by her side. Although she was the one who stayed in the safe sky beyond heaven, her family was separated and she was the only one left. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel anything at all. Even though she was used to a wandering life when she was young, now that she was a wife and a mother, she still yearned for stability and reunion. However, Xue Chuqing had never been an ordinary person. She didn't speak much and only reminded her husband and son to be careful. I will maintain the pill hall's formation. If there are no accidents, nothing will happen. Xue Chuqing said, as for the two of you, be careful when you're outside. Yan Di hugged her lightly, don't worry. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and smiled. Yunxing, look after Zhaoge a little more. When he goes crazy, it'll be ridiculous. Xue Chuqing wasn't annoyed by the fact that two juniors were watching. Instead, she smiled and said to Feng Yunxing. She was extremely satisfied with Feng Yunxing. Although the two of them had a huge difference in personality, they got along well. Feng Yunxing smiled and replied, I'll try my best. However, as you said, it'll be ridiculous when he goes crazy. He's not your opponent now. If you really can't do it, just forcefully kidnap him back. Xue Chuqing said indifferently. Yan Zhaoge grinned and Yan Di smiled as well. The family joked around for a while. Overall, the atmosphere was still rather relaxed. The pressure and danger mainly came from the external environment, and not from any specific person or matter. It would always make one feel more relaxed. After everything was settled, Yan Di and Qin Xuanzong departed. After Yan Zhaoge made his preparations, he left the sky beyond skies together with Feng Yunxing. They exited the awakened sky cosmos and entered the boundless void's outskirts. The two traversed through the vast space. Based on his memories, Yan Zhaoge searched for a path to return to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the past, he traversed between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Tao universe. Now that he wanted to find the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he couldn't return the same way. However, fortunately, he remembered the obscured Way world's location. With it as a guide, he managed to find a shapeless path within the void. After finally approaching the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing stopped and contacted the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing. In the past, his cultivation was too low, which made him inconspicuous. With his current cultivation in addition to the pill hall, he had become everyone's target. As such, Yan Zhaoge had to be careful. After patiently waiting, Ling Qing sent a message back. According to their agreement, this meant that their preparations were complete, and they would make their move within a short period of time. As expected, after a while, Yan Zhaoge immediately felt a ripple in the cosmos occupied by the Buddhism heretics. The shapeless wall was even trembling. "Let's go." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and said in unison. Then they proceeded forward. After passing through the shapeless wall, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had officially stepped into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They only had 2 hours or even less. Without any hesitation, the two immediately rushed towards the obscured Way world. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge, who had already ascended to the immortal realm, looked at the Buddhism universe again. Along the way, Buddha lights filled the entire universe. In the distance, as Buddha lights flickered, rays of profound lights were throbbing. Evidently, that was the mess caused by the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the others, in order to provide cover for the two of them. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing tried their best to conceal their aura. However, just as they approached the obscured Way world, a huge commotion suddenly resounded from somewhere else. Yan Zhaoge turned his head around in shock. Within the cosmos void where he couldn't discern the direction, rays of glaze-like radiances suddenly appeared. Within the cosmos, golden lamps lit up and green lotuses bloomed. Golden lamps, green lotuses. People from the Western Pure Lands? Feng Yunxing was also shocked. The two looked at each other. Did the Western Pure Lands send people to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus? Chapter 1363. The blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. The two heretic factions had been competing for faith power and solidifying their faith for many years. Previously, due to Sua Mingzhang slaughtering the Immortal Court's immortals, the blessed lands of the White Lotus took the opportunity to attack the Immortal Court. In the end, both sides recruited reinforcements. As an orthodox Buddhism faction, the Western Pure Lands, which was naturally hostile to the Buddhism heretics, assisted the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, the demon race stood on the blessed lands of the White Lotus side. Unsure if they had a tacit understanding, most of the time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court would be fighting against each other, while the Western Pure Lands would be fighting against the demon race. They rarely crossed paths with each other. Due to the blessed lands of the White Lotus taking the initiative, most of the battles were carried out on the Immortal Court's territory. From what Yan Zhaoge knew, this was the first time the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism successors had stepped foot on the blessed lands of the White Lotus territory. Is this the start of the counterattack, or the sign of the war escalating? Many thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. Are the Western Pure Lands and the demon race sending more experts into the war? While thinking, Yan Zhaoge's movements weren't slow at all. Together with Feng Yunxing, he continued rushing towards the obscured Way world. After entering the obscured Way world, the scenery remained the same. However, unlike before, the moment Yan Zhaoge entered, he heard a roar that resounded throughout the ages. Teacher? Resentment, unwillingness, shock, sorrow, doubt, disappointment, and many other emotions seemed to have transcended through time and space, existing eternally within this world. Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation was far stronger than when he first came here. However, the roar that resounded by his ears today seemed to be countless times louder than before. It was deafening. At the same time, it was even more shocking. The tyrannical emotions assaulted Yan Zhaoge's mind, causing it to become unstable. As expected, the higher one's cultivation, the clearer one's hearing? Yan Zhaoge turned around to look at Feng Yunxing, only to see her bewildered expression. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge's inquisitive gaze, Feng Yunxing immediately understood what he meant. However, the bewilderment and doubt on her face intensified. "You heard that voice again? You didn't hear it?" Yan Zhaoge's heart trembled. "No." Feng Yunxing first nodded, then shook her head. "Back then when I first came here you mentioned it, so I paid special attention this time. However, I didn't hear anything, so I was wondering." Back then she had once heard an indistinct voice that resembled an illusion. If not for Yan Zhaoge specifically asking about it, she would have thought that she had heard wrongly. Her current cultivation base far surpassed that of the past, even surpassing the current Yan Zhaoge. She had never thought that she would come up empty-handed. Feng Yunxing was still thinking about whether the voice coming from the Two Boundaries Mountain was interrupted, or whether the person who made the voice was already gone. In the end, seeing Yan Zhaoge's appearance, her heart immediately thumped. "What's going on?" Feng Yunxing frowned. "It's really strange." Yan Zhaoge pondered and looked in the direction of the Two Boundaries Mountain. That roar seemed to exist in the past, present, and future. It was continuous and incessant, incessantly reverberating in his ears. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's expressions both changed slightly as they simultaneously turned their heads. Their gazes traversed through the obscured Wei world's spatial boundaries and looked towards the cosmic void outside. There, an extremely shocking power manifested. Under the illumination of the golden lamps, layers of lights appeared above the green lotus, which gradually transformed into Buddhist experts from the Western Pure Lands. The one in the lead was hidden within the golden radiance, making it impossible to discern his appearance. However, the chanting that shook the boundless Buddhist lands still indicated that this was a Buddhist bigwig that could rival Taoism's heavenly lord. The blessed lands of the White Lotus's reaction wasn't slow. Very quickly, white lotuses bloomed within the cosmos as well, not allowing the green lotus to dominate over them. Although the radiance of the white lotus wasn't as vibrant as the green lotus, there were many of them. The one in the lead was clearly a Buddhist heretic expert that was on par with Taoism's heavenly lord. However, in terms of strength he was much weaker than the leader of the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Before the two sides even started fighting, the chanting from the green lotus had already suppressed the voice emitted from the white lotus. The Buddha light was transparent like glass. However, as it flickered no one could see through it. Although it sounded contradictory, it contained its own profundities, which coincided with the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, due to the battle between the two sides, the side that was at a disadvantage was being suppressed. As such, the profundities slowly dissipated. The Buddha light on the white lotus slowly manifested the silhouette of a Buddha. The chaos concealed within Yan Zhaoge's body circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, dispelling the influence brought by his gaze. Then he looked towards the Buddha. The disparity in their cultivation was still huge. If they looked at each other like this, it would be hard to avoid being noticed. However, the Buddha on the White Lotus platform was currently being pressured into a sorry state. He couldn't discover Yan Zhaoge, who was hiding within the obscured Wei world. However, Feng Yunxing's current cultivation wasn't too far away from the Buddha. Even if she focused her gaze, the Buddha wouldn't be able to notice her due to the fact that they were separated by a world. After seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned weird. Feng Yunxing glanced at him. "You recognize him?" "I can't be sure. I've only seen his portrait before. However, he does look similar." Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. "He's quite famous. He used to be the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. After that, he joined Buddhism and became known as the Dingguang Joyous Buddha." Feng Yunxing was stunned. That person. Did he join the blessed lands of the White Lotus after that? Seems like it. However, it's a little weird. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze. No matter how he does things, rumors have it that the long-eared Dingguang Immortal had already achieved the grand heavenly immortal realm during the ancient investitures of the gods era. However, from his current appearance, he's only a heretic heavenly immortal. Buddhism had its own classification of cultivation realms. Titles like Buddha, Bodhisattva, Arhat, and Unveiling Truth were mostly used for honorifics instead of referring to their cultivation realms. Only, Taoists were more used to using it to differentiate between heavenly immortals, virtual immortals, profound immortals, and true immortals. As a result, some bodhisattvas would fight against others, and their strength wouldn't pale in comparison. In fact, they might even be stronger than other Buddhas. For example, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Avalokitesvara, Ksitigarbha, Mahasthamaprapta, and other bodhisattvas were incomparable to the Tao sect's essence immortal heavenly monarchs. Instead, they were equivalent to the Tao sect's grand heavenly immortals. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was indeed a grand heavenly immortal before he entered Buddhism. However, looking at his strength now, it seemed like he was a Taoism virtual immortal who had been enlightened by the future Buddha and successfully advanced to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Unfortunately, he was only at the level of a heretic grand heavenly immortal. Although he was at a relatively high level among the heretics, he might not be as strong as he was before he became a Buddha. Did you encounter a calamity? Yen Zhaoge pondered. On the other side, who is it on the green lotus beneath that golden lamp? Chapter 1364. Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure if Taoism's grand heavenly immortals or Buddhism's grand heavenly immortals would be forcibly illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. But in terms of needs or benefits, there was no need for Taoism's grand heavenly immortals to take the initiative to join the heretics. From the looks of it, the returns were completely disproportionate to the effort. When Yen Zhaoge first saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, he was rather surprised. However, after he took a closer look at the other party's condition, he had a rough idea of what to do. It was very likely that the other party had suffered a calamity and dropped in cultivation level. Then he lost all hope of ascending to the grand immortal realm, which was why he had no choice but to join the heretics. At this level, a martial artist would comprehend and cultivate the principles of heaven and earth. They would reflect heaven and earth from the outside and reflect themselves from the inside. Everything would become one and there would be no distinction between the outside and the inside. Hence, even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had once ascended to the grand heavenly realm by himself, if he couldn't rely on his own strength to climb back up after his realm had fallen and relied on the Buddha light imbued with faith power, his strength would only be comparable to the Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the end, he would still be inferior to a true grand heavenly immortal. However, he had a strong foundation after all, so his strength was not ordinary. However, facing his current opponent, he was far from enough. As soon as they came into contact, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was defeated and utterly defeated. As he retreated, the defensive line formed by the white lotuses instantly crumbled. The golden lanterns and green lotuses continued to expand, giving rise to a sky-shattering momentum. It was as if they wanted to cover the entire blessed lands of the White Lotus and change the heavens and earth. The future Buddha was fighting against the immeasurable heavenly Lord on a higher level of the battlefield, and both of them were restraining each other. At this very moment, an orthodox Buddhism's Buddha, who was equivalent to a Taoism heavenly Lord, posed a great threat to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was still the future Buddha's blessed lands of Buddhism. Even bigwig experts from the orthodox Buddhism would have to be careful when traveling there. Rays of Buddhist light imbued with the power of faith charged out from the Buddhist lands one after another, and they crisscrossed as if they were weaving a net, causing the numerous azure lotuses to not dare act recklessly. Who knew if the future Buddha would suddenly harden his heart and turn back? Just as the two sides were entangled, gusts of demonic wind suddenly assaulted from outside the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The demonic wind was like a black fog covering the sky and covering the earth. It swept through the cosmos, and even the golden lanterns and green lotuses became much dimmer. The demon races. Great sage. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other, and both of them came to a realization. As the great sage of the demon race joined the battle, the Western Pure Land's expansion of their victory finally came to a halt. The leading Buddha immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Yao Feng. The blessed lands of the White Lotus was much bigger than the Tao universe and the awakened sky cosmos. However, at this moment, the two powerhouses who were equivalent to the Tao sect's heavenly venerables were fighting, causing the entire universe to tremble. What do you think? Yen Zhaoge did not look at the two battling above. As Feng Yunxing raised her head and looked over, her pupils turned a dim bluish-black color. While observing, she said, "That Buddha was born with 20 heads and 18 hands, respectively holding a jade necklace, an umbrella lid, a flower jar, a fish intestine, a treasured pestle, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, a treasured banner, a lotus, a command tablet, an alms bowl, a sharp spear, a broadsword, a relic and a scripture. There's a golden lamp above his head and there's even a relic on top of the lamp." Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. This appearance sounds familiar. However, there are many similarities between the appearances of Buddhism bigwigs. We shouldn't rush to a conclusion. That great demon? Feng Yunxing's expression turned weird. That great demon's appearance resembles the legendary great sage who pacifies heavens. Yan Zhaoge was stunned. The great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King? Yan Zhaoge had just beaten great immortal Ru Yi into a sorry state, and he immediately encountered her brother. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel that his luck wasn't that great. He wasn't worried that Feng Yunxing would mistake him for someone else. 20 years ago, during the fight for the Pill Hall, he had fought against a group of bull demons. Not long ago he encountered great immortal Ru Yi. Naturally, the entire sky beyond skies had to be wary of the bigwig expert behind him. Even if Feng Yunxing wasn't familiar with the Bull Demon King in the past, she had learned a lot about it and seriously looked at Yan Zhaoge's drawings. He wore a polished silver wrought iron helmet on his head, a velvet embroidered golden armor on his body, and a pair of cream-colored suede boots on his feet. His waist was wrapped with 3 strands of lion belt. His eyes were as clear as a mirror and his eyebrows were red. His mouth was filled with blood and his teeth were lined with copper plates. His roar shook the mountain and the gods were afraid of him. The 4 seas were known as Chaotic World, while the West was known as the Devil King. Feng Yunxing looked at the drawings. She could already draw the exact same drawings. How could she mistake him for someone else? Unless someone purposely transformed into this appearance. However, if it was a transformation, the Wood Demon was probably the only grand overarching heavenly immortal who could hide his true form in such an intense battle. Among the grand overarching heavenly immortals, only the Wood Demon could do it. The great sage who pacifies heavens and that Buddha seem to know each other, and there seems to be some grudges between them, said Feng Yunxing with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhaoge's expression became even weirder than hers. 20 heads, 18 arms, holding a golden lamp, holding a saraira. Grudges against the old bull. This was Feng Yunxing's second time coming to the obscured Wei world's 5 Elements mountain. Before coming she had done her research. She and Yan Zhaoge looked at each other and exclaimed, Namo victorious fighting Buddha? According to the legends, during the middle journey to the West era, the demon race's great sage equaling heavens was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha. Later on he was saved by the Buddhist monk Sanzang. In the end he successfully obtained the scriptures in the Western mystical mountain, which led to the Western Buddhism's second expansion. The blessed lands of Saha flourished, and he immediately became a Buddha, becoming the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens, Monkey King, and the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, were sworn brothers. However, during the process of obtaining the scriptures, the two became enemies and the conflict became intense. Later on, the great sage equaling heavens achieved enlightenment in the blessed lands of Saha, becoming the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. According to the legends, the great sage who pacifies heavens was captured and sent to the Western mystical mountain. His fate was unknown. Now, although no one knew when, it was evident that the Bull Demon King had already escaped and regained his freedom. Furthermore, he had entered the Astro Mountain's starry seas to cultivate. Now that he had reappeared, he wanted to stir up another storm and display his prowess as the demon race's great sage. From the looks of it, the victorious fighting Buddha, who had originally entered the blessed lands of Saha, might have switched his allegiance to the Western Pure Lands after the Maitreya Buddha took over the Saha world. Now, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had reappeared within the world, and their glory was once again restored. In the past, a pair of old brothers who had an unexplainable grudge against each other had met once again, and the victor had been decided once more. The victorious fighting Buddha was fighting against the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King. Within the cosmos, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures as well as the bull's roars resounded incessantly. Both sides' syllables were profound and complicated, making it hard for others to understand what they meant. However, the rage contained within the bull's roar could be seen clearly. As the two clashed, the Buddha was still paying attention. On the other hand, the great demon no longer cared about the living beings of the blessed lands of the White Lotus and unleashed a devastating attack towards his opponent. For a moment, the obscured Wei world seemed to be in a precarious situation. Yan Zhaoge, who was within it, quickly stabilized his figure. However, compared to his own safety, he was more concerned about the battle outside. It's really the victorious fighting Buddha, and he even entered the Western Pure Lands. However, if the great sage equaling heavens had already attained enlightenment in Buddhism and wasn't suppressed again, who is the one being suppressed by the 5 Elements mountain? Chapter 1365. The victorious fighting Buddha was fighting against the great sage who pacifies heavens, the bull demon king. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but sigh upon seeing such a scene. Currently both sides were fighting fiercely. As the golden radiance and the black wind clashed against each other, the brilliant radiance was blurry and filled the entire cosmos. Yan Zhaoge took the chance to let go of his worries. The image of chaos was hidden within his eyes as he focused his gaze. A Buddha's golden body appeared above the green lotus. He had 20 heads and 18 arms. He held onto various treasures such as an umbrella cover, a vase, a fish intestines, a pestle, a treasured phial, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner and other treasures. Above his head, a golden cloud of fish scales appeared. A lamp was propped up by the golden cloud, with sariras within the lamp's flames. This was the appearance of the victorious fighting Buddha's avatar as recorded in the ancient texts. This Buddha's expression was serene and he felt peaceful. No one could see the shadow of the demon race's great sage in the past. He sat on the green lotus without moving. However, his 18 arms carried the 18 treasures, which danced in unison. They wrapped around his opponent as if flowers were falling from the heavens. As for his opponent, it was a huge white bull. In terms of size, this white bull wasn't huge. At the very least, it was much smaller than the great immortal Ru Yi's avatar that Yan Zhaoge had forced back. However, the power contained within this much smaller body was countless times greater than great immortal Ru Yi's. Although he was surrounded by the victorious fighting Buddha's 18 treasures, the white bull continued charging around without stopping. Wherever the iron tower-like horns pointed, the Buddha's 18 arms and 18 treasures would have to evade. Rays of glazed golden radiances fell like raindrops. However, the white bull's body trembled, and the glazed radiances were repelled, allowing him to move freely. The white bull continued charging, intending to knock the Buddha down from the green lotus. He suddenly swung his tail and directly attacked the golden lamp sariras above the victorious fighting Buddha's head. How could the victorious fighting Buddha give him such a chance? The sariras released a radiance which hit the bull's tail, causing it to fall down again. However, after a few rounds the old bull reverted to his old ways. He swung his tail again and attacked. Yan Zhaoge didn't doubt that the strength of this bull's tail could easily destroy a massive world like the roving jade heavens or the sky beyond skies. If it was the obscured way world and other worlds, the only result would be that the bull's tail would turn all the worlds it passed through into ashes. Although the victorious fighting Buddha's attack seemed casual, the power imbued within it was also capable of destroying heaven and earth. His 18 arms struck at the same time. Not only did they look fast and dense, but in fact each strike was extremely heavy. It was only after the bull demon king transformed into the heavenly law's embodiment technique that his defense and strength were astonishing, allowing him to withstand the victorious fighting Buddha's attacks. If he did not manifest the heavenly law embodiment technique, he would have been drowned by the storm of attacks. The fighting bull would emperor would a immortal Buddha against fighting Buddha. And Buddha. After the bull demon king arrived and withstood the pressure from the victorious fighting Buddha, the blessed lands of the White Lotus could finally heave a sigh of relief and regroup. With that, the Dingguang joyous Buddha regained his chance to display his prowess and stabilize the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Bantis. However, the battle between the victorious fighting Buddha and the bull demon king shook the heavens and earth. Even the shockwaves from the battle were disastrous to some smaller worlds. On the other hand, the battle between the two had stirred up too many waves. Currently, many Buddhist lands within the blessed lands of the White Lotus were witnessing the battle. Even if they didn't understand the details, such a commotion might affect the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Bandi's prestige, shaking the Buddha light imbued with faith power. No matter how small the matter was, it was still a huge matter. The Dingguang joyous Buddha unleashed his Buddha light. Like a screen of light, it enveloped the surrounding worlds. Naturally, the obscured way world that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge were in was included. Fortunately, the Dingguang joyous Buddha's attention was focused on the opponents from the Western Pure Lands. As such, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge didn't have to worry about being discovered. Only their path of retreat was cut off by the Dingguang joyous Buddha. "Let's ignore them for now and continue forward," said Yan Zhaoge. "If we reveal ourselves now, there's no way out." Feng Yunxing nodded. Since the great sage who pacifies heavens is here, the Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to achieve anything without reinforcements. In the end, they would most likely have to retreat. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would take the opportunity to reclaim their lost lands and chase after them. That would be our chance. As Yan Zhaoge walked, he said, "That's right. The two silently arrived at the connection between the Obscured Way world and the Two Boundaries Mountain. Currently, within the Obscured Way world, everything remained the same. Yan Zhaoge had seen it many years ago. Due to the concealment of the blessed lands of the White Lotus's experts, the effects of the battle were suppressed in time, preventing it from spreading. Everyone was still living the same lifestyle of praying and chanting sutras every day for thousands of years. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing concealed themselves and didn't alarm anyone. Even if there were many Buddhist martial art practitioners here, they couldn't detect Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's arrival like in the past. The difference in their cultivation realm was no longer the same as before. The desolate mountain range appeared in front of them once again. The former Five Elements Mountain, the Two Boundaries Mountain, and the current Sage Buddha Peak. The Buddha that gave this mountain its name was currently fighting against someone outside, causing the entire world to darken. Looking at the mountain range, Yan Zhaoge's state of mind was already different. The Namo victorious fighting Buddha had already joined the Western Pure Lands. Speaking of which, he's an enemy of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. According to the blessed lands of the White Lotus's usual actions, such an existence should be treated as lightly as possible. They should erase their records and legends so that no one would know of their existence. This was how the blessed lands of the White Lotus dealt with the legends of the three clear lineage, as well as the information regarding the Amitabha Buddha and other Buddhist bigwigs. However, the people of the Obscured Way world clearly know about the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. In fact, this Five Elements Mountain had already been renamed as the Sage Buddha Peak for many years. Yan Zhaoge looked at the mountain range and fell into a daze. Why are the victorious fighting Buddha and this Five Elements Mountain an exception? Is it because this was the place where the mystical mountain's Buddha personally suppressed the victorious fighting Buddha? I still can't hear any sound, said Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge muttered, I can hear it every single moment. Wait a moment. Feng Yunxing pondered for a while and closed her eyes. Her aura quickly became dim and weak. Due to her unique circumstances, Feng Yunxing couldn't suppress her cultivation to a lower realm. However, she could still do it for a short period of time. She suppressed her cultivation all the way back to the Great Grandmaster realm. Yan Zhaoge looked at her. After a short while, Feng Yunxing let out a long sigh. After suppressing it to the merging Avatar Martial Saint realm, I can barely hear the commotion. However, I can't hear the content clearly. I can't hear anything after surpassing the merging Avatar Martial Saint realm and reaching the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm. I can't hear anything below the Martial Saint realm either. Chapter 1366. After listening to Feng Yunxing's description, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, there might not only be one seal here but two. The stacking of the two seals instead squeezed out a crack, revealing some clues when a martial practitioner's cultivation base is neither high nor low. However, when one's cultivation base is high or low, they are instead unable to detect it? Feng Yunxing understood what Yan Zhaoge was implying. That's my guess. Whether it's true or not has yet to be confirmed. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he walked towards the mountain range that seemed to belong to another world. Compared to the first time he came here, Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation was much higher. However, his situation was no different from back then. No matter how long he walked, he seemed to be walking on the same spot, unable to approach the mountain range. However, he wasn't dispirited. While he was moving, he carefully observed the spatial changes and spirit chi patterns. It's not good to force it, right? Feng Yunxing stood beside him. It might attract the attention of the experts fighting outside. Not only that. While observing, Yan Zhaoge answered, this might be the traces left behind by the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. The reason why the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and other possible existences couldn't personally come here for so many years might be because they're afraid of triggering the Tathagata Buddha's arrangements. After all, no one knows if the arrangements of the past are still effective, or if the Tathagata Buddha still cares about it. Although the former central master of Saha, the Tathagata Buddha, had already transcended, just like the three clear Grand Masters, no one knew if they would be angered by certain matters. No one knew if they would return to this place, so they had to be careful. If such existences were to pay attention to this place again, the outcome would be unpredictable. Then, why did the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor send you here? Feng Yunxing frowned. I'm only here to take a look. If I don't intend to release the people sealed here, it should be fine, said Yan Zhaoge. After pondering for a while, he softly whispered into Feng Yunxing's ears. Feng Yunxing nodded her head. Her pupils began to flash with a dark blue demonic flame, but it was not released. The black fire demonic aura seemed to have turned into a thin layer of mist, shrouding her pupils. A dim light flashed in the center of her pupils. She sat in a lotus position within the void. Instead of advancing blindly, she waited patiently. After a long time, the world in front of her entered her eyes. Blue and black lines intersected in the void. At this point, Feng Yunxing stood up once more and strode forward. She walked on the blue and black cracks, passing through layers of the void. Yan Zhaoge followed behind her, continuing to experience the changes occurring here as he walked. Although it seemed like they were traveling aimlessly, the two of them finally began to gradually make their way into the world where the mountains resided, getting closer and closer to the two-world mountains. After walking for a while, Feng Yunxing suddenly stopped. There's a change. At this moment, the space in her eyes was still filled with bluish-black lines. However, through the layers of lines, the foot of the two-world mountain was glistening as if it was enveloped by bluish-black clouds. It does look like there are two layers of seals. However, I don't know if they were made by the same person, Feng Yunxing said. Yan Zhaoge nodded. When we reach the foot of the mountain and feel the strength of that second seal, we will know whether it was created by the same person as the first seal in the outside world. The two continued moving forward and circled around within the void. After a long period of exploration, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Although it seemed like a barren mountain, it was filled with faint Buddha radiances, revealing a sense of tranquility. If one were to stare at the mountain for a long period of time, they would even vaguely see a glazed scene, as if the mountain was transparent. Standing on this mountain that had left its name in the annals of history and was filled with the color of legends, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. The Western Pure Lands suddenly attacked the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although they blocked our path of retreat, they also bought us some time. Yan Zhaoge placed his hands on his waist and looked towards the void. From the looks of it, we have more than 2 hours of time. However, once the outcome of the battle is determined, we must immediately leave. Let's hurry up. The bluish-black flames within Feng Yunxing's eyes had yet to dissipate, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. As they got closer, the radiance by the foot of the two-world mountain became much dimmer in her eyes. However, this didn't mean that the radiance became weaker. Instead, it became more reserved. The closer they got, the stronger the seal's influence became. It didn't seem obvious at all, to the point where others couldn't even notice it. As long as we don't attempt to unseal it, the second layer of seal wouldn't display its might. It wouldn't forbid us from getting closer, muttered Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunxing nodded. However, the first layer of seal outside wouldn't allow anyone to get close. Yan Zhaoge subconsciously looked towards the peak of the mountain. He wanted to see if the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha's 6-syllable mantra was still there. However, that place was indeed empty. Let's go down first, said Yan Zhaoge. The two held hands and walked down the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they circled around the mountain's periphery. However, they didn't discover anything. The furious roars by Yan Zhaoge's ears continued ringing non-stop. It seemed to be coming from every corner of the mountain, making it hard for others to discern the direction. They continued walking towards the depths of the mountain. After arriving here, they finally came into contact with the radiant mist. The mist didn't have any changes, nor did it forbid the two from traversing it. After passing by, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and understood. The two layers of seal weren't laid down by the same person. The seemingly useless first layer of seal that didn't obstruct the two from entering was far stronger than the second layer of seal. If Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing didn't consider the possibility of being discovered by the victorious fighting Buddha, Bull Demon King, and the others, they could still attempt to barge through the second layer of seal. However, it was impossible for them to forcefully break through the first layer of seal. The mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha left it behind? Feng Yunxing looked towards Yan Zhaoge with a puzzled expression. But wasn't it already unsealed by Buddhist monk Sanzang? I don't see the 6-syllable mantra written by the Buddha at the peak either. Is this the remnant of the seal from back then, or is there really a new seal? Yan Zhaoge didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, "Let's continue walking inside." After the two walked for a while, the endless roars suddenly disappeared by Yan Zhaoge's ears. All sounds suddenly disappeared. However, Yan Zhaoge felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if a pair of eyes had appeared out of nowhere and was staring at him. Chapter 1367. Yan Zhaoge only felt that the other party's gaze seemed to be everywhere, silently staring at him. He turned his head to look at Feng Yunxing. Both of them were telepathically connected and there was no need for words. Feng Yunxing directly said, "I couldn't hear it before but I can see it now. We've already entered the first layer of seal. This seal won't obstruct us from meeting the other party," said Yan Zhaoge. The roar disappeared, but it wasn't because the other party stopped speaking. The one who spoke wasn't the existence being suppressed here. Instead, it was a sense of anger and unwillingness, which was engraved in space and materialized. If the owner didn't care about it, it would remain here forever. The person being suppressed here noticed Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's arrival and shifted his attention to them. Only then did the voice naturally disappear. The formless gaze was ruthless and tyrannical, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing calmed their minds and continued walking towards the depths of the mountain. As they walked, they suddenly sensed something and looked up together. A pair of eyes that resembled a bronze mirror was staring at them. It wasn't a formless gaze anymore. Instead, it was like a mirror that could see through all things in the endless darkness. Nothing could hide from it. Being stared at by this gaze, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing instantly felt numb all over their bodies. That feeling was between reality and illusion, changing unpredictably. Sometimes, it ignored the two's immortal physique and directly affected their souls, causing their thoughts to go blank. Sometimes, it ignored their souls and affected their bodies, causing them to be paralyzed and unable to move. The image of chaos vaguely appeared within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, while the devilish blue-black flames jumping within Feng Yunxing's pupils turned into nothingness and darkness. After spinning a few times, the two of them stabilized their souls and bodies again. That mirror-like gaze didn't go too far and suddenly retracted. Then, the figure descended from the sky and directly arrived in front of the two. Yan Zhaoge looked carefully. After seeing the other party's appearance, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Although the figure didn't seem tall, he was half squatting and half standing there, like a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling, as if he had the power to support the heavens. His feet were stepping on the yellow springs of the underworld, while his head was supporting the 9 heavens beyond. He had a furry face and a thunderous mouth, wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown on his head, wore a golden chainmail on his body, and wore lotus root silk cloud walking shoes, wielding a rod as he glared at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this massive golden-furred monkey with a ferocious aura that was completely lawless and out of control, even though Yan Zhaoge had previously guessed it, he still found it hard to calm his emotions at this moment. The person who appeared before him was none other than the legendary Monkey King, the great sage equal to heavens, Sun Wukong. However, if Sun Wukong was here, then what about the victorious fighting Buddha outside? Did he mistake Buddha for someone else? Or could it be that the monkey in front of him was fake? Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing exchanged looks, both able to see the bewilderment within each other's eyes. A disciple of the Jade Clear lineage and a successor of the Devil Dao? Instead, it was that arrogant monkey who spoke first. He appraised the two of them all over, a puzzled look also appearing on his face. Strange. Monkey looked at Feng Yunxing first. At first glance, you look like a descendant of the fiends, but why do I feel like you're from the Jade Clear and Grand Pure lineages? He looked at Yan Zhaoge again. You're even weirder. Wait, cultivating in the 3 purities simultaneously? Monkey suddenly laughed loudly. Interesting, truly interesting. Before his laughter stopped, that monkey suddenly exclaimed, "You're so weird." In just a short moment his expression changed several times. Finally, he returned to his doubtful look and stared at Yan Zhaoge without saying anything. What did he see? Countless thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. He cupped his hands towards the monkey. "Jade Clear lineage disciple Yan Zhaoge, greetings to you. This is my wife, my junior apprentice sister. Due to fate, she possesses the power of the 9 underworld's great devils. However, she's not a successor of the Devil Dao. May I know how to address you?" Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, that monkey laughed towards the sky. "I don't know the passage of time in the mountains. How many years have I been here? Do the juniors outside already not recognize me?" Upon hearing the monkey's self-introduction, Yan Zhaoge blurted out, "The Lord of the East victorious divine regions mountain of flowers and fruits water curtain cave, the great sage equal to heavens, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Kid, you still recognize me? The monkey smiled and said, why did you pretend not to recognize me just now? Yan Zhaoge remained silent for a while before saying, because not long ago, I met another great sage equaling heavens, the Monkey King outside the mountain. Upon hearing that, the monkey's eyes instantly widened. Boundless baleful qi and evil qi leaked out, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. He's outside the mountain? The monkey was enraged. His figure instantly expanded, causing the entire Two Boundaries mountain to tremble. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing hurriedly stabilized their figures and retreated. The monkey in front of them was completely enraged. His eyes were blood red, and he was even larger than the stars and the sun. His figure seemed like it was going to break through the cosmos firmament. However, at that moment, the seal that seemed non-existent suddenly appeared and enveloped the Two Boundaries mountain. A radiant mist that was even more majestic than the heavenly river of the universe stably sealed the Two Boundaries mountain. Then it suppressed the enraged monkey. The monkey's figure rapidly shrunk and was pushed back by the mist, crashing into the mountain rock. When Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked over, they saw an inconspicuous spirit stone embedded into the mountain rock. Half of the spirit stone was exposed, while the other half was buried within the mountain rock. When the monkey's figure was slammed into the small stone, he immediately rushed out and was sealed once again. This happened countless times, but the monkey still refused to yield. Instead, he raged and roared furiously. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing could hear the roars from within the mountain. They subconsciously covered their ears with their hands, but it was still deafening to them. What a fella. He's always in a sealed state, and his strength can't be unleashed at all. Yet, he can still cause such a huge commotion within the seal. Yan Zhaoge understood that the monkey in front of him was only a projection. The spirit stone embedded into the mountain rock was his true form after being sealed. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough just now. Please forgive me, great sage. Yan Zhaoge said, the one outside isn't called the great sage equaling heavens anymore. People are used to calling him the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. What bullshit, Namo victorious fighting Buddha? Sun Wukong cursed. Yan Zhaoge could tell that something was amiss. He purposely said, that's right, that's right. You're the one who protected Buddhist Master Sanzang from obtaining the scriptures. You're the one who led the second wave of Western Buddhism to the east. You promoted the central blessed lands of Saha to flourish and Buddhism to flourish. You achieved supreme enlightenment and became a Buddha. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the monkey. Nonsense. How did I become a Buddha? Yan Zhaoge wasn't angered by his interruption. Instead, his gaze flickered, and he immediately asked, if that's the case, didn't you become a Buddha after obtaining the scriptures? After you achieved enlightenment, you were suppressed beneath the Five Elements mountain? Chapter 1368. Seeking Scriptures? Becoming a Buddha? True fruits? Monkey Sun started laughing weirdly. Although he was laughing, his laughter was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Is Buddhism's true fruits that rare? He yelled, it's nothing in my eyes. Liar. You've been lying to me from the start. Western Buddhism spreading to the east, spreading Buddhism throughout the world. Isn't that a great merit? Yet, I had to step on so many of my brothers to achieve that. How can I be bothered? Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Feng Yunxing couldn't help but ask, great sage, since you're here, the victorious fighting Buddha outside, could he be that six-eared macaque? Knowing that the Five Elements mountain was their destination, Feng Yunxing had studied a lot about the middle journey to the West era. Due to the long passage of time, most of them were merely legends. However, Feng Yunxing also knew about the legend of the real and fake Monkey King. According to the legends, an unknown six-eared macaque impersonated the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong, and caused a huge commotion. No one could tell the difference. Only when the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha appeared did the six-eared macaque reveal his true form. Then he was killed by Sun Wukong. If the monkey here was the real great sage equaling heavens, in that case, who was the victorious fighting Buddha outside who had achieved Buddhahood? Could it be that the real Monkey King was suppressed, and the six-eared macaque made use of the chance to pass himself off as the real Monkey King? Asked Feng Yunxing. The monkey didn't answer. However, his raging emotions finally calmed down. Victorious fighting Buddha, achieving Buddhism's true fruits. Since that bastard became a Buddha, it means that they succeeded. The monkey muttered to himself, Western Buddhism spreading to the east, the central blessed lands of Saha flourishing, and Buddhism flourishing. They really succeeded. After a while he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Kids, I'm suppressed here. I can't sense anything happening in the outside world. What's the situation with the West journey? Tell me about it. After a pause the monkey added, from the beginning, from what you've heard from when I met the Sanzang monk. Feng Yunxing was curious, and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was still in a daze, she thought for a while and answered, Junior's knowledge is limited as well. I hope I won't mislead you. She picked out some of the more reliable legends that she knew and told them to the monkey. The more monkey listened, the wider his eyes became. He gritted his teeth, clearly trying his best to control his emotions. When he heard that the Western paradise was completed, that the son of Buddha was enlightened and regained his position as the Buddha of sandalwood merit, that traveling monk's son also regained his position as the victorious fighting Buddha, and that after a long period of time, the spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended, the monkey let out a loud cry. It seemed to be filled with anger and sorrow. After a long time, he let out a long sigh with a disappointed expression. Feng Yunxing stopped talking. Yan Zhaoge, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, Is the great sage regretting it? Regret what? The monkey's anger flared up again as he bellowed, If I wanted it, why would I be trapped at the foot of this mountain? Feng Yunxing was stunned. You haven't left the Five Elements mountain since you were suppressed for the first time? Then who was the monk's son who escorted Buddhist master Sanzang to the west before six-eared macaque appeared? Who was the one who attained the victorious fighting Buddha Tao realm in the end? Or could it be that this monkey before his eyes was the fake one and he was lying? At this moment, Feng Yunxing felt a chill running down her spine. Yan Zhaoge also stared at the monkey in front of him. He didn't conceal the inquisitiveness within his gaze. The monkey glanced at him and said, I don't want it. However, someone does. I am him and he is me. However, I will never do what he did. Even if I'm suppressed here for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 100,000 years, I will still say the same thing. Yan Zhaoge looked at the monkey who was gritting his teeth and blurted out, Back then you were split into two. Feng Yunxing, who had heard of the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's encounter, reacted and looked at the great sage equaling heavens in shock. Traveling monk's son wore the band-tightening curse and followed Buddhist master Sanzang to the west. Yan Zhaoge said word by word, Yet, the great sage equaling heavens is still here. Traveling monk's son was Sun Wukong, and the great sage equaling heavens was also Sun Wukong. However, traveling monk's son wasn't the great sage equaling heavens anymore. Of course I'm still here. The monkey's eyes were like a bright mirror. Fiery lights were flickering within the mirror, and they were both persistent and unyielding. Yan Zhaoge pondered, Then the six-eared macaque. I don't know about other things. I have to ask the two of you. The great sage equaling heavens laughed in self-mockery, However, I know of the six-eared macaque's existence. I also know when he's born and when he's dead. Traveling monk's son's heart devil. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both came to a realization. Despite being split into two, the great sage equaling heavens who stubbornly resisted was still suppressed under the mountain, while the traveling monk's son who was willing to convert to Buddhism left. However, Sun Wukong was still Sun Wukong. Even the traveling monk's son who left had second thoughts. Unfortunately, this incident was still suppressed in the end. Everything returned to the right track, and history continued moving forward. The 9 underworlds might be behind this as well. They might be obstructing the central blessed lands of Saha's prosperity and the Tathagata Buddha's transcendence. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He looked at the great sage equaling heavens and suddenly asked, The West journey is the path of Buddhism's prosperity, and also the path of the demon race's demise. Seeing the monkey staring at him, Yan Zhaoge shrugged, All right then. Other than our human race, the other races of the ancient era faced the calamity of withering away. He straightened his expression. Many great sages and small saints either perished or were subdued. According to what you've said, many of your old brothers and good friends were among them. Traveling monk's son joined Buddhism and devoted himself to Buddhism. He didn't care about the past, but you did. If that's the case, why don't you make this trip? Perhaps you might show mercy and spare more lives? The great sage equaling heaven snorted, How could it be so easy? It's a situation where one party perishes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. After the ancient era, the Taoism's 3 clear had transcended. However, the West's Buddhism flourished, while the ancient era's various races still remained. As such, the two sides fought for the world's hegemony. The vast wilderness of the grand plainless heavens outside of the 33 heavens passed down a decree. 36 great sages and 72 small saints of the various races, amounting to a total of 108 great sages. They split a spirit stone left behind by the Nuwa sovereign during the ancient era to mend the heavens. Then they laid down a huge formation to repel Buddhism. The 108 spirit stone fragments fused with the various great sages and small saints. In order to break through the formation, we would have to kill them. However, even if we killed the great sages and small saints who possessed the spirit stone fragments, the fragments would automatically fly back to the vast wilderness of Chestnut. By then we would still have a chance to make a comeback. The Nuwa sovereign left behind a total of 3 spirit stones to mend the heavens. They coincide with the number of heaven, earth, and human. The one used to lay down the formation is called the humanly essence stone. In order to break through the mysteries of the humanly essence stone, we would need the earthly essence stone. The monkey pointed at the stone embedded on the mountain rock disinterestedly. That's the earthly essence stone. In other words, it's my origin. Chapter 1369. The existences above the grand heavenly realm are restraining each other. They rarely have the chance to make a move. Those below the grand heavenly realm can only be killed by me or that spineless bastard. Only then would the humanly essence stone's fragment remain where it is instead of flying back to the plains of Chestnut. The monkey's expression was filled with rage. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other. What happened in the past had indeed surprised them, but at this moment, both of them were paying attention to another matter at the same time. Heavenly Essence Stone. Feng Yunxing didn't say anything. However, Yin Zhaoge could read her li after calming himself down. Yin Zhaoge asked softly, "Great sage, you said that the plains of Chestnut had decreed for the saints to lay down the formation. Was it the Nuwa sovereign's decree?" Beyond the 33 heavens, the grand plainless heavens, the Nuwa sovereign palace was the residence of the Nuwa sovereign. When Yin Zhaoge heard of this name, he naturally made some guesses. However, the great sage equaling heavens shook his head. Of course not. The Nuwa sovereign had already transcended long ago. The monkey bared his teeth. If the Nuwa sovereign hadn't transcended, how would I be born from the earthly essence stone? Back then, the one in charge of the plains of Chestnut was the Eastern sovereign. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Eastern sovereign? The Eastern sovereign was the legendary Eastern sovereign Tai. Alongside the Nuwa sovereign, he was one of the 3 ancient sovereigns. He was on par with the Taoism's 3 clear grand masters, Buddhism's Western second patriarch, and the 9 underworld's primordial heavenly devil. He was the strongest and most ancient existence in the world. However, the era in which the 3 ancient sovereigns were active was too far in the distant past. News about them was already scarce, which made it hard for others to grasp their whereabouts and situation. Although there had been many rumors, Yin Zhaoge finally received accurate information from the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong. The Nuwa sovereign, also known as the goddess Nuwa, had already transcended, just like the Taoism's 3 clear grand masters and the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha. Moreover, if the great sage equaling heavens wasn't lying, the Nuwa sovereign had transcended even before the Tathagata Buddha. However, he did not know how the other 2 of the 3 primordial sovereigns were doing. He did not know if the Eastern sovereign was still in charge of the Astro Mountain's starry sea. The Eastern emperor ruled over the various races and fought against the Buddhist sect. Yin Zhaoge sighed and said, "In the end, the Buddhists illuminated. Traveling monk Sun helped the Bodhisattva Sanzang to obtain scriptures from the Western heavens. Under the protection of the Western heavens Thunder Roar and other Buddhist bigwigs, the Bodhisattva Sanzang broke through the grand formation prepared by the field of Chestnut, clearing away the obstacles for the second Western Buddhism invasion. The Buddhas from the Western paradise came from the east and defeated the great sages and small saints. At the same time, they spread the teachings of Buddhism to the world and delivered the people of the world from suffering. They achieved great merit and laid the foundation for the prosperity of the blessed land of Sa. In the end, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha achieved transcendence. He pondered, the Western Pure Lands, Taoism, and the 9 underworlds. What role did they play in this process? As he pondered, he looked at Sun Wukong. Great sage, according to the rumors during the Middle Era, our Taoism's Grand Clear Grand Master had once appeared. However, the 3 Grand Clear Grand Masters should have transcended at the end of the ancient era. Then the old lord who appeared during the Middle Era was The great sage equaling heavens didn't answer. Instead, his copper mirror-like eyes looked towards Yan Zhaoge. His bright gaze caused Yan Zhaoge's scalp to go numb. Great sage, is there a taboo in this? The monkey stared at Yan Zhaoge for a while and smiled. What taboo could there be? The Lord of Tao and Virtue is the Supreme Old Lord. Otherwise, what do you think? Yan Zhaoge answered honestly, it's not my personal opinion. Ever since the Middle Era there have been many guesses and rumors. Until now, other than a few existences, no one knows the truth. Regarding the Old Lord, there were many different rumors. Relatively speaking, there were 3 rumors that were more widespread. Firstly, it was indeed the Clear Grand Master, the Lord of Tao and Virtue. However, for some unknown reason, he who should have transcended remained in this world. Or, after transcending, he returned to this world due to unknown reasons. Secondly, it wasn't the true Lord of Tao and Virtue. Instead, it was the Supreme Heavenly Devil's transformation. Before the heavens and earth were split apart, the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue had occupied an ancestral devil's position. He transformed into the Supreme Heavenly Devil and severed the devil's fate. Along with him, the Western Pure Lands Lord Amitabha transformed into the Faceless Heavenly Devil and occupied another ancestral devil's position. After being severed twice, the devil's vitality was greatly damaged. After that, they were often targeted by other forces. As a result, most of the time, the devil had always been the strongest. The Lord of Tao and Virtue transformed into the Supreme Heavenly Devil, while the Amitabha transformed into the Faceless Heavenly Devil. They weren't clones. However, following the Lord of Tao and Virtue's transcendence, no one knew if the Supreme Heavenly Devil had materialized into an independent entity. Therefore, during the Middle Era, when the Lord of Tao and Virtue transformed into the Supreme Old Lord, some people guessed that he was actually the Supreme Heavenly Devil's transformation. As for the third theory, it was the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. During the ancient investitures of the Gods era, the Prime Clear's head disciple, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, was swept away by the Lord of Tao and Virtue's futon. His whereabouts were unknown. There were actually a lot of rumors about him. One of them was Laozi Huahu. According to this legend, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the Middle Era Central Saha world's Lord, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. Another rumor was that due to the conflict between the Middle Era's Supreme Old Lord and the Ancient Era's 3 Clears transcendence, some people guessed that the Supreme Old Lord of the Middle Era was actually the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. According to this rumor, this Prime Clear head disciple had inherited the Jade Clear and Grand Clear legacies, successfully ascending above the Grand Heavenly Realm. As for why he transformed into the Supreme Old Lord and replaced the Lord of Tao and Virtue, it was still a mystery. The existences above the Grand Heavenly Realm were too mysterious to the masses. As a result, various rumors and guesses were spread. The Lord of Tao and Virtue is the Supreme Old Lord. The monkey repeated. Then he changed the topic and said, however, the Supreme Old Lord isn't the Lord of Tao and Virtue. Yan Zhaoge muttered in his heart and nodded. I see. The Jade Clear Grand Master symbolized going from nothingness to existence. The Prime Clear Grand Master symbolized going from existence to nothingness, and the Grand Clear Grand Master existed in between nothingness and existence. Only he would leave behind his silhouette in the world even after transcending. It wasn't his main body, nor was it a clone, nor was it an incarnation. That's it, said the monkey in an annoyed tone. Feng Yunxing asked, I'd like to ask you about the existences above the Grand Heavenly Realm during your era. Taoist Zhuanti, Amitabha, the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, and the other one of the 3 great ancient sovereigns other than the Nuwa sovereign and the East sovereign, Sovereign Shi. How are they doing? Taoist Zhuanti? The monkey suddenly went silent. Then he started chuckling. His laughter was filled with complex emotions that caused others to tremble. Anger, unwillingness, sorrow, desolation. He transcended. The great sage equaling heavens laughed maniacally. You're the one who told me that. Chapter 1370. Amidst the maniacal laughter, it was filled with rage and sorrow. In such an environment, the monkey's maniacal laughter caused one's scalp to go numb. While Yan Zhaoge was surprised, he also felt that it was within his expectations. If one had to compare the 2 conflicting mental states, the latter would be more likely. Previously, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Tiandi mentioned that the monkey didn't know about the bigwig expert that had already transcended was the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha. The monkey's words were clearly hinting at a secret. The ancient era's Taoist Zhuanti was the Middle era's central blessed lands of Saha's master, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. Teacher? The furious roar that he had heard earlier from the outside seemed to have been engraved in time and space. At this moment, it was as if it had once again resounded in his ears. If it could be said that the monkey in this world had never lowered its head to the Buddhist sects and had always been suppressed here, unable to be freed, the person he referred to as his teacher was naturally unrelated to Buddhist monk Sanzang. There was only one such existence. It was the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong's teacher, the legendary Grand Master Subhuti. From ancient times until now, the most widespread rumor regarding the spirit Fangsuan Mountain's evil moon 3 stars cave's Grand Master Subhuti was that he was the incarnation of one of the Western sect's second patriarchs, Taoist Zhuanti. After the ancient era, Taoist Zhuanti rarely appeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. According to the great sage equaling heaven's words, Taoist Zhuanti was undoubtedly his teacher, Grand Master Subhuti. The Grand Master Subhuti who taught him the Tao was the Tathagata Buddha, the one who suppressed him here. The monkey's current emotions were rather complicated. Other than anger and unwillingness to submit, he was also filled with disappointment and sorrow. That's why he called the Tathagata Buddha a liar. He was lying to him from the very beginning. Feng Yunxing sighed softly, and her mood became gloomy. Yin Zhaoge gently grabbed her hand and shook his head. The one who lost is the East Sovereign. This might be the true reason why Sun Wukong was pitiful. A man's wealth was his own ruin. As an earthly essence stone, he could decipher the mysteries of the humanly essence stone. This was his innate value, and he could not reject the fate that fate had placed on him. Dong Huang used humanoid stones to set up the formation, while the Buddhists used earthly stones to break the formation. Therefore, Taoist Zhuanti, who had transformed into Mount Lingshan's Tathagata Buddha, then transformed into Patriarch Bodhi and secretly accepted Sun Wukong as his disciple. Unfortunately, the great sage equaling heaven had no intention of joining the Buddhist sect. Although Patriarch Subhuti was his master, to break the formation and take the humanly essence stone fragment meant that he would have to fight and kill many of his old friends. Regardless of which side Goku was on, just this point alone was unacceptable to him. According to Yin Zhaoge's knowledge, the legends of the journey to the West era in this world were quite different from what he remembered. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the death of another great demon, who was also one of the 7 great sages. The great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King, was already considered lucky to survive. The great sage equaling heavens was suppressed here, isolated from the world. His knowledge of the outside world was limited. However, whenever he thought about what might happen during his journey to the Western Paradise, he would become anxious and furious. Unfortunately, most of his guesses came true. Although not all of the demon race great sages that laid down the formation perished, most of them suffered. According to Yin Zhaoge's guesses, Dong Huang should have paid attention to the earthly essence stone. Unfortunately, the Tathagata Buddha was still superior. With Dong Huang's defeat, the ancient races other than the human race suffered greatly. As a result, the central blessed lands of Saha flourished and Buddhism flourished. In the end, the Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended and won the battle. Fortunately, Dong Huang was decisive enough. He led the various races and retreated into the Astro Mountain starry seas to avoid the world. After many years of recuperation, the demon race gradually recovered. As a result, in recent years they resurfaced to fight for more fortune. Unfortunately, the great sage equaling heavens was still suppressed here. Great sage, please forgive us. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both sighed. Under such circumstances, they couldn't think of any way to console Goku. It would be too hypocritical to say that they could empathize with him. The seal here is too strong. It's not something we can break. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment and said, "How about I try to inform Dong Huang about your situation?" Although he said so, it was hard to predict the outcome. Yin Zhaoge wasn't sure if Dong Huang knew that the great sage equaling heavens was still being suppressed here. If he had to guess, he would most likely know. However, even if he knew, it was still unknown whether he would release the monkey. After all, the seal here was left behind by the Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended. Although they were opponents in the past, since the Tathagata Buddha had already transcended, the matter had already been resolved. No one would want to provoke him into the world again. Being able to let go of things and look forward to the future was the right thing to do. His current opponent was someone else. It was just like how everyone treated the Supreme Elder Lord. Chapter 1371. Countless bigwig experts seek to transcend, and I'm no exception. My objective in the past isn't important anymore. Now I want to transcend. It's not for any other reason, nor is it because of transcendence itself. It's because I want to seek justice from the Tathagata. It doesn't matter if I'm stubborn or furious. I don't care what the world says about me. I just want to live my life to its fullest. The flames within the monkey's eyes seemed to be gushing out, forming a momentum that could burn the heavens. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at the great sage equaling heavens, and their expressions turned solemn. He had to start all over again. Although it sounded simple, the difficulty involved was indescribable. It wasn't just 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer of bitter cultivation. At the same time, it also meant that everything would become uncertain. Even if Sun Wukong was born from the earthly essence stone, who could guarantee that he would attain the grand heavenly realm physique? Who could guarantee that he would have the hope of transcending? In an extreme scenario, it wasn't impossible for him to perish due to natural disasters or man-made disasters. However, the monkey in front of them didn't seem to have any doubts. To him, no matter if he succeeded or failed, it was better than being suppressed here without any chance of liberation. Without freedom, I'd rather die than fight against the heavens and earth without fear. Yan Zhaoge sighed and looked at the great sage equaling heavens. I'll try to find a suitable candidate for you, great sage. The great sage equaling heavens stared at him. After a long while he said, Brat, aren't you afraid of angering the Tathagata? Although he transcended, it's not impossible for him to return. That's right. However, it doesn't mean that I'll definitely anger the Tathagata Buddha. Yan Zhaoge smiled. To be honest, if I were to anger the Tathagata Buddha, I'd have to think about it. It's not because I'm afraid, but because I'm not alone. One person can eat his fill and the whole family will not go hungry. He turned around and looked at Feng Yunxing. I have family, friends and fellow disciples. I have to think about them. If I'm like you, great sage, even if I might anger the Tathagata Buddha, I'd still do some things. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, it's human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. I'm no exception. However, I don't have to weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. Sometimes I'm also very willful. What I want is to be happy. Monkey stared at him for a long time before asking, how did you two kids find your way here? Actually, I was entrusted by someone. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned serious and he answered honestly, the person who entrusted it to me only said that there was an existence being suppressed here, and asked me to see who it was. However, he never expected it to be you, great sage. The monkey asked, who asked you to do this? After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge answered, one of my Taoism's 4 imperials, the southern extremity longevity emperor. That old South Pole immortal old man. The great sage Heaven's Equal raised his head slightly and pondered for a while. After a while, a smile appeared on his hairy face. I don't care if you're sincere or not. You've helped me this time, so I, old son, have to thank you. Great sage, is there a limit to the cultivation of the person you are looking for? Are there any requirements for quantity? Yan Zhaoge asked. The great sage Heaven's Equal waved his hairy claw. The higher the cultivation, the lesser the quantity. For example, if the girl beside you had her cultivation, she alone would suffice. In other words, if one's cultivation was low, more people would be required to share the burden. Alright, I'll remember it. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The monkey asked again, that girl only talked about old man Tathagata's transcendence. What happened after that? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted. There are many things that can't be explained in a few words. He told the monkey about the important matters after the Middle Era and before the great calamity of the New Era. The more the monkey listened, the more his eyes widened. Haha, although old man Tathagata had transcended, his own orthodoxy had failed as well. The great sage Heaven's Equal laughed. Originally, Maitreya only needed to walk on old man Tathagata's path. However, he was tricked by someone which blocked his original path of the great Tao. As a result, he was forced to walk on another path. As a result, old man Tathagata's orthodoxy underwent a drastic change. Let me think about it. Amitabha doesn't look like it. The person who ruined Maitreya's original Tao path is most likely that old fellow Randang. The great sage Heaven's Equal sneered and said, that spineless person had ruined the lives of many people. Most of the humanly essence stone fragments must have fallen into the central blessed lands of Sa. After old man Tathagata transcended, he must have passed it to Maitreya. Now it has become Maitreya's foundation. Currently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhist light imbued with faith power originates from the humanoid essence stone? Yan Zhaoge came to a realization and continued pondering. However, now that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race are on the same side, the demon race might still possess some humanly essence stone fragments. After hearing about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord, the monkey stroked the fur behind his ears. What kind of background does this fellow have? He actually obtained a Tianyuan stone? However, there are only a few people who are the most suspicious and they can't be one of them. Yan Zhaoge truly felt that his trip to the Five Elements Mountain this time had not been in vain. He had learned many secrets from the great sage Heaven's Equal. He could feel that the fog between him and history was slowly fading away. Of course, even if Sun Wukong wasn't lying, it was limited to what he knew. It might not be the truth of history. However, to Yan Zhaoge, this information was already extremely precious. After all, he could compare it with the information he possessed. Many pieces of information that were once scattered or seemingly useless were starting to shine brightly. Great sage, my wife and I shall take our leave now. Take care. They had been staying beneath the Five Elements Mountain for quite some time. Even if the Western Pure Lands people were obstructing them, it had already been more than 2 hours. The two of them needed time to leave as well. As such, Yan Zhaoge immediately took his leave. After so many years, it's rare for the two of you to come and chat with me. If you leave, I'll be sad again. The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks. Go. Come back as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. Right, other than the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King is also outside. Great sage, do you need me to contact him and tell him about your situation? Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's name, the flames of rage surfaced within the great sage equaling heaven's eyes. To him, that Buddha was like an old scar, an eternal humiliation. However, upon hearing the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King's name, the flames within his eyes disappeared and he let out a sigh. Previously, when Feng Yunxing was describing the legends of the journey to the west, she had briefly mentioned the Bull Demon King's family. Don't say it. The great sage equaling heaven said in frustration. I don't have the face to meet him now. If I tell him, he'll think that I'm lying to coax him. The monkey gritted his teeth. When will I personally kill that spineless bastard? I'll tell him and my old brothers about it. Alright, I won't say it. Yan Zhaoge shrugged and said with a serious expression, Great sage, take care. The two of us shall take our leave. The great sage equaling heavens jumped onto the mountain rock. With his hand covering his eyes, he watched the two leave. My eyes shouldn't be mistaken, right? He muttered to himself. Chapter 1372. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing walked among the mountains. When they looked back, they could still see the bronze mirror-like gaze flickering. After waving goodbye, the two exited the Five Elements Mountain. Zhaoge, the great sage equaling heaven, seemed to be examining you. It seems like there's something he's hiding? On the way, Feng Yunxing frowned and asked with uncertainty. Yes, you're right. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He seemed to have noticed something that even I didn't. Although I don't know what he noticed, I can roughly guess what it's related to. The Elder Lord, Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. Unlike the others who couldn't even meet the Elder Lord, at most they could only greet him from afar. According to the rumors, this demon race great sage had interacted with the Elder Lord in the past. I wouldn't dare to say that he understood the Elder Lord the most among the grand heavenly immortals. However, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Feng Yunxing pondered and said, in other words, from the great sage equaling heaven's perspective, you're related to the Elder Lord. Actually, I've made some guesses before. Only I haven't sorted them out yet. The great sage equaling heaven's reaction today is just another piece of evidence. Yan Zhaoge said, do you still remember me telling you that I'm more proficient in cultivating the supreme martial arts of the grand clear lineage, and that my comprehension is faster and deeper? Feng Yunxing nodded. I remember. There's nothing special about this alone. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. A martial art practitioner's talent and comprehension is hard to predict. His father, Yan Di, had accompanied the grand simplicity splendor cloud for 1,000 years, and only nurtured the creation saber's saber intent. To Yan Di, there wasn't much difference between the Jade Clear lineage and the Grand Clear lineage. Cultivating the Grand Clear lineage didn't give him any unique advantages. Among blood relatives there might be talents related to their physiques. However, when it came to cultivating martial arts or to a particular martial art, one's talent and comprehension had nothing to do with one's bloodline. Most of it was due to one's soul. For example, most of the Sikong Qings, affected by the heavenly essence stone fragments, had exceptional talent and comprehension. However, they weren't related by blood. Therefore, assuming that the generation-skipping inheritance of the grand simplicity splendor cloud had affected Yan Zhaoge was also not plausible. In terms of comprehension ability, Yan Zhaoge was Yan Zhaoge, and Yan Di was Yan Di. The two were unrelated. From ancient times until now, it was very common for someone to be especially proficient in a certain martial art. This was how many geniuses came to be. This kind of advantage was one of the capital that allowed them to stand out from the masses. For example, Yan Xintong, Di Qinglian, Gao Qingshen, Long Xingquan, and even Yin Shiyang, Long Xueji, Nye Jingshen, Yu Jinbei, Yu Yi, He Mian, and the others were all existences with exceptional talent in the way of the sword. Among them, while Long Xueji and Yu Yi were related to Gao Qingshen and Long Xingquan by blood, the benefits they received were mostly due to their higher standards of guidance and teachings. Their talent in the comprehension of the sword Dao was mostly due to their own good foundation. Therefore, it was not that inconceivable that Yan Zhaoge would be exceptionally sensitive to supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. At most, others would only have astonishing comprehension towards a single martial art or a type of martial art. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge's comprehension towards an entire lineage of martial arts was rather exaggerated. However, while a single incident could be considered as a coincidence, it would be hard to believe that it was all a coincidence when viewed together with other related coincidences. At the very least, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't believe it. Let alone us, even the East Sovereign, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the Maitreya Buddha, and other bigwig experts wouldn't be able to see through the Elder Lord's thoughts. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It's still hard to tell if my current situation is related to the Elder Lord." Instead, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor might have noticed something. No wonder he asked me to make a trip down the Five Elements Mountain. Evidently, if there was someone who wasn't worried about offending the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha, it would be the three clear Grand Masters and the goddess Nuwa who had already transcended. If Yan Zhaoge was really implicated by the Supreme Elder Lord's arrangements, no matter if it was intentional or not, he would be able to move around much more freely compared to the others after reaching the Five Elements Mountain. He wouldn't have to worry about offending the Tathagata Buddha. Of course, this was only relative. It was using the world's human logic to speculate. However, the Tathagata Buddha and the three clear Grand Masters were existences that couldn't be speculated using the world's common sense. As such, there were still risks involved. Moreover, it could be big or small. No one could make an accurate judgment. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor might not know the truth behind the Five Elements Mountain. However, this place was personally suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha. Things definitely aren't simple. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor received the news and wanted to find out the truth. That's why he asked me to come here. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and said with a bitter smile. "And yet you still came," said Feng Yunxing softly. Feng Yunxing said softly, "Furthermore, he took a huge risk and agreed to help the great sage find a way to escape." After a moment of silence, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Previously, what I said to the great sage below the Five Elements Mountain wasn't for show. It wasn't for show. It was my true thoughts." Feng Yunxing nodded. "I can tell. Honestly speaking, my morals are limited." Yan Zhaoge said softly, "Most of the time I feel that I'm quite realistic. Of course, it's best to do things that benefit both others and myself. However, other than a few specific people, if I have to choose between benefiting myself and others, I'll most likely choose benefiting myself. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, calculating the gains and losses. I often do these things as well." Yan Zhaoge first laughed self-mockingly. Then he retracted his smile and pointed at his heart. "However, sometimes when facing certain matters, a little boy who loves to dream would suddenly jump out from my heart. Today, at this very moment, was the case. The great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong. In Yan Zhaoge's past life's memories, he was Yan Zhaoge's childhood idol. Even though he had read many books and understood a lot of information, all of them told him that his childhood idol wasn't perfect. In those stories, the monkey didn't even manage to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, let alone overshadowing the three realms. He was even stopped by a heavenly general and his men before he could enter the soaring sky palace. After that, in the story of his journey to the west to seek for Buddhist scriptures, He suffered many setbacks and had to ask for reinforcements everywhere. Yan Zhaoge knew that in that story, in the original work, it might have been a story that restrained the mind of the monkey and stabilized the horse. It was a story that was meant to satirize the current politics. His impression of Sun Wukong mostly came from the projection and supplementation of his personal feelings. It wasn't even the original image of Sun Wukong in the story anymore. His own emotions continuously erased the flaws and added on the merits. He selectively ignored everything that affected his image and added a lot of scenes that didn't exist in his imagination. However, to Yan Zhaoge, those weren't problems at all. He could be rational about other things, but he couldn't be bothered about this. Even if others said that he was a brainless fan, he couldn't care less. To Yan Zhaoge, he even despised the monkey that came out from the Five Elements mountain. In his heart, the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong was the one who wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, fought against the heavens, never admitted defeat, never compromised, fought against the heavens with a single stick, crushed the southern heavenly gate and overturned the soaring sky palace. That was his past life. In this life, Yan Zhaoge, who had read many books in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, knew that in this world, the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong was the one who had wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. He was the unparalleled great demon that ran amok among the heavenly immortals. As a result, Yan Zhaoge felt even more disappointed that he had turned into traveling monk's son and became a Buddha. Now that he knew the truth behind the Five Elements mountain, the relief and joy in Yan Zhaoge's heart wasn't as indifferent as what he displayed on the surface. As a result, just like what Feng Yunxing had said, he still came to the Five Elements mountain. Not only did he come, he even wanted to help the monkey. For other things he might still have moments of willfulness. However, this time he was especially willful. Chapter 1373. Feng Yunxing's gaze towards Yan Zhaoge became gentler and gentler, and a smile slowly surfaced on the corner of her mouth. She softly said, "Whatever you want to do, I'll just follow you." Yan Zhaoge looked at her and his gaze became gentler as well. He teased, "If others hear you, they'll say that you don't have a mind of your own. I won't listen to others, but I'll listen to you. This is my decision and it's my opinion. What does it have to do with others?" Feng Yunxing glanced at him. "You're allowed to have a little boy in your heart, but I'm not allowed to have a little girl in my heart." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "Of course I'm allowed to. I want it to be cheap." The two looked at each other and laughed. After returning from where they came from, they exited the Five Elements mountain surface. Feng Yunxing felt the changes in the obscured way world spirit chi flow, as well as the cosmic void's transformation outside of the obscured way world. The war seems to be calming down. It's just as we planned. Let's leave during this period of time. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. The Western Pure Lands experts suddenly invaded the blessed lands of the White Lotus, causing chaos to the blessed lands of the White Lotus original arrangements. Even if they were repelled, the two sides' retreat and pursuit as well as the aftermath coordination, would result in a vacuum. As time passed, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's situation would stabilize once again. This vacuum would disappear and it would be difficult for Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing to leave. When that happens, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's experts would regain their control over this place. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing might even be discovered if they hid within the obscured way world. That's right. Let's hurry up and leave. Yan Zhaoge nodded and flew out of the obscured way world. Feng Yunxing followed beside him and asked, "Since you've promised to help the great sage escape, do you have any ideas?" Yan Zhaoge said, "I already have some ideas. However, I still need to think about how to implement them." "My North Ocean clone is a good choice." Feng Yunxing pondered, "Your North Ocean clone doesn't possess the vigorous fifth earth essence. However, with the power of the Tao Tai and the Kuanping as a foundation, it has already fused and refined many top-notch demon race bloodlines and cultivated the art of transformation. I've heard from you that your North Ocean clone had sneaked into the demon race's world and transformed into a demon's body. Many demons wouldn't be able to see through. You're thinking of ways to refine the monkey demon bloodline and transform into a monkey?" Feng Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although the great sage has been suppressed, you can't fool him. Other demons might not be able to see through your transformation, but the great sage heaven's equal will definitely be able to. Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, "I didn't intend to lie to him. Everything was laid out clearly. Since the great sage Heaven's Equal said that it's not just his own race that can obtain it, even the human race that possesses the Wuji land spirit can obtain it. That means that he doesn't care if it's a monkey demon of the same race that obtains this opportunity. To him, the most important thing is for someone to inherit his golden body. As for who it is, he actually doesn't care. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Of course, that victorious fighting Buddha is out of the question. Feng Yunxing thought about it and said, that's right. If it's possible, I'm afraid he would prefer a human or demon who has nothing to do with him to inherit this opportunity. After all, this is related to Taoist Zhuan-Ti, who is also the Tathagata Buddha. The great sage Heaven's Equal is against this and wants to sever his past. He doesn't want anyone related to him to receive any benefits from the Tathagata Buddha. Yan Zhaoge nodded, indeed. However, to me this karma originated from the great sage. There's no need to mind it at all. Just now the little boy in your heart jumped out and I was so touched. Feng Yunxing looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Now you've suddenly become so realistic. Isn't the difference a little too huge? Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, even if there aren't any benefits, I'll still help the great sage. However, since there might be benefits, there's no need for me to reject it, right? Of course, I have to use my brain. With such a huge opportunity, I can't possibly let a bunch of monkey demons who aren't related to me benefit from it, right? As he walked, he said, even if I want to let other monkeys benefit from it, I'll have to swindle them first and subdue them so that they can be used by me. However, that's too much of a waste of time. I might as well let my North Ocean clone devour and refine the monkey demon's bloodline, and transform himself. The only problem is that although my North Ocean clone's cultivation is at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, it's still too low compared to a great sage. He won't be able to bear it alone. No matter if the North Ocean clone cultivated by himself or found someone else to cultivate the same way as the North Ocean clone, many years would be required to do so. As for that lazy Pan, he might be able to get his hands on some fortune as well. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and said unhappily, that fellow is always lazy. Moreover, he even gets benefits from it. He's much more relaxed than us. Feng Yunxing shook her head and laughed, you look more like a kid when you're sulking with Pan. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips and said in a self-deprecating manner, he's a cat slave while I'm a panda slave. I still feel unsatisfied. Pan's cultivation is still low. Even if he and your North Ocean clone were to work together, they still wouldn't be able to support the golden body of a great sage, right? As Feng Yunxing said that, she revealed a thoughtful expression and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. I guess we're thinking of the same thing. Yan Zhaoge met her gaze and nodded. To little Jun and his mother, this might be an opportunity. However, the demonic Tao is unpredictable. We still need to plan carefully and prepare patiently, lest we give them a chance. That would be akin to inviting a wolf into the house. Feng Yunxing nodded silently. That's right. We have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. The two exited the obscured way world and entered the cosmic void outside. They could clearly feel that this place was barren. Although the original universe was empty, there were still various minute changes, and it was silently operating according to its own orbit. However, at this moment, the nearby cosmic void was filled with a sense of desolation. Although the battle didn't affect the obscured way world and the other worlds, a battle between grand heavenly immortals still possessed destructive prowess capable of annihilating the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The blessed lands of the White Lotus were scarred for a very long time. Looking at their surroundings, although Buddha lights imbued with faith power could still be seen in various Buddhist lands, they no longer felt as if they were a single entity. Although they were still densely packed, resembling green lanterns, they vaguely emitted a sense of desolation. However, as time passed, the lanterns gradually formed a connection with one another. Moreover, they were continuously expanding at a speed that could be discerned by the naked eye. The blessed lands of the White Lotus is continuously recovering their control over the various Buddhist lands. Yan Zhaoge said, after working together with the demon race and chasing the victorious fighting Buddha and the other Western Pure Lands bandies out, they would definitely reclaim their territories and regroup. Let's leave before they turn around, said Feng Yunxing. The two continuously traversed through layers of space, heading towards the blessed lands of the White Lotus's outskirts. The cosmos barrier appeared once again. After passing through it, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing finally stepped into the void's boundless outskirts. Right, I still need to reply to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Chapter 1374. There's a beginning and an end. It's only natural, said Feng Yunxing upon hearing Yan Zhaoge mentioning the southern extremity longevity emperor. The trust between the two was still limited. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was aware of this as well. As such, she didn't ask for Yan Zhaoge and the others' contact details. However, she left a method for them to contact her. While Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing were chatting within the void's boundless outskirts, they were communicating with Ling Qing. After transmitting the time and location of their meeting, the two continued on their way. After arriving at the agreed location, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing concealed their whereabouts and waited for the other party's arrival out of caution. Yan Zhaoge was proficient in concealing his aura. Feng Yunxing was also proficient in this after mastering some of the exalted Rahu luminary Yijian Xuanhua's martial arts profundities. In the past, among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary Yijian Xuanhua specialized in assassination. Naturally, she was proficient in concealment. Although her saber was incomparably violent, it remained silent and concealed after sheathing it. The two waited patiently. After a long time, a stream of radiance suddenly flickered from afar. Only this radiance wasn't as cold and serene as Ling Qing's moonlight. Instead, it resembled the rising sun. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other. Gao Han? The one who came wasn't the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing, but the exalted solar luminary Gao Han. He was the one that Yan Zhaoge had always been on guard against. The sunlight stopped near them and the golden radiance dissipated. A white-clothed man's silhouette was revealed. It was Gao Han. With a leisurely expression, he placed his hands behind his back and looked around at the empty cosmic void. He wasn't in a hurry and he patiently waited. Feng Yunxing turned her head around and Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. It wasn't a coincidence that Ling Qing contacted him previously. If Gao Han had any self-awareness, he would know that the impression he left on Yan Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Jinbei and the others was terrible. His arrival would naturally cause Yan Zhaoge and the others to be on guard, and they might even refuse to interact with him. That was why he chose to stay out of the matter and let Ling Qing contact Yan Zhaoge and the others. But now he had taken the initiative to act. A playful expression appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face as he said after a moment, "Let's be a bit more generous. Since the other party has come here, we'll just have to meet them." Saying so, the two of them appeared in the void, appearing in front of Gao Han. Gao Han immediately sensed it and looked over. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing is believing. You and your wife are indeed dragons and phoenixes amongst men. Exalted solar luminary is overpraising me. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as no abnormalities could be seen in it at all. Speaking of this, I should be the one thanking you. The extreme yang seal that you forged that year helped me overcome many difficulties in the past. This was the first time they had met. But only the heavens knew that their understanding of each other had already surpassed that of many people who had interacted with each other for many years. Gao Han faintly smiled. You are mocking me. Back then, in that lower domain, my act of a cicada shedding its carapace was really laughable. Yan Zhaoge didn't ask Gao Han why he came instead of Ling Qing. He directly said, the two of us entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and entered the obscured Way world. Coincidentally, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism experts invaded the blessed lands of the White Lotus, causing chaos in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. We had more time than we expected, which is why we stayed for a while longer before escaping. Currently, we and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were already aware of it. Gao Han nodded. The invaders were led by the Namo victorious Fighting Buddha. If the blessed lands of the White Lotus Maitreya Buddha didn't make an appearance, no one could stop them. Afterward, the demon race's great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, took action and stopped the Namo victorious Fighting Buddha's attack. After that, the blessed lands of the White Lotus continuously mobilized more troops, and other demon race experts arrived as well. The Namo victorious Fighting Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Bandis realized that they couldn't gain any advantage and retreated from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He smiled. This was something that everyone didn't expect. However, the outcome was beneficial to us. Previously, in order to conceal Yan Zhaoge's infiltration into the blessed lands of the White Lotus obscured Way world, he and the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing had caused some commotion in the blessed lands of the White Lotus in an attempt to attract the Buddhism heretics' attention. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor even revealed some traces of himself in hopes of restraining the other party. Under normal circumstances, if the Western Pure Lands didn't suddenly interfere, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han would have to expend quite a bit of effort to escape. However, with the Western Pure Lands' large-scale invasion, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had shifted their attention there, allowing Gao Han and the others to escape with greater ease. Just as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor predicted, someone was indeed suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Yan Zhaoge calmly answered, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you and successfully reached the Five Elements Mountain's bottom." The one being suppressed there was the great sage equaling heavens, Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this answer, Gao Han's gaze flickered. The great sage equaling heavens? There are two great sages equaling heavens? You should know that the Namo victorious fighting Buddha was formed after the great sage equaling heavens attained enlightenment, right? He raised his brows slightly, or between the two of them, one of them is the legendary six-eared macaque? The one who attained enlightenment was traveling monk Sun, while the six-eared macaque was formed by his heart devil. Yan Zhaoge slowly said, "As for the great sage equaling heavens, ever since he was suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain, he had never managed to escape. The great sage equaling heavens is Sun Wukong, and the traveling monk Sun is also Sun Wukong. However, the traveling monk Sun isn't the great sage equaling heavens." Yan Zhaoge's words were profound, but Gao Han immediately understood. When Sanzang helped him escape from the suppression, Sun Wukong split into two. Gao Han was surprised as well. An interested expression appeared on his face. No wonder, no wonder. He lowered his head and chuckled. The great sage equaling heavens was formed from one of the three wondrous stones left behind by goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens, the earthly essence stone. It could counter the humanly essence stone's miraculous transformations. In the past, when the demons of the Middle Era laid down a formation to stop Buddhism from spreading to the East, they utilized the humanly essence stone's miraculous effects. In the end, the great sage equaling heavens who had joined Buddhism retaliated. The demon race's emotions were stirred up, but they could only watch as an ant's nest was destroyed. In the end, the tiny crack turned into a huge chasm that couldn't be mended, and they suffered a crushing defeat. Gao Han shook his head. The great sage equaling heavens, who had always been hot-tempered, had completely sided with the central blessed lands of Sa. In the past, many felt that this was an unbelievable case. I never expected such an outcome. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and smiled. To be honest, I thought that it was one of the fake and real Monkey Kings. No matter if it was real or fake, one of them was still being suppressed there. This time there's another mystery that I've yet to solve. I obtained the answer from the great sage equaling heavens as well, said Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Chapter 1375. I would like to hear the details. Gao Han smiled and made a pleased gesture towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended and suppressed the great sage equaling heavens beneath the Five Elements Mountain, was the Western sect's second patriarch, Taoist Zhuanti, along with the Amitabha Buddha. In the primordial epoch, the second sect master of the Western sect, Taoist Zhuanti, the great sage heavens equals teacher, patriarch Subhuti. Now the Gautama Buddha. Facing Gao Han's suddenly brightening gaze, Yan Zhaoge calmly looked at him. These three are the same existence. Taoist Zhuanti. Gao Han raised his head slightly lost in thought. This has really given an answer to another case. There were many ancient mysteries in this world, and the most famous ones were basically related to existences above the grand heavenly immortal realm. For example, why did the grand pure lord of Tao and virtue, who should have transcended during the last years of the ancient era, appear in the world as the Taishang Laojun in the middle era? Because it was too long ago the three sovereigns who were once all-powerful and known as the three pure Taoism patriarchs, the second patriarch of Buddhism in the West, and the primordial heavenly demon who originated from the devil Tao were still alive? And what was the background of spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha? These words seemed a little nonsensical. However, this was indeed a question that troubled many people, especially after the ancient era and the middle era, when the central blessed lands of Saha appeared. The reason was simple. In the central blessed lands of Saha, the western mystical mountain's great thunderclap monastery's master, the Gautama Buddha, all the experts above the grand heavenly realm in this world were innately born. They were born in the primordial chaos before the creation of the world. Be it the Taoism's three pure ones, the three primordial sovereigns, the Western Buddhism's second patriarch, or even the fiend's 6 ancestral fiends, there was no exception. There were many Khanate life forms in the past, but not all of them were above Grand Luo. However, those above the Grand Heavenly Realm were all Khanate existences. They ruled over the principles of the world, created the world, and even created and taught all post-celestial beings. Under the immortal realm, everyone was a human. Immortals were divided into 4 stages: leakless true immortal, tranquil profound immortal, grand virtual immortal, and grand heavenly immortal. The realm above the golden immortal realm was the realm above the immortal realm, and it was extremely profound and difficult to describe. There was only one word to describe it: Tao. That was why it was called the Tao realm. That was why the existences above the grand heavenly realm were commonly referred to as Tao Fathers. The Tao ancestors were born in the Khanate world until the master of the central blessed land of Saha, the spirited mountain Tathagata Buddha, appeared. However, just like the Middle Era's Taishang Laojun, there had always been a debate as to whether spirited mountain's Tathagata Buddha was the first acquired Tao realm patriarch. Generally speaking, there were 3 most popular theories. The first was that this was a Hotian life form with Buddha nature. Under the guidance of the Buddha of the past, he entered the path of Buddhism and devoted himself to cultivation, gaining enlightenment and seeing Tathagata, achieving the Tao realm and becoming the first Tao ancestor after the world was opened. This was what the central blessed land of Saha proclaimed to the world. The second possibility was that a great overarching heavenly immortal had successfully advanced to become a Tao ancestor. This was how the legend of Duobao Rulai came about. The third guess was a bit bolder. It was that the Gautama Buddha was actually another Tao ancestor. To others, Tao realm bigwigs were unfathomable, indescribable, and unfathomable. Other than other Tao ancestor bigwigs, no one could tell what they were up to. Back then, there were indeed some Tao realm bigwigs whose whereabouts were unpredictable, including Buddhism's Western sect's second patriarch, Taoist Jain and Taoist Zhuan. After the ancient era, there weren't any traces of them. This caused many people to have their own guesses. However, at that time, not many people believed in such guesses. From the looks of it, the bolder one is, the closer one is to the truth. Gao Han seemed to be praising and sighing. If what the great sage equaling heaven said is true, then it's truly surprising. Yen Zhaoge shrugged. I can't be sure if it's true. Since the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor asked me to investigate the 5 Elements Mountain, I've finally accomplished my mission. Please help me report back to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Exalted Solar Luminary. Gao Han said, the harvest was much greater than expected. Thank you for your hard work. He looked at Yen Zhaoge. After sizing him up for a while, he smiled. After you return, please help me apologize to Daoist Chen and Fu Jinxiu. I'll convey the message, said Yen Zhaoge plainly. As for whether Qin Xuanzong and Fu Yunqi would forgive him, he couldn't guarantee it. Speaking of which, although the great sage equaling heaven's situation is different, his symptoms are somewhat similar to Fu Jinxiu's. Gao Han shook his head and smiled. However, regarding Fu Jinxiu's matter, I already have a plan in mind. You don't have to worry about it. Yen Zhaoge looked at it and smiled. The grand clear lineages severing emotions parasitism technique from before the great calamity? Gao Han tilted his head slightly. Oh? It seems like you and Fu Jinxiu have already figured it out? I wouldn't dare to say that I've figured it out. I only have a thought. Yen Zhaoge's tone was calm. You don't have to worry too much about it, Exalted Solar Luminary. Gao Han's expression remained normal as he smiled. That's good, that's good. He said nonchalantly, as for Daoist Chen, due to the 9 underworld's great devils being involved, it's hard to say for now. However, I've already made some progress in my search for little friend Xia and little friend Chu. When I have any concrete information, I'll naturally inform Daoist Chen. I'll convey the message. Thank you for your concern, Exalted Solar Luminary. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands. Gao Han nodded. Right, there's one more thing. I wonder if the 2 of you are interested in it? His gaze swept past Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, the 3 brilliances sacred water. You 2 should know about it. Of course. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and nodded. The 3 brilliances sacred water was a type of sacred water possessed by the Jade Clear's primordial heavenly Lord Grand Master. It was stored within the 8 treasures glazed bottle, and its usage was boundless. It was especially good at concealing and obstructing attacks. However, this treasure had been lost for a long time, and no one had heard anything about it. Now this treasure has appeared once again. Gao Han said, It's in the hands of a Buddhist Banti from the Western Pure Lands. Previously, when he was fighting against the demon race experts, he revealed it. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Exalted solar luminary, you're saying that you're eyeing the other party? Gao Han smiled. If we plan carefully, we might still have a chance. He said, this treasure is good at concealing and protecting other things. With the three brilliances sacred water, it would be even harder for the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court heretics to find the heavenly essence stone fragments. There was no need to resort to insinuations. Gao Han's words were equivalent to admitting that the Sikong Qing, that the fragments of the heavenly yuan stone had fallen into his hands. I believe that this treasure would be useful to the two of you. Gao Han smiled and said, why don't you consider it together? Chapter 1376. 3, MP, 0I6N. 4 Sky beyond heaven, water was naturally a treasure that was urgently needed. As Gao Han had said, with the concealment of this treasure, it would be even harder for the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord to find the whereabouts of the heavenly yuan stone fragment. Most importantly, with the help of the triple light sacred water, the threat that Fu Ting, Mengwan, and He Shixing faced would be reduced. This would reduce the chances of the immeasurable heavenly venerate purifying them. While Yin Zhaoge had his own considerations and arrangements regarding the situation of Fu Ting and the other two, it would still be better if he could make up for it and eliminate the threat. For the awakened sky cosmos formed by the pill hall and the sky beyond heavens within it, it was much safer. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly upon hearing the three brilliances sacred water's name. However, he was not in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he asked a question. Which Buddhist venerable has it? Have we heard of this name before? When Gao Han heard this, he smiled. I think I've heard of him before. He's usually addressed as traveling monk Huiyan. Ha! Yin Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course I have. Traveler Huiyan Mujia was the second son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, and the second brother of the great god of the three-altar sea meeting Neza. He had already become an immortal during the ancient era, and his master was the Samantabhadra cultivated deity of the Jade Clear lineage. He was a true third-generation disciple of Taoism. Later on, he followed his master, Samantabhadra, and entered the Western Buddhism. Samantabhadra became the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Musa became a Buddhist venerable. Along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, there were also the Manjushri heavenly lord and the compassionate cultivated deity of the Jade Clear lineage. The former transformed into the Bodhisattva Manjushri, while the latter transformed into the Bodhisattva Guanyin. During the Middle Era, Musa became a disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva and was known as traveling monk Huiyan. At the turn of the ancient era and the Middle Era, there were many similar chaotic situations. Apart from the people involved, very few people knew the truth. From Yin Zhaoge's point of view, traveling monk Huiyan's matter could also be considered as a bad debt. Therefore, dare I ask the exalted solar luminary, are the Samantabhadra cultivated deity and the compassionate cultivated deity still alive? Yin Zhaoge looked towards Gao Han. Upon hearing that the three brilliances sacred water had reappeared in the hands of a Buddhist Banti, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but think about it. This treasure was something that could only be found in the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning ancestral masters Tao Arena, the Jade Void Palace. It was the only one of its kind under the heavens. While it wasn't impossible for a descendant to obtain it by chance, the probability was just too low. As for the Manjushri heavenly lord of vast law, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity and the compassionate cultivated deity, the three bigwigs of the Jade Clear lineage, had entered Western Buddhism together after the primordial heavenly lord had transcended. If they were the ones who brought him over, the possibility of it being higher. Sure enough, he was right. I don't know about compassionate spiritual master, but Samantabhadra's spiritual master should still be alive, Gao Han replied with a smile. Yin Zhaoge's expression seemed like he was smiling yet also not. Then, can you tell me about the situation of the three altars sea meeting divinity, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and the mystical mountains front division protectors? The great god of the three altars sea meeting Neza. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing. Guardian Jinjia of spirited mountain. Traveling monk Huiyan Musa. This was one of the more famous families in history. The mystical mountains front division protectors are still in the central blessed lands of Saha, which is now the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Gao Han's expression remained the same and he said, The pagoda-bearing heavenly king had entered the western Pure Lands. As for the whereabouts of the three altars meeting divinity, forgive me for not knowing about it, and I'm still investigating it. However, during the Great Calamity, during the battle where the heavenly court's divine palace perished, it was rumored that the three altars meeting divinity had fought till the end. It's highly possible that he had become a protector. The so-called protector becoming a protector was a euphemistic way of saying that he had perished. Feng Yunxing frowned slightly and looked towards Gao Han. If one were to say that the other party didn't have any good intentions, he didn't hide anything about the dangers and told her everything. However, if one were to say that he had good intentions no matter how she listened to it, she felt that he was digging a huge pit and was coaxing her to jump into it. Yin Zhaoge pondered, is the exalted solar luminary trying to probe us? Although the compassionate cultivated deity and the Samantabhadra cultivated deity had joined Buddhism, our three clear lineage still had some relations with them. Gao Han smiled and answered, moreover, we're only after the three brilliances sacred water. We don't have to make things difficult for traveling monk Huiyan. Speaking of which, traveling monk Huiyan is also one of our Taoism seniors. After pondering for a while, Yin Zhaoge asked, what's the latest development of the battle? Where did traveling monk Huiyan appear? Which experts of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race and even the two heretics are there? Among the immortal court heretics 3,000 immortal territories, 800 of them perished and fell into the hands of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Gao Han said, however, compared to this, the biggest blow to the immortal court was the 4 heavenly immortals being killed by Taoist Su'a. The number of the immortal court's 12 heavenly lords was already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas. After 4 of them were killed by Taoist Su'a, they couldn't be replenished within a short period of time, which led to their current predicament. However, with the Western Pure Lands' assistance, the immortal court heretics had already stabilized their footing. They're continuously trying to reclaim the 800 immortal territories that they occupied. Naturally, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't allow them to do so. In fact, they're even hoping to take another step forward. Both sides are currently in a stalemate and no one would give up so easily. Gao Han smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it'll take a long time for a victor to be determined. Yin Zhaoge said plainly, for the current situation at least half of the credit goes to the exalted solar luminary's plan. I'm impressed. I'm not worthy of such praise. Gao Han shook his head, my shallow cultivation is merely for the southern extremity longevity emperor's reference. Moreover, it's all thanks to Taoist Su'a that everything could be accomplished. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said with a smile, you've also contributed a lot to this. Taoist Shao and the others had contributed a lot as well. Only by accumulating a few grains of sand could a tower be formed. Did they manage to accomplish such a great feat? I dare not claim any credit for myself. You're being too polite, exalted solar luminary. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm. Gao Han smiled and continued, traveling monk Huiyan isn't within the immortal court's territory. Instead, he's fighting against a few great demon immortals within the void's boundless outskirts. There are also other experts from the Western Pure Lands and the demon race nearby. However, there aren't any grand heavenly immortal Buddhas or demon race great sages by his side. Which great demons did he face directly? Yin Zhaoge asked without batting an eyelid. Gao Han answered, according to the latest information I received, the crane race, the monkey race and the great rock race are among them. No wonder. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he said, in the past, the great rock race's prime clear bigwig, the feathered wings immortal, had suffered a loss against the 3 brilliances sacred water. Gao Han nodded, that's right. In order to restrain the great rock, traveling monk Huiyan brought along the 3 brilliances sacred water. Chapter 1377. If it's a great rock. Yin Zhaoge suddenly frowned. I heard that during the war against the Western Pure Lands, the demon race's leader was the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, who was famous during the Middle Era. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, also known as the Golden-Winged Rock Eagle, was a great sage of the demon race who was once famous during the Middle Journey to the West Era. Later on, it was captured and suppressed by Buddha Tathagata and brought back to the Spirited Mountains Thunder Treasure Temple. Since then there had been no news of it. After the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha transcended and the Maitreya Buddha was born as the future Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was no longer seen in the central blessed lands of Sa. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles only reappeared in front of the world 20 years ago when the demon race re-entered the world and fought against the Western Pure Lands. In the battlefield of the Western Pure Lands, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was the bigwig that led the other demon race experts. He possessed remarkable abilities that could overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, giving the Buddhist bandies endless headaches. Moreover, his speed was truly too swift, and it seemed as if time and space were nothing to him. Even the Buddha who was at the golden immortal realm and had lotuses beneath his feet couldn't catch up to him. Thus, with his strength alone he could practically oversee the entire battlefield. It was as if he was everywhere. When the Buddhist bandies of the Western Pure Lands fought against the other demonic immortals, they had to split some of their attention to prevent the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles from ambushing them. In this way, even if it was an evenly matched battle, it would become extremely passive due to being tied up. What gave the Western Pure Lands a headache was that the difference in their cultivation realms was too great. It was useless even if they were careful. This great rock could casually pass by, and with a flap of its wings, a large number of Buddhists, enlightening Buddhists and arhats could be killed or injured. It was only by relying on some arrays and treasures that they were able to stabilize their footing. However, as a result, the overall mobilization lost its rigidity. Later on, more Buddhist cultivators joined the battle and set up ambushes to kill the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Only then did he restrain himself. However, being able to escape from the encirclement was enough to show his ability. Compared to opponents of the same level, the other great rocks with lower cultivation were also very proficient in speed. They wreaked havoc everywhere and brought a lot of trouble to the Western Pure Lands. That was why traveling monk Huiyan brought the triple brilliant sacred water out of the mountain and traveled around the world, helping to subdue the great rocks one after another. Traveling monk Huiyan specifically targeted the great rock race. Yan Zhaoge frowned as he looked at Gao Han. If the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles knew about it, why would he ignore it? If I can think of this, the Buddhist experts from the Western Pure Lands should be able to think of it as well. They are already pondering on how to kill the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles again. It's hard to say if traveling monk Huiyan is the bait. The clan was the Dragon Clan Temple's clan. Clan Sage, clans Long Sect Dragon clans Wu clan. Dragon clans. 1,000 clan Rock Rose Rock Long clan Rock Million Row. However, if someone else interfered and made things difficult for traveling monk Huiyan, the Buddhist bigwig might have no choice but to give up on his original plan and deal with the problem in front of him. Yan Zhaoge stared at Gao Han. Gao Han nodded. You're right. Indeed. He smiled. On the other hand, if the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, the group of Buddhas, and the other demon race great sages make their moves, no one would bother traveling monk Huiyan anymore. That would be our chance. As for everyone not making a move, we can only say that none of us are fated to obtain the three brilliances sacred water. Gao Han said calmly, in this world many things don't go according to one's wishes. You're right. However, there's another possibility. Yan Zhaoge remained expressionless. Exalted solar luminary, you know about the three brilliances sacred water's effects. I know about it as well. What about the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court's people? Is this fishing trap for the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, or us? He stared straight into Gao Han's eyes. Although the immortal court is currently being suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the immeasurable heavenly Lord doesn't seem to be able to split himself up, this matter involves the heavenly essence stone's fragments. No matter if it's them or us, we mustn't ignore it. Gao Han's gaze met Yan Zhaoge's and his gaze became brighter. This time, he didn't conceal the look of admiration within his eyes. Previously, this was the only thing that worried me. Gao Han clapped his hands and smiled. However, now we don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. I'd like to hear the details. Gao Han smiled and said, recently the Maitreya Buddha personally visited the immortal court's territory. Buddha's radiance shone upon the 800 immortal territories occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Does that mean that the immeasurable heavenly Lord can't even take care of himself? Yan Zhaoge came to a realization.